having achieved perhaps his real objective, which was getting Li Zicheng out of the capital and making sure that his particular interests were secure, and of course being something of a realist, accepts the reality of the Manchu conquest, and in fact becomes a general in the Manchu military. Now, having seized the capital was a very important step, of course, but there was a lot more to the Ming Dynasty, a lot more to the empire than the capital itself. The Manchus then had to set about establishing their rule over the rest of the empire, and this was not an easy or simple process. Most of the military campaigning that was involved in the conquest of China takes place over the next 2 years, between 1644 and 1646. And as in previous conquests, particularly if we look back at the example of the Mongol conquest in the 13th century, the greatest resistance to the Manchus came from the Jiangnan area, the area near the mouth of the Yangtze River, where the Yangtze comes out to the sea, which was the wealthiest area, the area where the greatest concentration of literati could be found, where the developed commercial economy, in conjunction with this very ancient traditions of Chinese culture and elite life, meant that perhaps a sense of I suppose we could say patriotism, or at least a cultural resistance to barbarian invasion, was greatest. And so it was in the Jiangnan area that we see the most dramatic efforts to fight off the Manchu conquest. This has come to be symbolized perhaps most powerfully for the Chinese by the story of Yangzhou. Yangzhou is a city actually on the northern side of the Yangtze River along the Grand Canal, a great commercial city, a city famous for its painters, for its poets, for its luxurious lifestyle. The Manchus arrived to besiege the city in 1645. It put up a fierce resistance, much more than the Manchus had expected. And when finally the city was surrendered, the Manchus took a very savage vengeance upon it. For 10 days, there was basically the looting and killing of anyone that was found, any Chinese that were found in the city. And the massacre of Yangzhou became a symbol, on the one hand, a symbol for the Manchus, a message that they were sending to the Chinese, saying that if you resist, if you hold out too long and miss the opportunities to surrender, which we will extend to you, this is the fate which you can expect to suffer. On the other hand, it becomes a symbol to the Chinese of the barbarism of the conquerors and of the heroism of the Chinese who had resisted and had chosen death rather than surrender. So this becomes a motif which returns in later Chinese history, particularly at the end of the Qing dynasty. The legacy of Yangzhou is often invoked at the end of the dynasty as an appeal to Chinese patriotism and nationalism in the early 20th century. Well, the Ming court, which had fled from Beijing, even though the emperor had not managed to escape with it, settles in Nanjing. The Manchus arrive and besiege Nanjing. The court eventually flees from there. A series of princes are named as emperors. None of them remains as emperor very long. They're captured or killed one after another. By the end of the 1640s, most effective resistance to the Manchus has been brought to an end. A remnant of the court flees to the far southwest, and the last claimant to the imperial throne, the last sort of direct, legitimate successor to the title of emperor for the Ming, actually flees the country and goes into what is now Burma, and remains there as a kind of exile until 1660, by which time the Manchus are firmly in control of the southwest, and they negotiate an agreement with the Burmese rulers under the terms of which the last of the Ming royal family is returned to China, turned over to the Manchus, given a very nice banquet, and then executed. And that brings the dynasty to pretty much an absolute end. Although there are still some loyalist elements who hold out, particularly on the island of Taiwan. Taiwan at this time is in a very sort of peculiar circumstance because it is part of China. It's technically part of Fujian province on the southeast coast, but it has become a focal point for activity by Westerners. In particular, the Portuguese and the Dutch have a presence on Taiwan, and they, in addition to these foreigners, there are what are called pirate groups, sea raiders that are based on Taiwan. Ming loyalists cross the straits and go to Taiwan and hold out there as well, without ever making much of a serious attempt to return to the mainland. But nonetheless, their presence is an irritant to the Manchus. It's not until 1683, though, that the last remnants of Ming loyalism over on Taiwan are finally suppressed. So it takes almost 40 years from the beginning of the conquest in 1644 with the Manchus' entry through Shanhai Guan until the very last vestiges of Ming loyalist resistance are put to rest. But by the 1680s, the new dynasty is on a very firm footing. A new emperor is on the throne, and the Qing is about to settle into a prolonged period of peace and prosperity, not unlike the long age of the Middle Ming. After the turmoil of the founding and the usurpation of Zhu Di, the Ming dynasty, as we've seen, settled into a fairly long period of stability, prosperity, and growth. And we see perhaps an even greater example of this in the story of the Qing dynasty from the late 17th through the 18th century. And we'll take that story up in the next lecture. The Manchu people conquered China in the middle of the 17th century. They came across the Great Wall with the connivance of the Chinese general Wu Songui in 1644, and after seizing the capital and fighting campaigns over the next couple of years in central China, they basically were in control of the empire. But certainly, by the time the last claimant to the Ming throne was executed in 1660, the dynasty was essentially secure. In 1661, the first emperor of the Qing dynasty, called the Shunzhi Emperor, died and was succeeded by one of his sons, who began a series of only 3 emperors who would preside over the empire for the next 135 years. The reigns of the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong emperors cover the central part of the Qing dynasty, and in some ways, these 3 emperors represent the greatest achievements of not just the Qing dynasty, but Chinese civilization in general. The peace and prosperity and stability over which they presided was also a great age for culture and art and literature and many of the other things that we identify with the greatness of Chinese civilization. The Kangxi Emperor, when he comes to the throne, 1662 is the first year of his reign, comes to the throne as a boy. He was only about 8 years old when he succeeded, but he was chosen for some very particular reasons. He was not the oldest son of the Shunzhi Emperor, but he had already survived the disease of smallpox, and this was taken as a sign of his hardiness, of his fitness. And so he was chosen and accordingly made emperor. and at first was guided in his rule by a council of regents, members of the Manchu imperial family, headed by his uncle, a man named Oboy. And what's called the Oboy Regency is the first 5 or 6 years of Kangxi's reign. At the end of that time, in 1667, when he was still just a mid-teen, he decided to take power into his own hands and contrived to have his uncle Oboy set aside and had the regency disbanded, and from that point on, rules in his own right. He comes to power in his own right. He begins to exercise his authority directly at a time when apparently things were stabilizing and the dynasty was going to settle into its sort of normal course. But in the 1670s, he does face what is the most serious challenge to the power of the Qing dynasty, certainly since its establishment, and what will be the last serious challenge to it until the middle of the 19th century. What happens is that Wu Sangui, who we've talked about earlier, Wu Sangui was the Chinese general in command of the fortress along the Great Wall that was keeping the Manchus out, and it was his decision to try to ally with the Manchus to drive the peasant rebels led by Li Zicheng out of Beijing in the summer of 1644 that allowed the Manchus to come in and get the conquest really underway. He had been rewarded for his cooperation with the Manchus by being given a very large territory in southwestern China, essentially as his own sort of feudal domain. And a couple of other important Chinese generals who had cooperated with the Manchus had been similarly rewarded. They had held these now for some 30 years, but in the 1670s, perhaps in anticipation of generational change, would these territories be handed on to their heirs? The Manchus tried to recover direct control of this part of southwest China, and this triggered a rebellion, and Wu Sangui becomes the leader of this rebellion. It's sometimes called the Rebellion of the Three Feudatories, because Wu and the other two generals rose up to defy the power of the dynasty. Other Chinese military forces in south and southwest China joined in with this rebellion, but not all of them, and not Chinese armies elsewhere. It took the Qing dynasty some 8 years to put down the rebellion of the Three Feudatories. It isn't finally completely suppressed until the early 1680s. But the success that the dynasty had in controlling it, containing it, and eventually putting it down was based on the loyalty which the vast majority of the Chinese army displayed towards the new dynasty. This was a very significant development because it showed that the Manchus, the Qing state, was not perceived as an alien body. It wasn't seen as something which needed to be resisted and done away with. Despite the fierceness with which the conquest had been resisted at the time, by the 1670s, the Manchus had managed to establish sufficient legitimacy, a sufficient sense of loyalty amongst the Chinese, that when Wu Sangui led this great rebellion, the vast majority of the Chinese military remained loyal to the dynasty. The Manchus had achieved this largely because after the initial conquest, they had established conditions of peace within the empire and had allowed, for the most part, the Chinese to return to their normal livelihoods. They had not sought to transform China. They had not sought to excessively punish China. Certainly, they had imposed taxation and had imposed particularly heavy taxation on the Jiangnan area. And they had also, of course, established the requirement that Chinese men adopt the Manchu hairstyle, what's called the queue. The queue is a long braid worn down the back with the front half of the head shaved. This was the traditional Manchu hairstyle, and now Chinese men were required to adopt it on the penalty that if you didn't wear this particular hairstyle, you could be executed. So it was a very severe measure, but once a generation or so had passed, it was so widely accepted that it became part of almost of a sense of Chinese identity. And the community of interest between the Chinese population, the Chinese armies, and the Manchu dynasty, the Qing dynasty, was such that the loyalty of the troops remained in place, and the rebellion of the three feudatories was indeed suppressed. Once this challenge to the power of the Qing had been overcome, Kangxi was free to turn his attention to other concerns. And perhaps most important on his list was trying to win control over all of the Mongol tribes. Now, the Mongol peoples were scattered over a wide geographic area. Some Mongol groups, the Eastern Mongols, were quite close geographically to the homeland of the Manchus, and they had been closely allied with the Manchus and participated in the conquest of China, participated in the government of China. Manchus and Mongols had almost a partnership in rule over the Chinese. The Manchus were clearly the dominant group, but the Mongols played a very significant role as well. And these were primarily the Eastern Mongols. Western Mongol groups of Mongol tribes located further away from the Manchu homeland, had not joined in, had not come to share the same interests as the Manchus, and indeed some had moved quite far away to remove themselves, to be away from the turmoil in China and the ambitions of the Manchus. Some had gone as far as southern Russia. Kangxi begins to pursue a number of efforts to try to win these Mongol tribes back, to try to incorporate them into the Qing Empire. And the Qing Empire becomes, in a sense, a kind of multi-ethnic state. You have the Manchus as a conquering elite. You have, of course, the vast body of the Chinese people, but you also have other non-Chinese groups that are incorporated within the empire. The Mongols, most significantly, Tibetans as well, as we'll see, and this effort to bring Central Asian peoples, not just the Western Mongols, but Turkic peoples as well, into the fold was pursued by Kangxi and by his successors. He does not resolve this. Kangxi is not successful ultimately in either militarily defeating the Western Mongols or in diplomatically luring them back into participation in the Qing political order. But he does start this process in motion, and it will be carried on by his successors as well. He also is able to project Qing power into new geographic areas, not necessarily as far as will ultimately be the case, but he begins to create direct Qing administration in the far west in what is today still called Xinjiang, which is a Chinese term that means new frontier. And the far west of China becomes the new frontier of the Qing Empire, beginning under the reign of Kangxi. These external concerns, these sort of frontier or borderland concerns, are one aspect of Kangxi's rule. Another is his efforts to stabilize the fiscal basis for the dynasty. He undertakes in 1712 a great survey of the empire. And now we know that this process of surveying the empire, of trying to ascertain who owns land and what kind of land it is and what the taxes should be, this is a very important function of the imperial state. It is often done in conjunction with the founding of a dynasty. It sometimes is done later in the course of a dynasty to try to reform the fiscal system. We saw Zhang Zhuzheng's attempt to do this back in the 1570s. Now in 1712, the Kangxi emperor carries out this kind of a survey and fixes tax rates based upon it. But he adds kind of a new wrinkle, which is that he proclaims that the taxes based upon this survey of 1712 will remain in effect in perpetuity. They will always remain as they have been fixed under the Survey of 1712. And this comes to be known as the Tax Edict of 1712. And it lays the foundation for some serious problems in the financing of the dynasty in later times. Well, in 1722, the Kangxi Emperor died after being on the throne for 60 years, and he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Yongzheng Emperor. Now, when Yongzheng comes to the throne, the circumstances of his succession are a little unusual. Indeed, some Chinese historians, some Chinese at the time, questioned the legitimacy of his succession. He was the 13th son of the Kangxi Emperor, so he was far from at the head of the queue, head of the line, to become emperor. And yet, he is named in an edict which was purportedly written by the Kangxi Emperor on his deathbed. This edict, however, was believed by some, if not most Chinese, to have been forged. The conduct of the Yongzheng Emperor after coming to power was also a little tended to generate a certain amount of suspicion as well, because he had very bad relations with most of his other brothers, and he had almost all of them. There were only one or two with whom he seemed to get along very well. He had almost all his other brothers either imprisoned, exiled, or in some instances murdered. So, however he came to the throne, the perception was that it was not necessarily the most proper of successions. Nonetheless, the Yongzheng Emperor turns out to be a pretty good emperor. He doesn't have a long reign, but he devotes himself during the years that he is on the throne to trying to improve the administration of the empire, to make it more efficient and more effective, and in some ways more compassionate, more benevolent. His biggest challenge, not surprisingly, has to do with the financial system. Already in the 1720s, the effects of the 1712 tax edict are beginning to be felt. The flow of income to the imperial treasury was not what Yongzheng thought it should be. There were problems in the collection of taxes out in local communities. There were problems in the transmission of taxes to the capital. Taxes would basically be collected on a local level, forwarded up to a provincial level, consolidated there, and then shipped off to the court, to the capital in Beijing. Financing for local administration was then, in theory at least, to be returned from the imperial treasury to the provincial, and from the provincial to the local levels. Well, these various stages of transfer were fraught with the potential for corruption and problems of various kinds. One particular issue, given that taxes were being paid in silver, was that some people's taxes were paid in relatively small quantities of silver. These were often melted down to be consolidated into bars of silver, which could be transported more simply. And there were a number of fees and charges and surcharges that were added on to cover the meltage fees and the loss that might occur in consolidating these. So that there were various irregular duties, irregular taxes that were being imposed by local officials. These taxes tended not to become part of the official records, tended not to make their way to the capital. And so Yongzheng was concerned about abuses of the system and about trying to improve the flow of income to the center, and to make sure that the court had the greatest degree of control over the tax system. So he tried to reform the system in ways which would eliminate some of the informal charges that were being imposed at the local level. And he did this by sending out officials from the court and sending out instructions from the court to local administrators. And he experimented with this in a couple of provinces in central China first, to ensure that money that was collected was properly recorded, money that was submitted to the imperial treasury was properly handled, And he allowed the officials to retain a portion of revenues directly in the locality so that they could finance local administration without having to have money go all the way to the capital and then make its way all the way back. In the test provinces in central China, where these policies were explored, they worked very well, and he was very pleased with them in the 1720s. But when he tried to apply them on an empire-wide basis, he ran into a lot of resistance. And the reason for this was basically that the provinces where he had experimented with these reforms in central China were neither the richest nor the poorest part of China, a sort of cross-section or middle range of economic and social life. When he attempted to apply these policies in the wealthier areas, particularly along the coast, he ran into a lot of resistance, again, from local elites and from local officials who really wanted to have the informal control over revenue flow rather than more direct control from the central government. And this is reminiscent of themes that we've seen earlier on, the resistance to Zhang Zhuzheng's reforms, the resistance to Wang Anshi's reforms back in the northern Song dynasty. It's a sort of classic pattern of conflict of interest within Chinese fiscal administration and within Chinese political culture in general. The Yongzheng emperor eventually becomes frustrated with his efforts to reform the financial system, and he abandons, in the early 1730s, his efforts to impose this new regime and sort of acquiesces in the informal charges that are being imposed in local context. So it's a frustrating story for him. He's obviously a very well-intentioned emperor, and he sets out to make these reforms, and he has some initial success, but is ultimately thwarted by the power of the local elites, the power of the literati in their capacity as both local officials and private economic interests. Other aspects of administration were more effectively reformed under the Yongzheng emperor, and in particular, he begins a process which comes to fuller development under his successor in the form of what comes to be called the Grand Council. In the Ming Dynasty, we talked about the functioning of the Grand Secretariat after 1380, when the first Ming Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, had abolished the position of chief minister and had assumed those functions for himself. Later in the Ming Dynasty, the Grand Secretariat emerges as sort of the principal center of political activity, of policy debate and policy formulation within the Ming government. The Grand Secretariat continues to exist in the Qing Dynasty, but it comes to be supplanted in its central political function by what we call the Grand Council, which was perhaps an even more informal body than the Grand Secretariat itself. As it begins under Yongzheng and as it develops under his successor, excuse me, the Grand Council is almost entirely a deliberative and consultative body. It doesn't have so much of the administrative paperwork functions that the Grand Secretariat did. Those indeed remain lodged in the Grand Secretariat, and the Grand Council becomes more purely a policy debating forum. It doesn't have a fixed membership. Individuals are appointed to serve on the Grand Council. They serve at the pleasure of the emperor. Its size varies, sometimes as few as 3, sometimes as many as 8 or 9 members, but it becomes the most critical decision-making entity within the Chinese administration. And this has begun under Yongzheng. Yongzheng also was very concerned about the well-being of his subjects. He undertook some reforms to regularize or normalize the status of certain social groups who were considered to be sort of outcasts or pariah groups. He made a number of these kinds of efforts to moderate the conditions of difficulty under which certain elements in Chinese society live. Now, Yongjang, as I say, was not on the throne for a real long time. He reigns for 13 years. When he dies in 1735, he is succeeded by one of his sons, who becomes the Qianlong Emperor. Qianlong reigns from 1735 until 1795. He actually lives until 1799. He abdicates in 1795 in order that he will not serve on the throne longer than his grandfather, Kangxi, had. Kangxi reigned for 60 years. Qianlong reigns for 60 years. The reign of Qianlong is viewed by many historians, Chinese and Western, as sort of the high tide of the Qing dynasty. These 60 years were a period where the achievements of the early Qing, many of them come to fuller fruit, and Qianlong completes a number of the tasks, a number of the projects that his predecessors had gotten underway. He managed the government. He oversaw the economy in very pragmatic ways. He was a very hands-on administrator. He paid close attention to the details of many aspects of what was going on in the empire. He oversaw military affairs. He was very concerned with the tax system. He was eager to appoint and give power to competent officials, but he always made sure that he knew what they were doing, not necessarily to micromanage them, but simply to keep himself as well informed as possible about the workings of government administration. Under the Qianlong Emperor, population continued to grow in China, reaching perhaps 400 million by the end of the 18th century. And China attained perhaps its greatest prosperity, certainly prior to the present day. It was a country, it was probably the richest country in the world, a country whose products, tea, silk, lacquerware, ceramics, other kinds of manufactured goods flowed all around the planet in a global market, which China came increasingly to form a very powerful component of. Some 25% of global economic production originated in China, and many of the goods that were produced there traveled or by land or by sea to the far corners of the earth. So the empire over which Qianlong presided was truly one of peace and prosperity, certainly in terms of China itself. Nonetheless, it was not a time when there was peace everywhere, and for Qianlong in particular, there were military campaigns that he was very interested in pursuing. He was able to complete, through these military campaigns and through diplomatic initiatives as well, the process of bringing all the Mongol tribes into the empire, the Western Mongols, sometimes called the Dzungars, finally, by the 1770s or so, submit to the authority of the Qing. They return to Chinese territory, or to Qing territory, in the far west. And they pay their respects, they pay their sort of feudal duties to the Qianlong Emperor. And he receives them in special ceremonial sites built to specifically to perform these functions. Qianlong pursues a policy, a very careful policy in dealing with defeated rivals, of paying them great honor and great respect. He gave them official titles. He often bestowed great wealth upon them. He was interested in expanding his empire. He was interested in establishing his control and domination. He was not interested in destroying and humiliating his enemies. He wanted to bring them into the empire, and then once he had them in the empire, he wanted them to be successful, prosperous participants in this great, all-encompassing sort of vision that the Manchus had. He deepened the relationship between the Qing Empire and Tibet. Tibet had been closely linked to the Mongols, and through that link to the Mongols was incorporated into the Manchu Empire when it was first established in the 17th century. The Manchus had been deeply involved in the internal politics within Tibet, the conflicts between different factions within the religious leadership in Tibet was resolved under pressure from and perhaps with the assistance of the Manchus. And the Qianlong Emperor continues those policies of intervention and maintaining a strong Qing presence in Tibet all through his reign. Under the Qianlong Emperor, the borders of the empire reached their greatest extent. Everything that is today part of China and much more, what is today the Republic of Mongolia, the maritime provinces of Russia, and certain territories in Central Asia that are now not part of China, were part of the empire under Qianlong. He really takes the empire to its greatest extent. By the end of his reign, by the middle of the 1790s, though, new problems, new challenges begin to emerge, many of which are a result of the long period of success that the dynasty has had. The growth of China's population had begun to push up against the ecological limits of Chinese territory. The amount of land which was available to sustain the population couldn't be expanded, and the intensity of its exploitation had limits that were based upon the very surplus of labor that was available for farming. Standards of living tended to stagnate in the latter part of the 18th century. The economy, which had grown so much, seems to have simply plateaued, seems to have reached a point beyond which, given the existing technologies and patterns of land tenure and relations of production, it couldn't continue to grow. At this same time, new pressures began to be placed on China from the outside world. In particular, the rise of a very aggressive and expansive system of state-sponsored capitalism in the West began to lead towards a conflict between the Atlantic-centered world and East Asia. We'll look at the background to that and bring the story up to the threshold of European-Chinese interaction in the next lecture. At the end of the 18th century, both China and the West were poised on the edge of a new era in world history. In China, the Qing Empire, which had been around for more than 150 years, had achieved great success, had expanded its territory, its population had grown, its economy had flourished, its culture was vibrant and dynamic, and yet it carried within itself the seeds of very serious problems having to do with the pressures of population on the ability of the land and the economy to sustain it, and having to do with the ability of the governmental machinery to deal with new changing circumstances and challenges that might arise. In the West, the end of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century, is a period where trends and developments that had been taking place, again, both in the economic realm and in cultural and political life, were about to usher in a new age of expansion, of the projection of power, both in terms of trade and commerce and in terms of military and political domination. What I want to do in this lecture is to kind of step back from the immediate narrative that we've been following and look over a long view of the relationship between Europe and East Asia, China in particular, and how that developed, how it evolved, and what the particular circumstances are that bring us up to this great threshold at the end of the 18th century. East Asia and the Mediterranean world, which might be a good way to think about Europe to begin with, have had a long history of trade and contact. We know that overland exchanges and maritime trade goes back at least to the time of the Roman Empire in the West, and probably long before that as well. But certainly by the time of Rome, Western products showing up in China, and Chinese products showing up in the Mediterranean realm. Roman glassware in particular has been found in tombs dating from the Han period in China. Chinese silk was traded in the markets of Rome. It's been found in the graves, particularly of the wives of Roman senators. Chinese records, the written historical documents of the Han and other early times, mention representatives from a place called Run, arriving at Chang'an, the great imperial capital. These may not have been representatives of the Roman government, but were more likely traders, and perhaps were even intermediaries who were simply bringing Roman products, Roman commodities to China. But nonetheless, it indicates that the Chinese were aware of the existence of the Mediterranean world, were aware of other great states, other great empires located far away, but nonetheless with whom they were in these long-term exchange relations. During the age of Islamic expansion, when we get down to the 7th century, the linkages that had been established between the West and East Asia were certainly disrupted. Christian Europe was isolated, was cut off from much of the rest of the Eurasian landmass by the movement of Islamic armies out of the Arabian Peninsula into the Middle East, into Persia, across North Africa. This resulted not in a complete rupture of trade, but certainly in breaks in other kinds of communication links. Commodities, goods, material things continued to travel, but knowledge, information seems not to have been carried along to quite the extent, perhaps, that it had been earlier. Goods from East Asia, particularly China, were still traded overland along what we call the Silk Road through Central Asia and down through Persia and into the Eastern Mediterranean. And maritime networks stretching from the Pacific through Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, continued certainly to function quite dynamically. Arab traders from the Persian Gulf, from the Red Sea, began to go from the Middle East across the Indian Ocean around Southeast Asia and began arriving in increasing numbers on the South China coast in the 7th century, bringing with them their new religion, the teachings of Islam, and indeed a mosque is founded in Guangzhou, the great southern trading port, sometimes known as Canton, around 670, not long after the great age of Islamic expansion had begun. In Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, a great mosque also was established, this to serve communities of Arab traders coming overland across the Central Asian routes, also late in the 7th century. These outposts of Islam, these termini for the maritime and overland trading routes, remind us that while trade continued, it was perhaps in somewhat different hands. The Arab traders now came to control and participate in the commercial exchanges, both overland and on sea, bringing goods and of various types from China, from Southeast Asia, all the way to the frontier with Christendom at the end of the Mediterranean, at the eastern end of the Mediterranean. From there, these goods tended to cross over into the hands of the Venetians, who dominated the commercial trade of the eastern Mediterranean in terms of bringing goods from the markets of Damascus or Alexandria or Aleppo into the Western European economy. Now, as we've noted earlier, during the age of the Mongol conquests, when Mongol armies spread out from Central Asia and extended their power over Persia and over other parts of the Middle East and into Russia, China, Central Asia, all under the control of the Mongol people. This created conditions which allowed travelers, merchants, to cross the Eurasian landmass in greater security than had previously been possible, particularly during the age of disruption and the tensions and frictions between Islam and Christianity in the West. Representatiatives of the church, particularly the Catholic Church, made their way across the trade routes and brought back accounts of China. And traders, like the Polo family that we talked about earlier, Marco Polo, his father and uncle, made journeys across from the Mediterranean to China, to East Asia. Not in great numbers, but at least in sufficient numbers so that their economic impact was noticeable, and that some individuals, like Marco Polo, left written records of these journeys and these cultural encounters. So the Mongol age was one in which communication resumed to a somewhat greater degree while the flow of goods continued. There were even, of course, brief hopes during the Mongol period for some sort of Christian-Mongol alliance against Islam. The myths about Prester John, the supposed Christian ruler of a kingdom in Central Asia, fueled a lot of interest in Western Europe in what was going on with the Mongols and what was going on at the other end of their empire. These didn't prove to be particularly substantive. The alliance between Mongols and Christians against the Muslims never really materialized, and history went on its way in the Middle East without this connection really amounting to much. Nonetheless, the information that began to arrive in the West about China, particularly through narratives such as that of Marco Polo, sparked new interest in the wealth and power that was out there, far away, as a lure to adventurers and profit seekers around the Mediterranean and in Western Europe. By the 15th century, although the age of Mongol domination had passed away, Westerners had a better sense of what was going on in East Asia, but they wanted to find ways to learn more and to get better access. The Portuguese, in particular, come to play a very significant role in this process. Now, the Portuguese, of course, are positioned at the far west of Europe. They're outside the Mediterranean, facing out on the Atlantic. They were not in a position to be particularly competitive with the Venetians. The Venetians controlled much of the trade in spices that came in from Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, up through the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, and then into the Mediterranean zone, where the Venetians profited greatly from them. But for a variety of reasons, the Portuguese decided that they would like to perhaps make an end run around the dominance of the Venetians in this trade and seek a more direct access to the sources of wealth in the Far East without dealing with middlemen. The problem, of course, was that they had to deal with Africa. Africa, they didn't really know how big it was. They didn't know how to get around it. They didn't know if it was possible to get around it. And so they began, in the 15th century, a very systematic process of exploration, going down the African coast, charting the coastline, charting the waters as they went, and then returning to Portugal to report on what they had learned, to add more information to a growing database, and then to launch new expeditions that would go a bit further and gain a bit more knowledge and bring that back. There was a lot of excitement in the mid-century when they finally made their way around the great western extension of Africa and thought that they could head east, but of course they then ran into the southern extension of Africa, and that led to further decades of exploration. Finally, in the 1490s, they make it around the southern Cape of Africa and into the Indian Ocean, and by the mid-90s managed to get to the west coast of India. That results in the Portuguese having now direct access to the trading systems of Asia, of the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia, and beyond. What they found, however, was that they could not simply arrive on the scene and take over. They weren't strong enough, they weren't powerful enough to assert dominance over the existing trading system. In 1511, they attacked and seized the port of Malacca, which is down on the Malay Peninsula, one of the key trading centers in Southeast Asia. They hoped that this perhaps would put them into a dominant position. But again, they found that even control of this very crucial entrepot was not sufficient to give them the kind of control that they hoped for. They seem to have thought, in perhaps a somewhat arrogant way, that simply arriving on the scene would be sufficient for them to assert the superiority of themselves, of the West, of Christian civilization over the Asians. But that proved not to be the case. Instead, what they realized eventually, certainly as we move on into the 16th century, was that there was tremendous wealth to be made, not by taking over and dominating the spice trade from Southeast Asia all the way back to Europe, but by participating in the local trading networks of the Indian Ocean, of Southeast Asia, and of East Asia, what comes to be called the country trade. And within these local trading networks, they began to carry cargoes, to establish a presence in ports all over the region, and to do most of their economic activity within the local context, going back to Europe only occasionally, and even then making most of their money not from the transportation of goods over these very, very long distances, but from the shorter trading excursions that they made within Asia. The Spanish followed suit. The Dutch and the English, beginning around 1600, also established trading companies to manage their affairs in Asia, and became part of this same process, not of establishing dominance, but of becoming participants in a trading network, a trading system, which was so extensive and so lucrative and so wealthy that there was enough for all of them to find profitable roles within it. Through the 17th and into the 18th centuries, Europeans established a place for themselves within the existing Asian trading networks. But they remained merely one group out of many participants in this larger system. Rivalries between the European powers further weakened their positions in Asia. The Spanish and the Portuguese, the English and the Dutch, the Northern Europeans versus the Southern Europeans, the Protestants versus the Catholics. A variety of divisions and rivalries served to undermine whatever coherence they might have had. There was not a single European presence, but rather each of them acted on their own and often in conflict with one another. So that perhaps further prevented them from achieving any kind of true domination. The Dutch eventually came to focus their economic activity on the islands of Southeast Asia, what is today the country of Indonesia, and in Japan. The Dutch were able indeed when Japan sought to close itself off, to restrict trade with outsiders, trade with with foreigners. The Dutch managed to be the only foreigners, the only Westerners who were allowed to trade regularly. Twice a year, they could send ships to Nagasaki, but all other Western traders were banned from Japan. The Spanish, of course, established their position in the Philippines, and after 1571, when they took over Manila, that became a very, very lucrative center of trade for them. We've talked already about the role of Manila as the western terminus of what are called the Manila galleons, the great ships that sailed from Acapulco in Mexico across the Pacific, bringing silver from the Spanish mines in Mexico and Latin America, and Chinese traders who came from the Southeast China coast over to Manila absorbed much of this silver and transported it back to China to pay for all the commodities, all the various goods that were sold to the Spanish. The Spanish would then transport these things back across the Pacific to Mexico. Some of them stayed there. Some of them eventually made their way across the Atlantic back to Europe. The Portuguese, who had, who had been the first to seek out a presence in Southeast Asia, in Asia, maintained some role there. They had trading positions on the west coast of India, and of course, in the 1530s, established a small enclave at Macau on the south coast of China, which remained in Portuguese hands until 1999. But they devoted much of their attention to Africa and to Brazil, and so did not become as significant a factor in the European presence in East Asia as they might have been. While the Dutch and the Spanish and the Portuguese were interested in their various particular localities, the British, of course, became very much involved in India. All the Western powers continued to see China as the greatest prize of all, but one which it was very difficult for them to gain access to. They saw it as a tremendous potential market, a place where they could sell goods to a vast number of potential consumers, and of course, more realistically, perhaps, they saw it as the source of high-quality manufactured goods. These were what were in great demand back in Europe and in other places: the ceramics, the tea, the lacquerware, other kinds of silks and textiles that were higher in quality and better in price than what was available in Europe. At the end of the 18th century, if we get back to our threshold, we've talked about the situation in China and some of the problems that were beginning to emerge there towards the end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor. But in Europe at this time, in the West at this time, things were also moving through a period of great change. And it's really two principal areas that I want to look at with regard to this. The first should be familiar to most of us already, is the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution, which takes place certainly first and foremost in Britain, creates new conditions for the production of goods. The conditions that led to the Industrial Revolution, the technological circumstances, the economic factors, the nature of commodity production, the kind of market economy that the Industrial Revolution grows out of. Many of these factors were also present in China, certainly in the Jiangnan area, the very wealthiest and most commercialized part of China. To a certain extent, also in parts of India, particularly in the Bengal region of India, where rather similar economic developments had been taking place. Nonetheless, it is in England that we see the Industrial Revolution actually taking place. There's a lot of debate about this, a lot of discussion about how this came to pass. Certainly part of it was the proximity that British early industrial manufacturers had to sources of energy, in particular coal, the existence of easily accessible coal reserves in close geographic proximity to centers of industrial activity meant that factories could grow and function more economically than in places where coal supplies and textile production, for example, were separated by long distances, which was certainly the case in China. The English also were very good at appropriating technologies, at seeing how an existing technology functioning on the basis of human labor power could be adapted to the use of steam power, of energy produced using coal. And in particular, they were able to adapt the textile weaving technology that they found in Bengal as they began to establish a greater presence in India. And by combining some of these large-scale loom technologies from India with steam power produced in England, we're able to dramatically transform textile production and launch really the sort of cutting-edge industry of the Industrial Revolution. Well, the material aspect of the Industrial Revolution is one dimension. The expansion of the capacity to produce goods, the reduction in the costs of production that mechanization and large-scale manufacture yielded. Changes in the technology, not just of producing goods, but of distributing them. Changes in transportation technology, the building of railroads in the 19th century, different kinds of power, technological innovations in shipbuilding and in the powering of ships, leading to faster transport in maritime communication, other kinds of technological innovations associated with the Industrial Revolution, some of which didn't really get put in place until later on in the 19th century. But all as a package, this material dimension of the Industrial Revolution creates a whole new platform for the production of wealth and the dissemination of those products into a global market. It changes the role that Europe had within the larger global system from one of essentially consuming manufactured goods produced elsewhere to producing cheap manufactured goods, which they then needed to market elsewhere. In conjunction with this material dimension, though, and certainly playing a very, very powerful role in this overall process, is the rise of a new ideology in the West. And this is the ideas that we associate perhaps most classically with the work of Adam Smith. It was in 1776 that he published his book, The Wealth of Nations. And in that, Smith argues that governments should basically refrain from intervention in the economy as much as possible and allow markets to function freely. Now, this was quite a transformation, quite a change. The dominant mode of economic activity, if you will, certainly in terms of large-scale international activities, had been what's called mercantilism. Mercantilism was essentially state-sponsored capitalism. If we look particularly at the question of the relationship between Europe and Asia, we can see a couple of classic mercantilist enterprises in the Dutch and English East India companies. These were royally chartered companies formed within just a couple of years of each other, around 1600 to 1603. And they had managed the trade between either Holland or England and the and the Far East. The English East India Company had come to concentrate its activities more and more in India, while the Dutch East India Company had concentrated its activities more and more in the islands of Southeast Asia. But they were very comparable in terms of their sort of organization and their animating principle. For Adam Smith, this was not the way to go. This was not the most effective way to promote trade and commerce. Now, of course, writing in 1776, the Industrial Revolution was barely getting underway. He was not really talking about the kind of industrial capitalist enterprise which becomes characteristic of the 19th century. And yet, the ideas of free trade which Smith enunciates really become most effective when they are placed in conjunction with the growth in the material capacity for production that the Industrial Revolution brings about. And so, at the beginning of the 19th century, what we find in the West, and most particularly in England, is a very potent combination of a developing industrial economy capable of producing goods in large quantities at relatively low prices, needing access both to raw materials and to markets for those manufactured goods, and possessing in conjunction with that capacity an ideology of free trade, which argues that markets everywhere should be open to everyone, and that the British, as international traders, should be able to go where they wish and deal with whomever they wish on terms basically of equality and open access. This is a very, very powerful ideology that that challenges the existing dominance of the great trading companies and suggests that if the state is involved at all, it should be involved solely to the degree of creating those conditions which allow private economic interests to maximize themselves. Well, the British were trading with China already, but they wanted to trade more. They wanted to trade more with everyone. At the end of the 18th century, and as they moved into the beginning of the 19th century, they were looking for a way to break in, if you will, to the Chinese market. They had been buying things from China for a long time. And this was the basic economic relationship between China and the West for centuries, that the Chinese had things, the Westerners came and bought them, and they bought them using silver. Silver flowed into China steadily over the centuries from the 16th century down to the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century. The British needed some way to change that, to break that established pattern, to overcome that existing relationship. At the beginning of the 19th century, they found a way to do so, and we'll see how that story unfolds in the next lecture. We come now really to the great turning point in modern Chinese history and in some ways in world history that the beginning of the 19th century represents. From this point until really very recent times now, the story of Chinese history that we've been following goes on to a rather negative decline, a rather negative trajectory. Problems arise, have been building up both within China and coming to China from outside. And it is at the beginning of the 19th century that we really begin to see these manifest themselves in much more serious ways. The end of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor in the mid-1790s is a good marker. It's a convenient, historically, sort of line of delineation, demarcation, where we can see that the very successes that the dynasty had achieved have begun to bear negative fruits. Population growth, which was, of course, a sign of the prosperity and the stability and the peace of the Qing Empire, which had been quite rapid, brought up to about 400 million people by the beginning of the 19th century, has started to push against available resources. The food supply, the land available for cultivation, simply reaches a point that it can't yield much more given the existing technologies and forms of cultivation and organization. The elites, whether they were the traditional elite of merchants, of literati, or the new elites of merchants, were very conservative, very concerned with protecting their wealth, their economic interests. We've seen, particularly for the literati, how repeatedly in the late imperial era of China, they had resisted efforts by the state to rationalize fiscal administration, to extract greater revenues from private sources. At the beginning of the 19th century, the strength of the literati elite remains very, very powerful. And with the passing of the Qianlong emperor, we get a succession of emperors. We move into a period where, although there are still good emperors, they're not as powerful, they're not as charismatic, they're not as dynamic as Kangxi and Qianlong in particular had been. Frustrations, resentments amongst the populace begin to manifest themselves in the form of rebellions. It had been a long time, over a century, since there had been large-scale insurrections, popular movements directed against the Qing. But beginning late in the 18th century and then accelerating in the beginning of the 19th century, new forms of mystical movements amongst the peasantry, new forms of popular insurrection begin to break out, targeting both private interests, local landlords, local wealthy families, and the representatives of the state, the local officials. As we've noted, the international context was also shifting. Trade becomes the great question. We've talked in the last lecture about the Industrial Revolution, about the rise of the doctrines of free trade, particularly flowing from the thought of Adam Smith. And both the increased economic capacity of the West and the changing ideology of free trade begins to come into conflict with the established relationship between China and the West, and particularly China and England, at this turning point of the 18th to 19th century. From about the middle of the 18th century, China had regulated its trade with the Western countries through what's called the Canton system, the Canton trade, or sometimes called the Kohong system. Under this system, trade only could take place in one location, in one port, which was Canton, or Guangzhou in Chinese, in the far south, as far away from the imperial capital as could reasonably be done. And that trade had to be conducted through middlemen, through agents, Chinese agents who were licensed by the state and who served as brokers between Western businessmen and Chinese businessmen. And these individuals were known as the Hong merchants. Now, this trade did function. It was quite a lively trade. But it was essentially a trade in which, as had been the pattern for centuries before this, the Western merchants brought silver to China, and with that silver, they then bought Chinese commodities, tea, silk, ceramics, lacquerware, other kinds of manufactured goods, which were in great demand in the West. This regulated system, this controlled system of trade, was quite satisfactory to the Chinese. They were certainly making a lot of money, and they had good outlets for their manufactured goods. It was in some ways satisfactory to the Western merchants because they were certainly acquiring goods which could be sold profitably in the West, but there was a sense that there was still great untapped potential, that there was still a tremendous amount of wealth to be had in dealing with China, if only a way could be found to sell the Chinese something which the Westerners had, which the Chinese wanted, and which the Chinese themselves would be willing to pay for, to pay perhaps not just in trade goods, but in silver, to reverse the flow of silver into China and start to balance it out a little better between the Europeans and the Chinese. In 1792, and again in 1816, sort of before and after the Napoleonic Wars, the great age of disruption in European affairs, the British sent diplomatic missions to China to try to open trade relations, or to try to establish what the British thought of as normal diplomatic intercourse and commercial relations between England and the Qing government. In both instances, these missions were received very politely, but were told essentially that the Chinese were simply not interested. There's a very famous letter that the Qianlong Emperor writes and sends to King George III, in which he thanks the British king for his interest, but says, we have everything that we need within our empire. We have no need for the shoddy goods that you can offer us. We welcome you to come and trade with us, but it has to be on our terms and in our way. Well, this was considered really unacceptable by the British, who were increasingly fueled by the passionate ideology of free trade, and saw the Chinese as being not simply reluctant to enter into a proper trading relationship, but completely anachronistic. Indeed, essentially began to see the Chinese as barbarians for their refusal to recognize the desirability and the legitimacy of an international trade regime based upon the ideas of Adam Smith. The key to all this remained the question of what did the British have that the Chinese might want to buy. And after about 1816, after the Napoleonic Wars are over and the British are able to sort of devote their attention to all this more seriously again, they finally come up with the key that unlocks the door to the wealth of China. And that key proves to be opium. Opium was a substance that was already familiar to the Chinese. It was produced in relatively small quantities in the far southwest of China. It was known as a medicine, a substance that could be used for certain particular utilitarian purposes for a very long time. Its non-utilitarian purposes, its non-medicinal purposes, had also been known and recognized in China for a long time. And indeed, one of the things that the Yongzheng Emperor had done back in the 1730s as part of his sort of social legislation was to impose regulations on opium, to restrict its use, to outlaw it as a recreational drug. So the Chinese were aware of opium and aware of some of the problems that perhaps came along with it. What the British found was that as they came into possession of increasing territories in India, and particularly in northeast India around Bengal, that they found the environment there, the farming conditions there, particularly suitable for the cultivation of opium. Opium was already grown there, but what the British did was to first go about undermining the existing cotton industry, in part, of course, because they didn't want competition with their expanding cotton industry and textile industry in England, but also because they wanted to convert the land which was being used for cotton production to opium production. And so this was done very aggressively, very assertively by the British authorities. And this resulted then in them having access to a large and growing supply of opium. They then discovered, first in Southeast Asia and then much more extensively in China, that they could market opium, particularly to the poorest strata of society, although people on all levels of Chinese society came to consume opium. And they discovered that indeed in South China there was a tremendous amount of potential demand for this commodity. And they began to ship opium in ever increasing volume from Bengal, from eastern India, around through Southeast Asia and up to the port at Canton, where it was offloaded and entered into the domestic economy of China. Between 1816 to 1830, the volume of opium shipped from India to China increased significantly every year. Well, the impact of this trade in China was dramatic. Millions of Chinese became addicted to opium. It became a tremendous social problem. People were not productive. The same kinds of concerns with crime and antisocial behavior that we associate with certain drug problems in contemporary society begin to manifest themselves in southern China in the context of the growing opium trade. On an economic level, the British were demanding payment for opium in silver. And this had the effect quite rapidly of reversing the flow of silver. Silver had been flowing into China. China had run a positive trade balance in terms of silver with the Western countries for centuries. In the decades from the mid 18 teens to the mid 1830s, that completely reverses, and silver begins to flow out of China at a very rapid rate, so much so that it leads to economic disruptions throughout the empire and starts to cause all sorts of adverse ripple effects within the domestic economy. And this, of course, comes to the attention of the government quite profoundly. By the 1830s, there were shortages of capital for investment. Prices were subject to dramatic fluctuation as the money supply was destabilized by the outflow of silver. And these kinds of economic effects, in addition to the adverse impact on social life that opium was having, began to be taken quite seriously by the Chinese government. The Qing state, however, was having problems dealing with these kinds of challenges. The government had become increasingly unresponsive. Conflicts, policy debates within the Qing leadership had bogged down. Efforts to deal creatively with problems were particularly frustrating because the bureaucratic mentality of always doing things the way they've always been done was quite strong. And so to try to propose new solutions, to try to find ways to address problems that weren't based on well-established precedent, this was very difficult. Revenues were declining. The outflow of silver and its adverse effects upon the economy meant that taxes were not being collected as extensively, and the capacity of the government to maintain its normal functions, to simply do things like maintain the infrastructure of the Grand Canal, which tends to silt up and needs to be dredged and maintained in various ways. Well, money for these kinds of activities began to become hard to come by, and this resulted in further problems. And of course, each of these problems, as it develops, only aggravates the existing ones, and the situation tends to go from bad to worse. Well, the Chinese realized that the opium trade was, in many ways, at the heart of their problems. It was a serious concern in terms of its social impact, and it was a serious concern in terms of its economic impact. And so the emperor began to seek ways in which to address this problem, seek ways to control the trade, or indeed to eliminate it. Opium was, after all, illegal as a recreational drug in China. It was, of course, not widely available in that sense in the West either. The West was certainly aware of the adverse effects. The British were very aware of the adverse effects of opium. The Qing government repeatedly protested to the British authorities, to British traders, and to the representatives of the British merchants about the evils of opium and its adverse effects on Chinese society and economic life. And the emperor then called for a debate amongst his officials about how best to deal with this problem. Many expressed their opinions. There's a very lively policy discourse around this. One individual in particular caught the emperor's attention, and this is a man named Lin Zexu. Lin Zexu was an experienced official. He had served in Central Asia in dealing with the security problems of that the Qing faced with the Muslim populations in Central Asia. And he had distinguished himself as an official who was able to be flexible and creative in dealing with problems, and who was concerned not merely with the formalities of effective government, but with addressing the needs of the subjects, addressing the needs of the people. Lin Zexu submitted a proposal, a memorial to the emperor, in which he suggested basically a two-track approach to the opium problem. On the one hand, he had a rather compassionate program towards individuals who had become addicted to opium. He advocated rehabilitation programs, in essence, sort of job retraining programs, things that sound very familiar to modern-day social reformers, to address the bad effects that opium addiction was having on people, to help them to shake their addictions, to give them ways to achieve more functional, more meaningful lives, and basically to address the demand for opium through these kinds of programs. At the same time, the other aspect of his program was one of strict prohibition of imports and sales. This was, after all, already the existing law. He simply advocated that it be enforced quite stringently. He felt that a combination of attacking the supply of opium by going after those who were importing and selling it, and undermining the demand for opium by providing these various social and rehabilitation programs for addicts, that these two approaches would, in combination, serve to eliminate this problem. Well, the emperor was very impressed with Lin Zexu's memorial, and it was debated and discussed at court. And eventually, in 1838, Lin Zexu was named to be imperial commissioner in charge of eradicating the opium trade in Canton. He travels south from the capital to Canton in the winter of 1838 to 1839, and in 1839 is finally ready to launch a serious campaign directed at stopping the flow of opium into China. He takes a very direct approach to this. In Canton, the foreign traders had warehouses, what they called factories, or sometimes they were called go-downs, places where their goods were brought ashore and stored before they were shipped off into to various destinations in the interior. Well, Lin Zexu, in the spring of 1839, ordered that opium, which was held in these warehouses, be confiscated. And a large quantity of opium was accordingly seized. And he had a large trench dug in the ground, and the opium was poured into this trench, dumped into the trench. Lime was then spread over it, and the whole concoction was burned. I gather that the lime was meant to, in some way, makes the burning of it more effective and less dangerous. When the Chinese destroyed these opium supplies, The British merchants, of course, were quite upset, and they demanded that something be done. The British military representatives at that time assured the merchants that they would be compensated by the crown, by the British crown, but Lin Zexu proved to be intent upon keeping the trade under control, keeping the trade shut down. And so the British, who thought that perhaps this was just a sort of one-off demonstration, and that some more pragmatic solution which would allow them to continue to trade might be found, were quite upset when it turned out that Lin Zexu had no intention of allowing the trade to resume. After a second round of destroying opium and no compensation being forthcoming, the British decided that they had to take action. The British debated this. There's quite a debate in Parliament over what to do about China. It is a debate which is framed largely not in terms of the opium trade, but on the more lofty principles of free trade in general. The British did not wish to present themselves, of course, as a drug cartel, which is essentially what they were, but instead argued on the basis of an economic doctrine. And so when war is declared and when the British fleet is sent out to attack China, it is done not on the basis of making the world safe for drug dealers, but on the basis of promoting the doctrines of free trade. Well, British military superiority, which was unquestioned at that time, the British fleet, British armaments, the industrialized British military, which had technologically been upgraded very, very significantly by the transformations of economic life in the West since the end of the 18th century, the British were able to inflict humiliating defeats upon the Chinese, and did so repeatedly. The war begins in 1839. It goes on until 1842. There are a series of periods of great activity. British naval forces sail into various ports along the South China coast and shell the cities, terrorizing the local population. When they come far enough north and begin to look like they might approach the imperial capital region, the Chinese enter into negotiations. But those negotiations go on over a very long time. The British launch a second phase of military activities, which brings them very close to the capital in the north. And this finally impels the Chinese side to reach a settlement. That settlement takes the form in 1842 of what's called the Treaty of Nanjing. Signed between the British and the Chinese government, the Qing government. It did a number of things. It opened a series of ports along the South China coast to British traders and allowed them to establish commercial residences in those ports. These come to be known as the treaty ports, of course, based on the Treaty of Nanjing itself. And they could trade freely without using the Cohong brokers. It ceded the island of Hong Kong, which had been occupied by the British and used as a base. It ceded that to Britain for 100 years. Eventually, of course, that is expanded and territory adjacent on the mainland is added to that, and that all remains in British hands until 1997. The Treaty of Nanjing also established a very important principle, which is called the principle of extraterritoriality. And the principle of extraterritoriality basically says that while British citizens are in China, they will be subject not to the laws of China, but to the laws of Britain. In other words, if they commit a crime in China, they will not be arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese authorities, but will be dealt with by the British. This was in response to a number of instances in which British sailors who had been ashore in Canton had been involved in violent incidents of one type or another and had been arrested and prosecuted by the Chinese and were treated in ways which the British felt were inappropriate for subjects of the crown. And so to protect foreigners in China, particularly the British themselves, they imposed the element of extraterritoriality in the Treaty of Nanjing. Well, the Treaty of Nanjing is signed in 1842 in rapid succession over the ensuing 2 or 3 years. Other Western powers also signed treaties with China. The United States signs its first treaty, I believe, in 1844. The French, the Dutch, the Russians all get in on the action fairly quickly. These treaties, each one adds a little more to the concessions which are being extracted from the Chinese. More ports are to be opened. A very important feature of these treaties is that they include what's called the No Most Favored Nation clause, which says that any concession which is granted to one power in a treaty automatically extends to all the powers which have treaties with China. So this sort of shares the benefits of imperialism amongst the foreign powers. Foreign missionaries were given legal protection to operate in China, to go into the interior on their proselytizing work. Excuse me. These provisions, the various aspects of the Treaty of Nanjing, are quite humiliating for the Chinese. China had, of course, always thought of itself in some ways as the center of the known world. The very name that's used for China in many instances of Zhongguo means the Middle Kingdom, the Central Kingdom. The traditional system of international relations in East Asia was one which was very focused on China as the center. When the Chinese dealt with the Westerners prior to the Opium War, they dealt with them as people who came almost from outside the realm of civilization. Now, to be defeated militarily, to be forced to sign treaties which opened up Chinese territory to the residents of foreigners, which took away from the Chinese the ability to govern and regulate trade. This was a tremendous blow to the sensibilities of the Qing government and of the Chinese people in general. The opening of the treaty ports, beyond this sort of psychological dimension, had significant economic impacts. Of course, the extension of the opium trade further exacerbated the problems associated with that. But even where there were, in some ways, positive impacts economically, where trade expanded or where the ports grew in their own context, the dislocations that this caused in other parts of the Chinese economy sometimes were quite severe. They sometimes led to rather unanticipated consequences, and we'll explore one particular instance of that that gives rise to a great rebellion, the Taiping Rebellion, in the next lecture. China's defeat by Britain in the Opium War and the opening of China to greater European influence, greater Western influences with the Treaty of Nanjing and the other treaties that other Western powers signed in the ensuing years, created new circumstances that put a lot of stress on the social life of southern China. Some of this, of course, came from the effects of the opium trade, the spread of addiction, but others were related to more fundamentally economic causes. The opening of the treaty ports, for example, resulted in the reorientation of traditional trade routes. People who had been involved in the transportation of goods in China's interior were in some instances thrown out of work as ports along the coast assumed a greater role in trade and interior markets were accordingly neglected somewhat. And there were a variety of other effects that began to be felt particularly in southern China, in the wake of these new circumstances. There were, of course, already plenty of problems within Chinese society, as we've talked about, stemming out of some of the weaknesses in the system, overpopulation, the limits on further economic expansion, stemming out of the population growth from the 17th and 18th centuries. Southern China, by the middle of the 19th century, was a place that was in many ways ready for fairly catastrophic events, and they came along quite appropriately. The particular circumstances of South China, because of its geography, because of the way that we've talked about several times, that it's hillier, population tends to be not spread so smoothly around the region, but concentrated in the lowlands and the valleys and coastal plain areas. There were, in certain areas of southern China, particularly the rural parts of Guangdong province, southern parts of Hunan province, there were local ethnic groups, local populations that had very distinctive cultural traditions. And one of these, not one of the formerly indigenous people, the people who had been displaced by Chinese migration and had moved up into the highlands, but actually people who had migrated from northern China themselves, who were themselves Chinese, but who were seen by their neighbors as different, people who were known as the Hakka, or in Mandarin, the Gejia, the guest families. These were families, northern Chinese families, who had moved to the south later on, after the initial waves of Chinese migrants had come south. And they therefore brought with them a culture, a northern culture, which was a little different from that which had evolved in local society. And they retained that distinctive quality. Indeed, they retain that distinctive sort of identity even today. Well, the Hakka people, because they were kind of marginal, somewhat outsiders in the larger context of South Chinese society, tended to really take care of each other, tended to be very self-reliant. But they were affected particularly strongly by some of the consequences of the opening of the treaty ports and of the internal problems that Qing society was facing early in the 19th century. And this made them perhaps more receptive to new ideas, more receptive to unusual ideas which were not part of the traditional cultural scene in China. An individual appears in South China who presents a really interesting story, who we're going to look at here, and I have to sort of put him into a special context, because it's unlike anything we've really dealt with thus far. This is a man whose name is Hong Shou-chuen, and Hong Shou-chuen was himself a Hakka, so he starts off as something of a special, in a sort of special situation. He was from a family that was not particularly wealthy, but was well enough off that they had been able to allow him to be educated and to prepare to take the examinations. And his ambition, his hope, was that through success in the examinations, he would be able to lift his family fortunes. So there was a lot invested in him, a lot invested in his education, a lot materially invested, and a lot psychologically invested in this idea that he was going to, in some ways, be the salvation of his family. He repeatedly took the entry-level examinations to get a start into the Confucian examination system, but each time he sat for the examinations, he failed. He was never successful in passing even the entry-level examinations. Now, to take these examinations, he would go into the large city of Guangzhou, or Canton as we know it, and When he would be in the city, of course, it was a very lively and dynamic city. It was a port city. It was a city where there was a strong Western presence, even before the Opium War, as the focal point of the trade with foreigners. And it was a city where he encountered people and ideas that were very different, very unfamiliar, very alien. Among the unusual people that he may have encountered in Guangzhou were Christian missionaries. And we know that, in fact, during one of his visits to take the exams, he was given a set of writings, of missionary tracts, which he didn't apparently pay a lot of attention to immediately, but took home with him, read them through, didn't really understand what all this was about, and sort of set them aside. A few years later, during another effort to pass the exams, another unsuccessful effort to pass the exams, he basically exhausted himself. He had studied so hard, worked so hard, and then the stress of the exams was so difficult, and the psychological blow of yet another failure seems to have caused him to have a kind of breakdown. He goes home, he takes to his bed, he spends weeks basically just trying to shut the world out. During that time, he had dreams or visions in which an old gentleman with a long white beard and a younger man with a dark beard appeared to him and talked with him. When he recovered from his breakdown, when he was back on his feet, he was reflecting on his dreams or his vision, and he took down these Christian tracts which he had been given years before, and he read through them again, and he had a sudden revelation, which was that the old man in the dream and the vision was God, the young man with the dark beard was Jesus, and that what they had been telling him was that he, Hong Shou-Chuen, was the younger brother of Jesus, and that it was his mission to bring the story of Christianity to the Chinese people. This launches him upon his life's work, and he abandons the idea of trying to pass the Confucian examinations, and indeed begins to develop an understanding of the world in which the whole Confucian system, the whole imperial order of China, is now seen as something that he has to overcome, something that he must speak out against, something that he must seek to do away with. Okay? And he therefore begins to create a movement with himself as the focal point to establish on earth a heavenly kingdom. Okay, this comes to be called the Taiping Tianguo, which means the heavenly kingdom of great peace. Okay, and this becomes Hong Shou-Chuen's mission. At first, in the late 1830s and to the beginning of the 1840s, this takes the form of something that he calls the Society of God Worshippers. Okay, and many of the people who were initially involved with the Society of God Worshippers were themselves from the Hakka community, but it grew beyond just being identified with this one particular social group. The Hakka are very important in the beginning of the Taiping movement because they give a body of followers with a high degree of social cohesion that Hong Shou-Chuen can work with when he gets started. But it is always his ambition to take this beyond just being a Hakka-centered phenomenon and to make it something which is for all the Chinese people. It's clear that right from the start, he has this vision of establishing the heavenly kingdom on earth for all the Chinese people. Well, Hong Shou-Chuen continues to have visions. He continues to develop a theological system in which his role as the younger brother of Jesus is the principal feature. As far as we can tell, he never reads the Christian Bible. His understanding of Christianity is almost entirely derived from these few simple missionary tracts which he had acquired and read through. He does later on undertake some more serious study of Christianity, but he certainly is not a scholar of the church or anything like that. Instead, his appeal is based apparently on his own personal charisma. His faith in himself, his belief in his mission was apparently quite compelling. And he attracts around himself a core of followers, some of whom were well educated, some of whom were fairly well-to-do people, merchants and others like that, even some officials. But the vast majority of his followers, of course, were ordinary farmers. They established in rural western Guangdong province, northwest of the great city of Canton, a kind of utopian commune based upon Hong Shou-chun's understanding of the sort of principles of primitive Christian communism. They had a very radical egalitarianism. There were to be no ranks, no hierarchy, which of course was a very thorough break with the Confucian idea of a well-ordered society in which everybody was in a certain hierarchical relationship to one another. For the Taiping, it was a very egalitarian vision. They abolished within the commune private property. Everything was to be shared communally. Everything was to be owned in common. Indeed, as time went by, they took on some very extreme sort of characteristics. There were sexual Puritans. In fact, they segregated men and women so that they lived in separate dormitories. Families were broken up. Marriage was seen as part of the traditional Confucian system, which needed to be rejected. It was a very thorough, a very comprehensive system for organizing society in ways which in many ways inverted the basic principles of the Confucian order. This apparently had a tremendous appeal because thousands and thousands of people came to take part in this movement. And in the course of the 1840s, it grew and it expanded territorially, and the number of people involved got to be greater and greater. And in the course of that, Hong Shou-chun's ambitions also grew, also developed, and he went from simply having a vision of a community that was separate from Chinese society, that was sort of a pure retreat from Chinese society, to taking that movement, taking that community as a base for launching an assault on the existing order and for trying to overthrow the Qing dynasty and to establish the heavenly kingdom right now, right there on earth in China. In 1850, they reached a point where it was time to act on these ambitions, and Hong Shou-chun, along with a number of his other leaders, he evolves a system in which he is the heavenly king, and then he had four sort of subordinate assistant kings who represented the different cardinal directions: the king of the east, the north, the south, the west, and they were sort of the governing elite, the central leadership within the Taiping movement as a whole. So under that leadership, in 1850, they launch a military campaign, and they move from Guangdong province in the far south of China. They start to head north. They fight their way up through central China, through Hunan province, which borders on Guangdong at the south and on the Yangtze River at the north. And so they make their way up through Hunan province. They fight against the armies of the Qing dynasty and defeat them and drive them away. As they go, their appeal to the peasants of Hunan, their appeal to the poor, the marginalized populations of central China is quite effective. And large numbers of people flock to join the Taiping movement. And it just, as it progresses north, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes along. When they reach the Yangtze River, they turn east, and head downriver until they come to Nanjing, which was a great city, one of the truly great cities of the empire. It had, of course, been the southern capital during the Ming Dynasty, and even under the Qing, although it no longer had the role of being a secondary imperial capital, it was the seat of government for that part of China, and it still had its ancient city walls. It still had the palaces of the former Ming emperors. It was a very, very wealthy and rich, glorious city. The Taiping occupy Nanjing and proclaim it to be their heavenly capital. And from 1854, when they finally reach Nanjing, they make it the center of their movement for the next 10 years. During that decade, especially in the first 2 or 3 years, they continue to fight to try to expand their territory. They send an expedition to the north that doesn't really succeed very well. It fights its way north, but then turns and heads back south without really reaching the Qing capital at Beijing, and returns to Nanjing. They also fight in the area south and east of Nanjing, and indeed over time the territory that they control sort of shifts around. Initially they have more strength in the west, but later on their control shifts over further to the east. Once they are in Nanjing, the Heavenly Kingdom undergoes some changes which prove to be quite problematic. Most particularly, once they occupy this great capital city, Hong Shou-chuen and the other kings move into the former imperial palaces. And when they settle in there, they begin to really live a much more imperial kind of life. They eat very well, they have lots of luxuries, and perhaps most significantly, they establish a kind of harem for themselves in the imperial residence. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Taiping followers continue to live in circumstances of Puritanism, egalitarianism, and indeed relative poverty. As many as 100 million people seem to have been involved in the Taiping movement at its peak. This was perhaps a quarter of the population of China. They controlled a significant territory, several southern provinces, parts of Jiangsu and Jiangxi, Zhejiang province on the coast, Hunan province and Hubei province in central China. At least parts of all these provinces were under Taiping control. So it was geographically a very extensive space and controlled a very large population. Now, the differential in lifestyle that emerges once they reach Nanjing begins to be a problem. There's some resentment on the part of ordinary members of the Taiping movement towards this luxurious lifestyle that Hong Shou-chuen and the other kings are leading. The enthusiasm of ordinary families, ordinary people, for this very austere lifestyle, for the sexual segregation, for the breaking up of families, seems to have waned as time went on. It was very difficult to maintain that level of intensity and enthusiasm year after year after year, particularly once they had settled in with Nanjing as the capital, and once the phase of real active military campaigning had come to an end. So tensions begin to build up within the Taiping community, within the Taiping kingdom itself. Well, while all this is going on, of course, the dynasty has to respond in some way. The outburst of the Taiping movement in South China and its march up through Hunan and then its occupation of Nanjing, these are very, very problematic from the point of view of the government. The Qing dynasty has suffered these great military defeats and humiliations at the hands of the British and the other Western powers, and now they have to deal with this very, very serious threat from within. they're not very effective initially at doing so. The military situation within the country is not good. The Qing dynasty military system had two basic components. On the one hand, were what were called the banners, and this was the military system of the Manchus themselves, which they had built up before the conquest, had been the system they used in conquering China. And Manchu banners, which were not solely composed of Manchu people. There were Chinese and Mongol and other ethnic members within the banner system. But the banner troops were sort of the elite troops. But then there were also what was called the Green Standard Army, which were the ordinary Chinese troops. And there were many, many more of these than there were of the banner forces. But both the banner forces and the Green Standard Army by the 1850s were not in very good shape. They weren't very well trained. Discipline wasn't very high. They weren't very well equipped. Many of the banner troops hadn't seen action in over a century. They tended to preserve their traditions, but not very well. And the Green Standard Army hadn't been used extensively since the suppression of Wu Songwei's rebellion back in the 1670s and early 1680s. So these were not military organizations in their fighting prime. And they melted away to a large extent as the Taiping made their way north. The dynasty then had to find a way to make a more effective response. And what they did was to turn to a new source of organization and a new source of support for military activities. What they wound up doing, and this becomes very significant politically, even after the Taipings are suppressed, was to turn to local Chinese elites. As we've seen in the past, going all the way back certainly to the Sung dynasty, and in many ways even prior to that, the local elites, the literati, in their capacity as the wealthy families in local communities, performed a lot of quasi-governmental functions, and these often included providing local kinds of security, perhaps local militias, anti-bandit activities, things like that. Well, now the Qing state decides to appeal to local leaders to assume a greater role in what they're arguing is basically local self-defense. And the classic example of this is a man called Zheng Guofan. Zheng Guofan was from Hunan province, which had been the province that the Taiping had marched through and which the imperial military had been completely unable to defend. Zheng Guofan is given the responsibility on the one hand, but also the authority by the Qing government to organize local troops, to come up with some new way to put together an effective military force in central China. Most significantly, or most helpfully, he's also given a new financial basis to do this on. Part of the problem with the banner troops and the Green Standard Army is that they're not paid very well. There's not resources in the imperial treasuries to support them. Well, Zheng Guofan is given control over a new source of revenue, and this is what's called the Legion, which is a kind of it's a tariff on trade in local trade. Okay, if goods are moving about within Hunan province or into the province or out of the province at various border stations, very modest tariffs are collected. But Hunan is a very wealthy province. It's a province where there's a lot of trade going on. It's a big tea growing province, a rice exporting province. And so there's a fair amount of trade to be taxed. And the Legion becomes a new source of revenue. And the revenue that's generated through these tariffs is put into Zheng Guofan's hands. It's like, here's your funds. Use these. Do something to put these Taiping down. Well, Zheng Guofan proves to be more than equal to the task, and he takes these resources, he recruits soldiers, he hires professionals to help train them, and very quickly he puts together what comes to be called, not surprisingly, the Hunan Army. Other local leaders in other parts of central China also get involved in this process. Zheng Guofan is perhaps the best known, and in some ways sort of the theoretician of all this. He writes a lot about it, and these writings are still very popular in China even today. He equips the Hunan army with the latest kinds of weaponry. He pays them well, clothes them well, feeds them well. They're very well disciplined. And he then begins, towards the end of the 1850s, beginning of the 1860s, to deploy them in campaigns directed against the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. The Western powers also have an interesting role in all this. The treaty ports that are opened in the wake of the Treaty of Nanjing, the Opium War, are along the South China coast. The most northerly of them is Shanghai, which, when it is opened as a treaty port, is a relatively obscure fishing village, but grows quite quickly, since it's the treaty port closest to the mouth of the Yangtze River, grows quite quickly to be a very, very large city. And by the time that the Taiping Rebellion is in full swing, and by the time the Taiping are occupying Nanjing, although it's only been about a decade since Shanghai is opened as a treaty port, it has already grown to have a significant Western presence. It becomes, in a sense, sort of the capital of the Europeans in China. Now, the Europeans find themselves in an interesting situation because Hong Xiuquan claims to be a Christian. He presents his rebellion as a Christian movement. He is, of course, Jesus' younger brother, so he appeals to the Westerners in many ways as a figure that might be easier to deal with, that might be better to deal with than the Qing government. The Qing government are after all, heathens, non-Christians, barbarians, however you want to think of it. And so there's an interest on the part of at least some in the Western community about what's going on with this heavenly kingdom, with this Hong Xiuquan fellow. They send a diplomatic delegation to Nanjing that meets with the Taiping leadership. And the result of this is that they come to see Hong Xiuquan not as someone that can be allied with, not as someone that can be really sort of integrated into the Christian community, but they come to see him basically as a lunatic, as someone who is has delusions and who is claiming a divine status for himself. And of course, this is not really going to work very well with established Christian teachings and doctrine. So the Western powers do not decide to rally to the support of the Taiping, and indeed, after some reflection, they decide that their interests are best served by sustaining the role of the Qing state. And so there's some Western military intervention in support of the Qing government. Well, in 1864, the Taiping kingdom finally falls. Zheng Guofan's Hunan army defeats and destroys the last remnants of the Heavenly Kingdom. There are great massacres when Nanjing is taken, and in other places, great battles are fought and won by the Qing. And the rebellion, which was only one of a number of challenges, but certainly the greatest, the most dynamic one in the middle of the 19th century of domestic rebellions in China, is put down, is brought to an end. By this time, the West has established its position quite firmly. The Qing state now is something which the Western powers want to preserve and maintain. Their role, minimal as it may have been, in the suppression of the Taiping is significant. The Chinese now have to decide, and the Manchu rulers have to decide, where they're going from here. How can they respond to the continued presence of the West, the continued threat that implies? We'll see some of the efforts that they make in the next lecture. China's defeat in the Opium War and then the trauma of the Great Taiping Rebellion in the middle of the 19th century shook the foundations of the Qing dynasty quite profoundly. The dynasty survived both these challenges, but it knew, or at least some within the leadership knew, that if China wanted to flourish again, if China wanted to ever reclaim a more upright position in the community of nations, that some sort of change was going to have to take place. In the years from the 1860s through the early 1890s, certain leaders, both within the Chinese and the Manchu elites, began to pursue a program designed to give China the ability to stand up to the Western powers, to not have to simply accept the humiliations of economic dependency, of the treaties, the unequal treaties as they came to be called, the doctrines such as extraterritoriality, under which foreigners were not subject to Chinese law but only to their own regulation. This movement from the 1860s through the early 1890s comes to be called the self-strengthening movement. The idea being that China couldn't rely on outsiders, couldn't rely on the foreign powers to take care of it. They obviously were pursuing their own interests, which were often antithetical to those of China. If China wished to be strong enough to assume its own control of its own destiny, they had to strengthen themselves. And so the self-strengthening movement is the response of some leaders within the Chinese government to these challenges. The 1860s was a time when it was possible to make some changes in China, in the Qing government, because a young emperor had come to the throne in 1860. And being young, he was subject to a regency, a council of his elders who guided his reign. And those elders, among them were some officials who were very receptive to the need for new solutions to the problems China was facing. Leaders like Zheng Guofan, that we mentioned in the last lecture, who became a military reformer and put together the Hunan army that was so critical in the suppression of the Taiping movement, and other provincial leaders amongst the Chinese emerged in the course of the self-strengthening movement to really provide the brains of an effort to get China back on its own feet. The 1870s and 1880s are really the core of the self-strengthening period. During that time, the Chinese undertook a number of fairly diverse initiatives to try to improve their situation. On one hand, they recognized that the superior position of the West was largely founded simply on military strength. The British in the Opium War in 1839 to 42 had not really met serious resistance from the Chinese. The superiority of British weapons, the superiority of British naval vessels was so clear that the Chinese realized, that the self-strengthening leaders realized that they were going to have to find a way to counter that. And the way to do that was to develop their own modern military sector. Part of the way they went about this was to simply try to buy ships and equipment from the Western powers. But they recognized that even that was not enough. If they really wanted to develop a sense of self-reliance, if they really wanted China to be able to advance on the military front, they had to be responsible for their own armaments. The British, who sold the Chinese a number of warships and other military systems in the second half of the 19th century, were always very careful to make sure that the equipment that they sold was outdated and often obsolete from their own military perspective. They were willing to sell it off to the Chinese, knowing that it would not be equal to the equipment that they themselves were currently putting in the field. So if the Chinese wanted to keep up with, to try to catch up with the British in any way, they were going to have to do this on the basis of their own resources. Accordingly, they established a great arsenal and a great shipyard. The shipyard near the mouth of the Yangtze River, the arsenal near the central Chinese city of Hankou, which is part of the much larger urban area of Wuhan today, also on the Yangtze River. The arsenal at Wuhan was also near sources of coal and iron ore, so that they were able to begin the process of developing a steel industry as well, which initially was designed to supply military needs, but eventually extended beyond that as well. So developing a modern Western-style military was one priority for the self-strengthening reformers. A second, which was certainly not unrelated, had to do with learning about Western science and technology. This was, of course, fundamental to successfully opening and operating these industries and armaments factories and things like that. But there was a recognition that Western superiority went beyond just the military field. There was an understanding of sorts about the nature of industrial production in Europe, particularly in England, and a sense that Western science gave to the imperialist powers part of the strength that allowed them to dominate China. So the Qing government set up a bureau for translating Western books and publishing them and circulating them amongst the educated elite in China. Initially, these were focused primarily on very practical books, books about science and technology. But after a large number of those had been translated, they also began to look at works on social science, works on political theory, and particularly, they became particularly interested with a lot of the Western writing at this time that we can associate with the idea of social Darwinism, the idea that societies, that nations compete, and that international relations was in some ways a kind of survival of the fittest. And of course, this fit in nicely with the thinking of the self-strengthening reformers, because what they wanted to do was make China fitter in the competition for survival. Finally, they realized a third dimension of the self-strengthening movement was a realization that there was a need to restructure the way that China related to other countries in the world. The international order which the Qing dynasty was used to functioning in, and which had been the norm for previous dynasties, was one in which China was at the center, and other countries generally were expected to come and pay their respects. It's often referred to as the tribute system. Delegations from countries around China would come to the capital and pay their respects to the emperor and offer various kinds of tribute goods, and the emperor would then give them very rich presents that they would take back to their country. And this was seen as sort of the normal pattern of relations, where other countries paid homage and respect to China. Obviously, this wasn't working with the Western powers, and China was forced to pay homage and respect to the British and the French and the Americans and all the other Western powers. They recognized, though, that amongst the Western powers, there was a system which was supposedly based on equality among nations. The very concept of treaties between nations is based on the idea that both parties are equal, that they sign these agreements. These are essentially contracts between nations, and so they should be signed between equal parties. The real content of the treaties that were in place in the 19th century were unequal. They were dictated, the terms were dictated by the power of the Western countries, and China simply had to basically accept whatever was offered to them. But they realized that the rhetoric, at least, of international law, of international relations, was one that was based upon diplomatic relations amongst equal partners. And to give China the ability to participate more fully in that system, they created a new institutional structure for China's international relations, which was focused on what's called the Zhongli Yamen. The Zhongli Yamen was a sort of foreign ministry, and that was what that was the the governmental body, which then became responsible for handling diplomatic interaction with the Western powers. These efforts were certainly very sincere and pursued quite assiduously by their advocates, but they were really not sufficient to solve the problems that China was confronted with. For one thing, the self-strengtheners, although many of the leading officials in China at the time participated in the movement, were never a real majority. They were never the dominant group within the imperial bureaucracy or even within the councils of state at the capital. They were prestigious. They were certainly successful individuals within the imperial system, but as a movement, they never came to be the real mainstream of Chinese policy. And resistance to modernization was perhaps more characteristic of the conservative majority amongst Chinese officials. So there were efforts to undermine the position of the self-strengtheners. There were efforts to sort of preserve the old ways, a very classic bureaucratic mentality. We don't want to do new things. We don't want to try new approaches because this is the way things have always been done. And there was certainly plenty of that mentality within the Chinese and Manchu elites. The insufficiency of the self-strengthening movement begins to be demonstrated in the mid-1880s when China was defeated in a war with France. France was at this point attempting to establish, and indeed being successful in establishing, their control over Indochina. Vietnam in particular had always been a close ally, almost a dependency of China. And they appealed to China, to the Qing, to defend them against the French. And the Chinese did indeed send part of their modernized navy down to the Gulf of Tonkin, but they were defeated by the French. And this was a further humiliation and certainly a setback for the self-strengtheners. 10 years later, the failures of the self-strengthening movement really were most clearly revealed in a war between China and Japan. Without going into the details of the history of Japan at this time, suffice it to say that when Japan had been forcibly opened by the Western powers, by the United States in the 1850s, they had decided to embark upon a campaign of modernization in a thoroughgoing, all-out kind of way. The Meiji Restoration in the late 1860s set the Japanese on a course of out-and-out modernization, industrialization, westernization. And by the end of the 19th century, they had gone a long way to achieving those objectives. They had developed their economy, developed their military, established their position in the system of international relations, almost on a par with that of the great Western powers. This was demonstrated in the War of 1894 to 1895, which was fought largely in Korea and over issues of who was going to control Korea, but in the course of which the Japanese simply inflicted one defeat after another on the Chinese. On land, they defeated the modernized forces of the Chinese army, and at sea, they were successful in destroying much of the modern component of the Chinese fleet. So the war, the Sino-Japanese War, as it's called, was an even greater humiliation for China. It was one thing to be defeated by the Europeans. They were barbarians, yes, but they were foreign strangers. No one really knew much about them prior to the Opium War. There was almost a disdain on the part of the Chinese to learn that much about these Europeans until they had to be taken seriously based on their military strength. The Japanese were very familiar and had always been seen as sort of little brothers, sort of junior partners in the cultural system of East Asia. To have the Japanese now inflict this kind of military humiliation on China was very dispiriting, to say the least. In fact, the defeat, which was finalized in a treaty, the Treaty of Shimonoseki in 1895, triggers a protest movement in China. Candidates for the imperial examinations assembling at the capital in Beijing circulate a petition which gets several thousand signatures and is submitted to the court demanding that a more effective response to imperialist aggression be made. Leaders of this movement, in particular a man named Kang Youwei and another Liang Qichao. Kang and Liang worked very closely together. Began to write articles, began to publish newspapers, wrote memorials to the throne. Both Kang and Liang had passed the examinations and were minor officials and had the right to submit memorials to the throne. And they were joined in this by other officials in other parts of China as well. They advocated that the Qing government adopt a more thoroughgoing program of reform, not just of sort of piecemeal modernization, but of complete institutional restructuring to give China a more effective modern-style government, in some ways along the lines of what the Japanese had been doing since the Meiji Restoration. In 1898, after 3 years of agitation around these themes, the reformers got a chance to put their ideas into action. The emperor at that time, known as the Guangxu Emperor, had come to the throne as a very young man and had been dominated by his ancestor, the Empress Dowager Cixi, a very, very famous and powerful woman in Chinese history. But in the early 1890s, Cixi had sort of retired from the day-to-day oversight of the court and had allowed Guangxu to assume more responsibility for managing the affairs of state. Well, in 1898, Guangxu is convinced by the arguments of the reformers that it's necessary to save China to embark on a program of fairly radical reform. And from the middle of June till the middle of September 1898, we have what comes to be called the 100 Days, the 100 Days of Reform. And in this period, Guangxu listened to the advice of a number of his officials. He received further ideas from Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao and others. And he issued a series of edicts designed to streamline administration, to reduce bureaucracy, to open up the channels for popular input so he could know more about what was going on in the empire and what the desires and aspirations of ordinary people were. He appointed a number of the advocates of reform to high positions, including in the Grand Council, and appeared to be quite well embarked upon a process of transforming the machinery of the imperial state. But as with the self-strengtheners, there were many people in the Qing establishment who were uncomfortable, who were quite resistant to the 100 Days reforms, and who either simply ignored them, sort of passively sat things out, waiting to see how things would really develop, or actively resisted them, simply refused to implement them, or conspired to try to undermine the reformers. Eventually, in mid-September, conservative Manchu officials and some Chinese officials, in particular a man named Yuan Shikai, who was, ironically enough, commander of the modern troops within the Chinese army, decided that the reforms had gone too far, and they, along with Cixi, the Empress Dowager, resolved to put an end to this, to put a stop to this. And accordingly, the emperor was effectively placed under house arrest. The leading reformers were rounded up. 8 of them were executed. Kang Youwei and Liang Qichao managed to get tipped off and fled Beijing, made their way to Shanghai, eventually to Japan. And the reforms were brought to a complete halt. This ended what had been perhaps the last best hope for getting the Qing dynasty onto a course of modernization, which might have given it the capacity to enter into a modern political era, an era where it could have remained as the effective government and leadership of China. But by terminating the reforms, by bringing this process to an abrupt and violent end, Cixi had signaled that a more conservative orientation, a more traditional orientation was going to remain dominant. While these events were transpiring in the capital, other things have been going on out in provincial life, which now began to come together with high-level elite politics, and really brings about a very violent conclusion to the 19th century, and sets the stage for the final collapse of the dynasty. And this is what we know as the Boxer Rebellion. Now, the Boxer Rebellion is, in many ways, part of a long tradition of popular peasant movements in Chinese history, in Chinese society. If we go all the way back to the Han Dynasty, we talked a little bit about the peasant rebellions late in the 2nd century that were part of the collapse of the Han. Similar movements were involved in the fall of many dynasties as the course of Chinese history progressed. Often these popular movements were religious in nature or had a strong spiritual component, and that is certainly the case with the Boxers. The name that we use for this group, we call them the Boxers, is based upon the fact that it arises from, and their leaders certainly were involved in, a martial arts school, a martial arts movement. They believed that by practicing certain kinds of exercises, spiritual exercises, and physical exercises, they would make themselves invulnerable. They would assume sort of supernatural powers, and they would not, for example, be hurt by bullets fired from the guns of the Westerners. This was a movement that spread quite rapidly. It had its center in the western part of Shandong province, a little southeast of the capital. And this was an area that had its own very particular circumstances. It was an area that was relatively poor. It was an area where popular peasant movements had arisen many times in the past, earlier in the 19th century. And it was an area also where there was a very strong foreign presence. The Germans, in particular, had acquired concessions in Shandong province at the city of Qingdao, which, of course, is where they establish a brewery, which is still very popular today. But the German presence in Shandong went far beyond Qingdao, and indeed there were many German missionaries in the interior of Shandong province. And this fed into a number of problems in local society. The missionaries, of course, were seen as aliens, as foreigners intruding into China. But Chinese who converted to Christianity, who took up the Christian message, were also seen as problematic in local society. For one thing, some Chinese became Christians, perhaps not out of a completely sincere religious experience, but because there were material benefits to be gained. Benefits in terms of access to charity, access to food supplies sometimes. So these people were often disparaged as rice Christians by their neighbors, but also protection. The missionaries were under the protection of the Qing government, under the terms of the treaties, and often Christians, Chinese Christians, would use their affiliation with this foreign religion to gain an advantage in lawsuits or other kinds of disputes in local society. So there was a lot of resentment, a lot of tension that focused around the presence of the German missionaries. The Boxers took it upon themselves to basically purify their communities, to purify their society. They were pretty much localized in Western Shandong to begin with, but they had the sense of being part of a great national empire-wide movement or mission to free China from the domination and control of the foreign barbarians. Initially, the Boxers directed part of their antipathy towards representatives of the Qing government. Because the Qing government, under the terms of the treaties, protected the Christian missionaries and Chinese Christians, the Qing government was seen as perhaps being equally part of the problem. But especially after the suppression of the reforms of 1898, the Qing government began to sort of change its tune and began to be more sympathetic, more encouraging to movements like the Boxers. And the governor of Shandong province made a number of proclamations about, the Boxers aren't such a bad thing, and we should support and encourage their patriotic spirit. He wouldn't have used those terms, but that kind of idea. That encouragement by 1898 led the Boxers to sort of step up their activities, and they became a much more aggressive and dynamic movement. And as they did so, they also began to attract larger and larger numbers of followers. In the winter of 1899 to 1900, they moved out of Shandong province and began to make their way north towards Tianjin. Tianjin was a great treaty port southeast of Beijing. And eventually, by the summer of 1900, they marched on the imperial capital. They entered into the capital. They were well received. The imperial army did not try to keep them out or inhibit their activity. And indeed, the Empress Dowager, Cixi, who was now firmly in control of the government, proclaimed that she was on the side of the Boxers. The Boxers began to confront the Westerners that they found in Beijing, and by June of 1900, they laid siege to the diplomatic quarter or the legation quarter in the eastern side of the city of Beijing, where all the foreign countries had their diplomatic missions. This siege lasted for some 55 days and was only lifted when an international military force with components from 8 different countries, including, most interestingly perhaps, Japan, which was now seen as a sort of equal partner with the other imperialist powers, fought their way from Tianjin up along the railway line and entered Beijing at the middle of August, and were able to defeat the Boxers and relieve the siege of the diplomatic quarter. The Western powers then occupied Beijing. The emperor and the Empress Dowager fled, ran away from the capital. This was, of course, yet another tremendous humiliation. The mystical power of the Boxers to resist foreign weapons proved to be completely meaningless. There was no substance to that, of course. And this left the Qing state once more prostrate before the Western powers. A treaty is signed to allow the Qing government to resume its activities. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are to come back to the capital. Certain Chinese government leaders who had supported the Boxers were executed. Of course, many of the Boxers were killed. Under the terms of what comes to be known as the Boxer Protocol, China was forced to pay an indemnity to the Western powers, large amounts of money, which they could ill afford, and which they had to draw from their maritime customs receipts. The maritime customs were themselves administered by foreign officials. So it was just a really terrible set of blows to the dignity of the dynasty. And it pretty much signaled that the Qing state was no longer really a viable, workable government for China. The days of the dynasty were pretty clearly numbered. It lasted just about another decade. But during that decade, new alternative ideas about China's future became much more influential and much more significant. Revolutionary movements designed to overthrow the entire imperial heritage and establish a modern form of government for China were waiting in the wings. And we'll see the drama of how that story unfolds in our next lecture. The crushing of the Boxer Rebellion and the treaty that was imposed upon China in its wake were, in some ways, the last of the series of humiliations that the Western powers were able to impose upon the Qing dynasty. The shock from this final blow was sufficient to rally even the more conservative members of the Qing elite to a realization that something had to be done if they wanted to preserve their position, that they needed to make changes which they didn't particularly like, they didn't particularly find to be attractive, but which they came to finally realize were simply a matter of survival. And the final decade of the dynasty is one in which reforms are adopted, one after another, which would have been unthinkable, and clearly had been unthinkable for these same leaders only a few years earlier. Perhaps the most remarkable of these comes in 1905, when the Confucian examination system is abolished. The examination system had been operating pretty much without interruption since 1380, and of course had its origins, its roots well over 2,000 years prior to its abolition. It had been the perhaps most important institution, the most important cultural apparatus within China's political system, within the intellectual life of the educated elite for over 1,000 years. And to have it simply be swept away as a political gesture in 1905 was a very, very dramatic event. Many of the reforms that had been proposed and adopted and then rescinded in 1898 were now once again put into place. A blueprint for transforming the Qing state from an absolute monarchy into a constitutional monarchy, to create organs of political consultation and participation for new elite sectors in the cities and ports, as well as the traditional land-based literati elite, was developed, and a plan was adopted to create provincial assemblies, which would actually begin to function by about 1916. These measures, however, were not really sufficient to the situation. They were developed and began to be implemented in the years between 1901 and 1908. But even at that time, there were already many in China who felt that reforming the dynastic system was no longer the question, and that really what was necessary was to begin to seek some kinds of more radical transformation, to put Chinese society, to put Chinese political life on a non-imperial basis, a non-traditional basis, and indeed to adopt Western-style political systems and political ideas to bring China into the modern world. Interestingly, at this time, we get a revival of anti-Manchu ideas. The Manchus had been the rulers of China since the conquest in 1644. I mentioned when we talked about the Qing conquest, the siege of Yangzhou and the massacre that takes place after the city is captured. Beginning around the 1890s, the story of the siege of Yangzhou begins to resurface, begins to be reprinted and circulated amongst political circles, and a sense that the Manchu conquerors are in part responsible for the weakness of China, that doing away with the alien regime, as it comes to be called, is part of what's necessary to free China to be able to respond effectively to the challenge of modernity. This becomes part of the political discourse and is certainly on the agenda of many. And it blends with the broader anti-Western, anti-imperialist nationalism that was also growing during these years. One individual emerges as perhaps the most representative figure in the quest for a radical alternative, a revolutionary solution to the problems facing China, and this is Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen, even today, remains a very, very popular figure, often referred to as the father of modern China. You'll see portraits of him in public places, not only in Taiwan, where the political organizations that he had founded continue to be dominant, but even on the mainland, even under the communist regime, Sun Yat-sen is seen as the great national hero. Sun Yat-sen was actually born in the far south in Guangdong province near Hong Kong. He was educated partially in Hong Kong, partially in Hawaii, which at that time was still an independent kingdom. His brother lived in Hawaii, and Sun, as a young man, spent time there living with his brother and going to school. In the 1880s, Sun Yat-sen began to be attracted to ideas of radical change. He, by virtue of sort of having a position in both the traditional culture of China and a great exposure to the ideas of the West that he saw both in the British Crown colony of Hong Kong and in Hawaii, which, although still an independent country, certainly had strong cultural influences from America and Britain. He came to believe that the imperial system held China back, and that a republic, a modern Western-style republican system, would be the solution needed to put China on the path of modernization. In the 1890s, he began to build a political movement, an avowedly revolutionary movement, aiming not to reform and adapt to the institutions of the imperial state, but to abolish them and replace them. After the defeat of China in the Sino-Japanese War in 1895, the failure of the reform movement in 1898, and the further debacle of the Boxer Rebellion in 1899 and 1900, Sun's ideas began to become more and more popular. Many young Chinese, educated Chinese, turned away from the efforts to salvage what they saw as the moribund regime of the Qing, and saw Sun's ideas of a revolutionary transformation of China as the way to go, as the more attractive option. He puts together, in the first decade of the 20th century, a sort of umbrella organization called the Tongmeng Hui, or the Revolutionary League, which brought anti-Qing groups of a range of ideas with a range of particular political perspectives together to strengthen them by giving them a common focus and a common program. He traveled extensively within China and increasingly outside China, around the world, speaking in public, speaking to overseas Chinese communities, and raising money. He was apparently a very effective communicator, did a very good job of political agitation and propaganda, and was a first-rate fundraiser. He probably made in some ways, his major contributions by raising money to support various kinds of revolutionary activities. Some of those revolutionary activities took the form of military uprisings, or at least violent popular uprisings against Qing government officials in various parts of China, particularly in the far south. None of these, however, were successful. They all were rather botched efforts and the reputation of the nationalist movement, the revolutionary movement, was certainly not as a highly effective rebel organization or terrorist group, but rather more as a political movement. All these efforts to spark a popular rebellion which would overthrow the dynasty ended in failure. In 1911, however, the dynasty does collapse, and the way that this comes about was rather particular. The efforts of reform, which had been put in place in the wake of the Boxer Rebellion, begin to stall out after 1908. In 1908, both the Guangxu Emperor and the Empress Dowager Cixi die. In fact, they die within just a few hours of each other. The Guangxu Emperor the evening before the death of the Empress Dowager Cixi. And as a result of this, a little boy named Puyi is placed on the throne, and he becomes the last of the Qing emperors, made famous, of course, by Bertolucci's film of that name, The Last Emperor. As a little boy, of course, he didn't exercise any actual political authority, and his conservative uncles, who constituted a regency council for him, slowed down the reform program, which Cixi had been presiding over. As a result of this, even the minimal progress that the Qing had been making towards sustaining itself through political adaptation comes to a halt, and the dynasty enters into a sort of final period of rigidity. Within the dynastic system, however, there is one sector where modernization and particularly modern ideas are becoming increasingly powerful, and this is the military. The military had been, of course, the subject of a lot of efforts by the self-strengtheners in the 1870s and 1880s and into the early 1890s. And even after the defeat of the modern Chinese army by the Japanese in 1895, there were still efforts made to develop a modern sector in the Chinese military. Again, after the Boxer Rebellion, after the eight-power imperialist army comes into China in 1900, when it's withdrawn in 1901, the Chinese army goes back on a program of modernization. And a very somewhat puzzling figure, certainly a critical player in this process, is a man named Yuan Shikai. Now, Yuan Shikai, we met briefly earlier in the context of the 1898 reforms. He was one of the Chinese officials who turned against the reformers, sided with the Empress Dowager Cixi, and took part in the suppression of the reforms in 1898, which in some ways seems sort of out of character, perhaps as a modernizer, as an advocate of the modern army within the Qing state. One would have expected to see him be on the side of the reformers of 1898. But for his own reasons, he chose not to support them, and instead to ally himself with the conservative elements amongst the Manchu leadership. But that winds up preserving his power and influence, and in the first decade of the 20th century, he is one of the more powerful figures, and certainly one of the more powerful Chinese officials within the Qing government. In 1911, he comes to play a pivotal role. The modern military, the modern units within the military, had become a focal point for political activity. This in some ways was probably an unintended consequences of the efforts to modernize the army, but the officer corps in particular, and especially the junior officers who were reasonably well educated, were exposed to Western ideas, not just about military affairs, but about history and politics, began to develop ideas of their own, which were rather radical and progressive. The Revolutionary League, the Tongmenghui, Sun Yat-sen's organization, devoted a lot of effort to trying to organize among the ranks of the junior officers in the army, and they were reasonably successful in doing this. Many junior officers joined the Revolutionary League. Many junior officers were involved in conspiratorial groups thinking about planning different kinds of insurrection. In October of 1911, one of these groups in Wuhan, in central China, was plotting some bombings, preparing to try to trigger a popular uprising, and their activities were accidentally discovered. A bomb that was being prepared by one of them within a part of the city that was actually under the control of the Russians. It was a Russian economic concession, exploded. And unintentionally, it wasn't supposed to go off at that time. And as a result of that, the authorities became suspicious, and they began to prepare to round up and arrest some of the politically outspoken members of the army. Well, this triggered a sort of defensive move on the part of the radical soldiers, and they launched a sort of coup within Wuhan, and arrested senior officers, arrested some of the local representatives of the Qing government, the local magistrates, and called upon the military and the people to support them in a rebellion against the Qing dynasty. They proclaimed a republic in the province in which Wuhan is located, Hubei province, and they proclaimed the independence of that province from the Qing Empire. Over the next few weeks, other military units in other provinces, particularly initially in central China, but then spreading to other parts of the empire, followed suit and proclaimed their independence, disavowed their allegiance to the Qing state. These events were largely spontaneous. They were triggered by this accidental uncovery of a plot in Wuhan, but they spread quite quickly and began to be coordinated from one location to another. Now, interestingly enough, Sun Yat-sen was not even in China at the time that this rebellion breaks out. What will prove to be the end of the empire and the foundation of the republic. The great revolutionary leader wasn't even on the scene. He was actually in Denver, Colorado, when he received word of the Wuhan rebellion. He was on a speaking tour, raising money to continue his political work. He sets out to return to China. Not one might think he'd go, back west to San Francisco and sail immediately across the Pacific, but instead he continues on around the world, east across America, across the Atlantic, to Europe, speaks there a bit, and eventually makes his way back to China. He doesn't arrive back in China until the end of December of 1911. Before he gets back, as he is making his way back, and as events are continuing to develop in China, the revolutionary movement begins to realize that they're about to be successful, that the dynasty is, in fact, on its last legs. And they need to figure out what they're going to do about that, how they're going to cope with the disappearance of the Qing state. Well, this is where Yuan Shikai comes back into the story and plays what becomes a very, very critical and pivotal role. Now, Yuan Shikai was at this point the commander of what's called the Beiyang Army. Beiyang means Northern Ocean, and it just simply refers to the modern military forces that are in northern China. In that capacity, he was based very close to the capital, and of course he had very good political access to the Manchu elite. So what Yuan Shikai does is to position himself as the middleman, as the broker between the revolutionary forces in central and southern China, who are, after all, at this point, strongly based within the modern military. So he has a natural connection to them, and the dynasty, where he also has his political links. So Yuan Shikai is in an ideal position to be the broker, to be the intermediary between the two power centers at this time. And what he does is to negotiate on behalf of the nascent republic the abdication of the Qing dynasty. Now, this becomes a very delicate process, and Yuan Shikai is certainly not acting as a sort of neutral and disinterested party. The natural expectation was that when Sun Yat-sen returned to China, he would assume the leadership of the republic. He was the leader of the revolutionary movement. Everyone recognized and respected him, and there was a sort of expectation or assumption that he would step into the role of the leader of the new government. And indeed, on January 1st, 1912, when the republic is formally proclaimed, Sun Yat-sen is named as president, and he's going to, he is put in position as the leader of the new regime. But as part of the deal that Yuan Shikai negotiates with the dynasty, Sun has to agree to step down as president when the emperor abdicates, and to allow Yuan Shikai to become president. And indeed, this is exactly what happens. The emperor finally abdicates in February of 1912. Sun Yat-sen resigns the presidency of the republic, and Yuan Shikai is named to assume that post. Now, the plan in the winter of 1912 was that Yuan Shikai's presidency was a provisional one. There was no constitution yet. There was no institutional structure for a permanent government of the republic. And the idea was that Yuan Shikai would serve as president during the period when the preparations would be made to establish a more stable and permanent regime. The critical event in this process was the election of a provisional National Assembly in the fall of 1912, because it was the duty of that body to then produce a constitution. Accordingly, elections were organized and held, and Sun Yat-sen's group, which now was transformed from the Tongmenghui, the Revolutionary League, to what's called the Kuomintang, the People's, the National People's Party, or the Nationalist Party, as it's more normally referred to. The Kuomintang emerged as the clear victor, winning the most seats in the new assembly, and Sun Yat-sen was clearly positioned to guide the party forward in the writing of a constitution, and probably then in leading the republic. However, when the assembly met, when it began to when it was going to begin to deliberate the future of the republic, Yuan Shikai was unwilling to allow this process to go forward. Sun Yat-sen had decided not to take a seat in the Provisional Assembly. He wanted to preserve his special status. I think clearly he had in mind keeping himself free to assume the position of president again. Instead, the leader of the Nationalist Party in the Provisional Assembly was a man named Song Jiaoren, And Song Jiaoren, when he was standing on the railway platform in Shanghai, preparing to board the train to go off to take his seat in the assembly, was assassinated. And it was quite evident quite soon that this assassination had been orchestrated by Yuan Shikai to eliminate a strong leader on the part of the nationalists in the assembly. That was not sufficient, and indeed, as the assembly began its deliberations, Yuan Shikai was increasingly unhappy with them and eventually dissolves the assembly, expels the nationalist delegates from the assembly, and then allows a sort of rump legislature to meet without the nationalists. And that legislature approves a constitution under the terms of which Yuan Shikai was named as president for life. So the idea of establishing a constitutional republic with an elected assembly goes by the boards fairly quickly, and the republic has a rather abortive launch. Now, Yuan Shikai's career is not yet over, and he in fact remains as president for 3 more years after 1913, when he dissolves the assembly and has himself made president for life. Indeed, by 1916, by the spring of 1916, Yuan Shikai had conceived the idea that he might establish a new imperial dynasty. He has robes made for himself in the imperial style. He assembles around himself a group of officials suitable to be a Confucian imperial cabinet. And in March of 1916, actually goes out to perform some of the old imperial sacrifices at the Temple of Heaven in Beijing, and attempts to proclaim himself emperor. But this is too much, even for his more loyal followers. And his effort at an imperial restoration with himself as emperor collapses. He flees the capital just a short time after this, and on his way south towards his hometown in central China, he dies, ostensibly of a broken heart at the frustration of his imperial ambitions. Well, the death of Yuan Shikai, while in some ways certainly a relief, in some ways removing, it could potentially have been seen as removing an obstacle to the establishment of a viable republic, instead proves to be only a further stage in the collapse of political authority in China. Once Yuan Shikai dies, the last really strong, charismatic figure who had provided a sense of national identity, national cohesion, and some substantive organizational effectiveness is removed from the scene. And what follows is a period of about a decade during which China basically falls apart. Military strongmen emerge in different parts of the country. Some of them had been generals or high-ranking officers in the old imperial army. Some of them were individuals who had risen to prominence in the early years of the Republic under Yuan Shikai. Others were simply individuals who seized the opportunity now to grab power wherever they could, and warlords, as they come to be called, established control all across China. There really was, from 1916 until 1926 or 27, no effective central government in China. There was no single capital. Certainly Beijing or Nanjing continued to function from time to time as the seat of governments that claimed to be the national government of China. But in practice, there was no such thing during this period. The warlords fought amongst themselves, sometimes forming alliances, sometimes those would break up and former allies would go to war with each other. It was a time of great hardship, great suffering in China. It was a time when the foreign powers continued to enhance their own position. Particularly the Japanese became much more ambitious in their efforts to take over and control parts of China. And it was a time when this process of humiliation and weakness and breakdown that went back all the way to the Opium War really reached its peak. Out of that chaos, and in the context of that chaos, new voices, new ideas about ways to put China on even more radical courses of transformation began to be heard. And we'll start to listen to those in the next lecture. The end of the imperial system in China was in part a political process. Of course, the destruction of the Qing dynasty, the elimination of the institutional structure of government was central to the process. But the political culture that had surrounded the Qing state, the imperial state, itself was part of what many Chinese came to see as the problem, the dead weight of the past, it was often seen as, which was holding China back from its modernization, from assuming a new role in the modern world. With the collapse of the dynasty, many Chinese embarked upon a pretty thorough repudiation of really all aspects of the traditional culture. If they didn't completely reject it, they certainly developed an extremely critical perspective on ideas, institutions, ways of behaving that had been part and parcel of the old imperial order. In particular, the Confucian heritage was seen as having been a major component and still constituting a major obstacle in the path of China's, of a changing China, of a new China. In the same years that the Republic was, in a sense, being stillborn, when Yuan Shikai was seizing power for himself, and then after his death, as China fragmented into a network of warlord power centers, the critique of traditional culture and the beginning of the advocacy of new ideas, new solutions, very, very radical departures from the way things had been done and thought of in China. This process went on even while the political system was breaking down further and further. This period in the 19-teens is sometimes referred to as the New Culture Movement. And at the end of the decade, we get what comes to be called the May 4th movement. And I want in this lecture to talk about these two very closely interrelated phenomena, the New Culture Movement and the May 4th movement. The New Culture Movement, as its name would suggest, was about making a new cultural system for China. And of course, to embark upon the process of creating something new, many Chinese also felt it was necessary first to go through a process of criticizing and breaking with what was old. So the rejection of the old culture is really integral to this process of the New Culture Movement. Central to this, in many instances, was the question of language. Chinese elite culture, Chinese political culture in particular, was intimately bound up with the use of the classical Chinese language, the literary Chinese language, which was very different from the way that ordinary Chinese spoke in their day-to-day lives. Classical Chinese was based upon the language as it had existed perhaps 2,000 years earlier, as it had been preserved in the writings of Confucius and Mencius and the other sages of antiquity. And it had remained very true to those origins and had in fact become increasingly alienated from the ordinary speech of people as the centuries pass on and on. Now, educated Chinese began to advocate the use of what we call baihua, meaning simple language, plain language. Okay, writing Chinese as it was spoken, using, in essence, a vernacular Chinese, just day-to-day common Chinese. When they wrote about not just the portrayal, perhaps, of conversations in fiction, where more simple speech had been used for a while, but even in articles, essays talking about the great political issues of the day, talking about reform in government and history and art and literature and things like that. The use of baihua, the vernacular language, comes to be a marker, a sign of who's modern and who's not. Those who continued to use the classical language were seen as anachronistic, were seen as throwbacks to a former time. And the people who wanted to be perceived as progressive, as part of the new China, of forging the path to the future, wrote in a much more simple and accessible kind of language. This classical language, of course, had embedded within it the values of Confucianism, the ideas about hierarchical social relations, relationships of mutual obligation. These were now seen as essentially having been oppressive. The reciprocal aspect of Confucian relationships, which we talked about quite a while ago, was lost, was largely eclipsed by a focus on the idea of all social relationships being hierarchical, and this sense of the superiority of the ruler or the husband or the father was now seen as dictatorial, as oppressive, and needed to be rejected and repudiated, and a more egalitarian set of social relationships and ideals needed to be adopted. In particular, Confucianism came to be seen as bound up with the specific oppression of many groups within society: women, peasants, workers. All were seen as having been disadvantaged, as having been seen as little people, lesser people, as opposed to the position of men or of the educated elite, who were seen as having been validated and valorized by the ideas of Confucianism. So Confucian ideology, Confucian ideas, terms, cultural practices all come to be seen by progressive Chinese as part of the problem and as things that need to be done away with and overcome. This rejection of Confucian culture, this turning away from the Confucian past, goes along in tandem with a search for new ideas, for new ways to address the concerns of the day. This search was carried out largely through in the pages of a lot of journals that came to be circulated at this time. One in particular, called New Youth, was very important. It became a forum for debate on a wide range of ideas. Many of these ideas, not surprisingly, came from the West, were drawn from Western thinkers, from the countries, from the cultures which were seen by the Chinese as being the most successful, as being the dominant groups exerting their power over China because of the strength, because of the superiority of their cultural systems at home. Western thinkers became very popular figures in China at this time. Quite a few of them traveled to China, went on speaking tours to express their ideas, to try to encourage educated young Chinese to modernize themselves, to adopt the ideas of these Western teachers. Figures like John Dewey, George Bernard Shaw, Bertrand Russell, all went on these kinds of speaking tours in China late in the teens or in the early 1920s. Other groups emerged within Chinese society during these years as well, with perhaps a less sophisticated set of concerns and programs, but which were also very influential in spreading new ideas and new ways of coping with the challenges of life in the modern world. In particular, interestingly, anarchists were very active in China. Anarchism at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century in the West was a significant political movement. Anarchist groups in European countries like France and Italy, and perhaps most significantly Spain, were not simply isolated bomb throwers, but were large organizations of workers, often deeply embedded in trade union movements. And it was in this context that we can see the spread of anarchist ideas to China. Anarchism became a significant political force in Japan about this time, and overseas students, Chinese students who were studying outside of China, some in Japan and another group, interestingly, in Paris, in France, became very interested in the ideas of anarchists and began to write about these, publish journals about these, and ship these back to China. And indeed, the first unions, the first organized groups of workers in China were founded by anarchists even before the fall of the Qing dynasty. Actually, barbers in southern China were the first Chinese workers to be organized, and they were part of this anarchist movement. The anarchists spread ideas which were themselves rather diverse. They talked about socialism, they talked about feminism, they had very radical egalitarian ideas, and before long, other groups which were more devoted to these particular aspects of political thought, feminist groups, socialist groups, began to appear in China as well. During the 19-teens, during this period of the New Culture movement, while intellectuals, members of the educated elite, were debating the repudiation of Confucianism and the more genteel ideas of Shaw and Russell and Dewey, the anarchists were working to build mass movements, workers' organizations, to try to create the conditions for a socialist transformation in China as well. World War I, of course, is taking place while all this is going on. World War I, from 1914 to 1918, becomes a period which in some ways is very beneficial for China, becomes a period of opportunity for China, but in other ways it can also see some new problems, some new adverse circumstances arise for China. On the one hand, economically, the period of the First World War was an opportunity for China. European industry was, of course, largely diverted to wartime production, and this allowed certain Chinese industrial sectors to expand their role in the market, particularly in the textile industry, but in a few other sectors as well. Many of the factories in China which were able to take advantage of this were in fact owned by the Japanese. This is also a period where the Japanese do rather well. But some Chinese businessmen who own their own factories were also able to take advantage of this business opportunity during the First World War, and so there's a kind of mini boom for the business community in China during these years. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of Chinese workers traveled to Europe, particularly to France, where they took jobs in factories, many of which had been abandoned by young men who had gone off to military service. These workers, Chinese workers in France, became a very significant force because, on the one hand, they sent home money. They earned money, and they sent a large proportion of what they earned to their families back in China. So this, again, was a sort of positive economic influence that took place. But perhaps more significant in the long term, by being exposed to European, French trade unions, to the conditions in European factories, to the ideas of democracy, education, liberty, equality, fraternity, those hallmarks of French political rhetoric. They also began to transmit those influences back to China. And these ideas were not merely the province of well-educated intellectuals, but increasingly were in circulation in ordinary society as well. The end of the First World War proves to be a critical time. And here we have to take a minute and think about the relationship between China and Japan. China, as we've already talked about, back at the end of the 19th century, in 1894 to 1895, had fought a war with Japan in which it had been soundly defeated. The Japanese had launched themselves on their program of national recreation, if you will, in the middle of the 19th century and had achieved great success in this by the 1890s. As they moved into the 20th century, their successes continued. In 1904 to 1905, they fought a war with the Russians and defeated them. And this was a remarkable event for an Asian country to defeat a European power, even if it was Russia, which was sort of the weak link in the European system. Nonetheless, it was significant that a yellow nation had defeated a white nation, and this was seen as quite dramatic at the time. The Japanese had gone on to annex Korea to make it part of the empire. They had already gained the island of Taiwan from China as a result of the settlement back in 1895. The Japanese empire was expanding, and the Japanese were increasingly turning their perspective, conceiving their ambitions in terms of the Asian mainland. When World War I comes along, the Japanese see a window of opportunity. There are, of course, a number of opportunities for the Japanese at this time, but their situation in China is one of great concern to them. The European powers, which, while certainly wishing in their own ways to dominate and exploit the situation in China, had recognized China as an area where all the powers sort of played on an equal level. The Americans in particular had been very clear since John Hay's open door notes back at the beginning of the 20th century that there should be no special spheres of influence in China, that all the ports should be open to all the powers, a kind of equal opportunity approach to Western imperialism. But during World War I, the Japanese had a sort of special opportunity because the Western powers were clearly focused on what was happening in Europe, and they weren't able to devote as much attention to the situation in China. And accordingly, in 1915, the Japanese delivered to the Chinese government, and at that time, Yuan Shikai was still president, and there was still a single government entity to address. They delivered to the Chinese government what are called the 21 demands. The 21 demands were essentially a program to facilitate Japanese domination in China. They wanted special economic concessions. They wanted the ability to place Japanese officials as overseers in Chinese government offices. Basically, they were demanding to be given a unique special status which would allow them to dominate and control much of public life and economic life in China. The Chinese government doesn't accept the 21 demands. They don't agree to the concessions which Japan is seeking. But this pressure that the Japanese put on China was quite severe, and it was quite intimidating to the Chinese. When World War I had broken out, the Japanese declared themselves as belligerents on the side of the Allies. Of course, they were far away from Europe, and in some ways this was not a particularly significant move, but the Germans had possessions, territorial possessions in China, and in the Western Pacific. They had, of course, the port of Qingdao that we've mentioned earlier in Shandong province, and a few other concessions on the Chinese mainland. And they possessed a number of islands in the Western Pacific, which they had been developing as a source for various minerals and other resources. The Japanese occupied these German concessions. They sent military forces and simply took over these concessions and held them for the duration of the war. In 1919, when the war was over, of course, the Great Peace Conference was convened at Versailles in France. And it was at the Versailles negotiations that things went from bad to worse for the Chinese. Chinese had, of course, also been allies. They had been part of the Western, the alliance of the British and the French and the Americans against Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But while the Japanese were rewarded for their support, the Chinese wound up being essentially left in the lurch. And of course, there's a great irony and frustration involved in this. The Western powers during World War I had, of course, proclaimed it as a war to make the world safe for democracy. The American president, Wilson, in his 14 points, had proclaimed that among the war's aims was the idea of self-determination for peoples. Okay? Not surprisingly, many people around the world, particularly in colonial countries that were colonies of the European powers, interpreted the idea of self-determination for peoples as meaning that after the war, after they had supported their colonial masters, after they had sent troops off to fight and die in the war, that they would then be allowed a greater role in self-determination, that they might even attain independence and self-rule. Well, it became very clear at the Versailles Peace Conference that the Western powers had no intention whatsoever of allowing the colonial peoples self-determination, that in fact the maintenance of the colonial order was at the top of the agenda for the Western powers. In particular, for China, this was made clear when the former German territorial concessions in China, rather than being returned to Chinese control at the end of the war, were granted to Japan. Japan had seized them militarily at the beginning of the war and now was given the right to retain them. Well, this was seen as a real betrayal by the Chinese. And when word of this reached Beijing, a telegram arrives in Beijing, it sparked demonstrations, which became the focal point then of what we come to call the May 4th movement. The word came overnight from Paris on May 3rd that these were the terms of the treaty that China was being presented with. And students gathered the next day at noon at Tiananmen, the great gate at the southern entrance to the imperial city, where the government ministries were all located. This area today has been expanded into the great square, the great public space of Tiananmen Square. Several thousand, many thousands of students assembled at Tiananmen midday on May the 4th, 1919. And they marched eastward along the main east-west street there in Beijing towards the Western diplomatic quarter. The police blocked their access to the diplomatic quarter, so they turned aside into the narrow alleyways off to the north, where they went to the home of the foreign minister. The Chinese, the foreign minister in the cabinet at that point was seen as having been weak, as having betrayed China by allowing the Chinese delegation at Versailles to be part of these negotiations. In fact, the Chinese government never accepts the terms of the treaty, but the treaty is imposed anyway, even without their signature, their authorization for it. When they reach the home of the foreign minister, they burn it down. They enter the home first and beat up a gentleman they find there who they thought was the foreign minister. It turned out, in fact, he wasn't. The foreign minister had put on the dress of a female servant and fled out the back door. But the crowd was so enraged, they went ahead then and burned down the house. Police arrived. There were confrontations between the students and the police. Several students were arrested. Others were beaten, and the demonstration eventually is broken up. Political tension in the capital persists over the following days. Officials from Beijing University get involved. Officials from the government in Beijing, which is only one of the many centers of warlord power, but is still presenting itself as the national government at this time. They get involved. Eventually, students are released. The students make demands on the government about not ratifying the treaty, and the government has to accede to that. The movement spreads far beyond the capital. It spreads to many other cities around China, and it spreads beyond the ranks of students. In fact, it becomes a very popular movement. Many merchants join in the movement, in part because one of the tactics that the movement adopts is boycotts against Japanese goods. Well, obviously, if you're boycotting Japanese goods, you're going to be buying Chinese goods, or at least somebody else's goods, hopefully Chinese goods. And so many Chinese businessmen support the May 4th movement as well. Well, the May 4th movement, we talk about the May 4th demonstration, the actual events of May 4th, 1919. The May 4th movement, in a sense, sort of merges, sort of flows into what's going on with the new culture movement as part of this process of criticizing the past, seeking new ideas, new ways to address China's problems. What's most important about the May 4th movement is the idea that it represents a loss of face for the West, and a loss of faith in the West on the part of many educated young Chinese. The hopes, the aspirations for a liberal, democratic, Republican kind of system, which had been around in China since the struggle to overthrow the Qing dynasty, have now run up against the realities of the pragmatic interests of the Western powers, the betrayal, as it's perceived in China, of the ideas of self-determination, of making the world safe for democracy. The war aims of the Western powers are now perceived by many as having been, shall we say, duplicitous, as having been lies, and that the Chinese are now once again victimized and humiliated by the Western powers, even as they have been trying to emulate the Western way. Well, in conjunction with these events, other developments outside of China have also been taking place, and word of these begins to weave into this process of political discussion and debate that's going on with the new culture movement and the May 4th movement. And of course, what I'm referring to here is the Bolshevik Revolution. The Bolshevik Revolution, beginning in October of 1917 in Russia, has tremendous impact in China. Word of it doesn't arrive immediately, and really it's not until the spring of 1918 that many Chinese begin to have a very clear idea of what's going on next door in Russia. But there are a number of aspects of the situation in Russia that have a very dramatic impact on the thinking of educated and more radical Chinese. For one thing, the Tsarist state was the closest, in some ways, parallel in Europe to the situation of China. The Tsar had the same sorts of powers that the old Chinese emperors had had. The Russian Empire was a vast expanse, not unlike China, a large peasant, in many ways pre-industrial society. And yet here there had been this revolutionary upsurge. And when the Bolsheviks proclaimed their new order, proclaimed socialism, socialist democracy, denounced the secret diplomacy of the Western powers, all this was very well received by progressive Chinese. The discussions of alternative paths to the future in China now began to turn more and more to an examination of the ideas associated with the Bolshevik Revolution, the ideas of Marxism, the ideas of Leninism, the communist strategy, the idea of a communist party as a revolutionary organization which could lead China into the future. The establishment of the Chinese Communist Party would follow quite closely on these events, and we will pick up that story in the next lecture. At the end of the second decade of the 20th century, China had gone through 10 years of post-imperial turmoil. The First World War had come and gone. The hopes of perhaps an improved situation in the world after the war had been dashed by the Versailles Peace Conference. Many Chinese had begun to search for radical alternatives to the ideas that had brought China to its present circumstances, whether those were the traditional Confucian political culture or the more liberal democratic ideas associated with the hopes of the Republican movement. At the beginning of the 1920s, a new ideology, which had grown out of the activities of anarchists and socialists earlier in the century, and particularly from the influence of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, took root in China and took on institutional form in the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. The party was founded in Shanghai in 1921. It was the result, the get-together in July that actually put the party institutionally in place, formally in place, was the result of a process that had been going on for a couple of years. Marxist study groups in Beijing, in Shanghai, and other places had sprung up in the wake of the First World War and the Bolshevik Revolution. These had grown in size. They had begun to reach out and try to form links to workers' organizations, to socialist groups in other parts of the country. Beginning around 1920, as the Soviet Union began to pull itself together and the Communist International, the Third International, was established, agents sent out from Moscow began to visit various parts of Asia, and China in particular, to assist in the process of revolutionary organization. In China, agents from the Communist International were involved both with the establishment of the Chinese Communist Party and with the reorganization of Sun Yat-sen's Nationalist Party. We'll talk about the Nationalists in a minute, but first I want to finish up with getting the Communists organized. These advisors from the International who came to China worked with the Marxist study groups, began to do the groundwork to establish a national organization, and they helped to suggest the terms of a program, the organizational format for the new party. And in 1921, in the summer of 1921, assisted with the convening of the First Party Congress. There were only about a dozen delegates at the First Party Congress. Many people were unable to travel to Shanghai to attend. Some of the people who were among this first dozen sort of drifted off into relative obscurity afterwards. One individual who was present, although not because he had been all that important an actor up to this point, but certainly would become so later, was Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong from Hunan province in central China had been living in Beijing, had been exposed to the Marxist study groups there through his work at the library in Beijing, and had made his way to Shanghai and was able to take part in this initial gathering. The communist advisors to both the new party and to the nationalists put forward an analysis of the situation in China, which called for an alliance, a united front between the communists and the nationalists. The Nationalist Party, which was still under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen in the early 1920s, was reorganized internally along the disciplined lines of the Bolshevik Party, of the Russian Communist Party. And this made the Nationalist Party a much more effective organization than it had previously been. One of the problems, one of the frustrations that Sun Yat-sen had faced in his life was that he was a good orator, he was a good speaker, a good fundraiser, a good propagandist. But he wasn't much of an organizer, and he didn't seem to have figured out a way to make the Nationalist Party into a truly effective political force. The advice of the communists and the organizational changes that they helped to put in place within the Nationalist Party gave it greater cohesion, greater internal discipline, and turned it into a more functional political organization. This did not mean that the Nationalist Party or Sun Yat-sen embraced the Marxist-Leninist ideology of the Bolsheviks or of the advisors from the International, but it did mean that Sun Yat-sen in particular was more open to some kind of cooperation, some sort of collaboration between the new Communist Party and his Nationalist Party. The first United Front was accordingly put together, and under the terms of this, individual members of the Chinese Communist Party could join the Nationalist Party, could be members, in other words, of both parties, and could indeed even serve as officers within units of the Nationalist Party. The Communist Party was not to join the Nationalist Party organizationally. In other words, there wasn't a merger between the two parties, but individuals could be members of both parties. Many individual communists did join the Nationalist Party, participated within political activities of the Nationalist Party, and some even rose to positions of relative prominence within the Nationalist Party, including, with great significance for later developments, Mao Zedong, who became leader of the Peasant Bureau within the Nationalist Party. This was the peasantry was, of course, not seen as the most important group. Urban workers, industrial proletariat were seen as the focal point by both the nationalists and the communists. So Mao's position in dealing with the peasantry was not a particularly prestigious one, but it becomes his experience there and the ideas that he developed there become quite important, as we shall see later on. In 1925, Sun Yat-sen dies, and this is a critical turning point because so long as Sun Yat-sen was alive, so long as he was dedicated to his particular vision of the nationalist revolution and of a socially progressive version of nationalism, the alliance with the Communist Party made a lot of sense. The Communist Party was still relatively small. It certainly wasn't an organizational threat to the nationalists early on, and Sun's willingness to work together resulted in benefits for both sides. It allowed the Communist Party to grow and to gain a lot of experience, but it also benefited the Nationalist Party. Much of the work the communist organizers did was quite diligent and quite effective, and they actually brought a lot of members into the Nationalist Party, non-communist members into the Nationalist Party. In the wake of Sun Yat-sen's death, something of a leadership vacuum develops at the top of the Nationalist Party. And it takes a little while, a year or so, for a successor figure, a single successor figure, to really emerge. When that happens, the individual who comes to dominate the Nationalist Party, first as a military leader and eventually as its political leader as well, is Chiang Kai-shek. Now, Chiang Kai-shek himself is a very interesting figure. He was a military man, and he had been sent by Sun Yat-sen to study in Russia and to learn about the Bolshevik Revolution, to learn about the communist systems of organization, to learn about the Red Army. And he had spent 6 months studying and working in Russia. When he came back from that experience, he was very impressed with the organizational skills and techniques of the Bolsheviks, but he was a confirmed anti-communist. He was very, very opposed to the political program of the Russian Revolution and the Communist Party. Chiang Kai-shek became the commandant of the Nationalist Military Academy at Whampoa, outside of Canton, Guangzhou, in Guangdong Province. And in that position, was able to establish quite a network of personal connections and loyalties within the nationalist military. He used his influence within the army and his position as leader of the nationalist army to, as a factor in the political maneuvering that took place after Sun Yat-sen's death, and used that as a way to advance his own position and eventually to emerge as the new strongman within the Nationalist Party. In 1926, the year after Sun Yat-sen's death, Chiang Kai-shek finally felt himself to be in a strong enough position within the nationalist movement, and felt the nationalist movement itself to be strong enough militarily to launch an effort to reunify China. And what he undertakes, we call the Northern Expedition. The nationalists had their base down south in Guangdong Province. Guangdong Province had essentially been the only part of China that the Nationalist Party could control. The rest of China had, of course, been divided up amongst the various warlords. And, of course, it's in some ways possible to see Chiang Kai-shek as simply one of these warlords who happened to have the Nationalist Party as his political machine. Be that as it may, the Northern Expedition, when it gets underway in 1926, proves to be a very successful undertaking. The nationalist armies essentially follow the same route that the Taiping movement had followed back in the 1850s, moving from Guangdong Province up through central China, through Hunan, to the Yangtze River Valley, and then turning east and heading towards Nanjing. And moving a little more quickly than the Taipings had over the course simply of a few months, they managed to gain control of most of southern China. And this happens through a variety of mechanisms. In some instances, the nationalist forces fight against the forces of local warlords, and they generally win. They defeat the local leaders and absorb them then into the nationalist forces. In other instances, Chiang Kai-shek was able to negotiate political arrangements under which local warlords would pledge their loyalty to him and would therefore sort of be brought under the nationalist umbrella. In other instances, he simply bribed people. He would, buy the loyalty of individuals who couldn't be appealed to on any other basis and whom he didn't feel like fighting or didn't wish to risk fighting. By one means or another, the Northern Expedition succeeds by the spring of 1927 in basically getting all of southern China, south of the Yangtze River, into nationalist hands. In April of 1927, the nationalist forces have reached the outskirts of Shanghai. And at this point, Chiang Kai-shek makes a decision that is of great political significance. he has reluctantly, up to this point, maintained the united front with the Communist Party, which Sun Yat-sen had put in place. Not wishing to jeopardize his own position as the heir of Sun Yat-sen, as the successor to Sun Yat-sen, he hasn't felt up till now strong enough to do anything other than continue this policy. But by April of 1927, having successfully carried out the Northern Expedition, having gained all this control over half of China, he feels his position to be much stronger. And so he decides to do away with the communists, to eliminate them, not just as partners in the United Front, but to try to drive them out, to try to destroy them as a political force in China. And accordingly, when the nationalist forces reach the outskirts of Shanghai, he stops. He does not take the nationalist army into the city, but instead allows communist organizers within the city and within the trade unions in the city. Shanghai was by this time the most industrialized city in China. Many factories there, many thousands and thousands of workers, most of whom were organized into trade unions with at least links to, if not being dominated by, the Communist Party. When the Nationalist Army is approaching Shanghai, the communists launch an uprising. The idea is being to seize the city from within so that the Nationalist Army won't have to fight its way in. But Chiang Kai-shek stops outside of Shanghai and doesn't intervene, doesn't come in. And the insurrection in Shanghai is then suppressed by a combination of the troops of the foreign powers. Shanghai is sort of an international city, so the British, the French, the Americans, the Germans at this time, the Japanese, rather, all have forces there. And those forces, those police and military units are mobilized to attack the workers, to attack the communists. And in conjunction with those government forces of the foreign powers, the secret societies, the sort of organized crime circles within Shanghai also come out and start to attack the workers and the communist organizers. And this combination of the foreign powers and the sort of Shanghai underworld destroy the communist movement in Shanghai. Many, many hundreds of communist organizers and leaders are arrested and executed. Others die in fighting in the streets. Many workers are shot or arrested and imprisoned, and some of them executed, even if they weren't members of the Communist Party. It's a very bloody uprising and suppression of the communist movement in Shanghai, and it represents, it signals the break, the split between the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party. It takes a while for this political process to completely unfold. A sort of left-wing group within the Nationalist Party, which is centered at the city of Wuhan on the central Yangtze River, continues to ally itself with the Communist Party for a while. But before long, Chiang Kai-shek is able to convince them that they really need to split with the communists and stick with him. He intimidates them militarily, and by the end of the summer of 1927, the left wing of the Nationalist Party reunites with Chiang Kai-shek's mainstream. And Chiang now is the undisputed leader of the nationalist movement, and of a nationalist movement which is no longer, in his view, hampered by this alliance with the Chinese Communist Party. Well, the Chinese Communist Party finds itself in a difficult situation. Their principal political orientation up to this time had been towards organizing urban workers. The classical theories of Marxism had emphasized the role of the industrial working class as the vanguard of the revolution. This was the force which would lead the transformation of society, build socialism. But now, the organizational base of the Chinese Communist Party in the cities, amongst the industrial workers, is destroyed. Shanghai was the most important location, but Once this rupture takes place in Shanghai, it's repeated elsewhere in other ports, in other centers of industry, and the communists are systematically driven out of urban China. How is the party to survive? What are they to do? It's at this point that the role of Mao Zedong begins to be significant. Mao Zedong, as leader of the Peasant Bureau of the Nationalist Party, had spent a lot of time in the countryside, had spent a lot of time observing what was happening away from the cities, away from the great coastal ports, in places like his home province of Hunan. And what he saw was large peasant movements, not unlike peasant movements that we have seen at earlier times in Chinese history, but now movements which were taking place in the modern world, in a modern context, and which could be imbued with a modern ideology and led by, in Mao's view, a modern political party. He saw the uprisings of the peasants as a very, very powerful force, a force so powerful that, as he put it to his comrades, their choice was to either try to lead it or just to get out of the way, because this movement was going to sweep across the country. And if the Communist Party could lead it, they could turn it into a revolutionary force. Well, these ideas had been pretty marginal up until this time. But in the wake of the suppression of the party in the cities, Mao's ideas suddenly begin to seem a little more reasonable. Now, this doesn't happen overnight. In fact, it takes a number of years for Mao's ideas to begin to be accepted and to begin to be dominant within the Chinese Communist Party. Initially, when the party is devastated in the cities, the remnants of the party leadership and the advisors from the Soviet Union simply call for a greater revolution. And they urge communists in various parts of the country to launch insurrections and to try to sort of jumpstart the revolution. And this leads to a series of really disastrous uprisings. Mao himself is drawn into one of these when he is ordered to lead a peasant army to capture a city in central China. They do so for a few days, but then they're driven out by the better armed and better organized forces of the Nationalist Army. And it's after this that Mao retreats with the remnants of his peasant army to the mountains of southern Jiangxi province. And it is there, along with other local communist leaders and the remnants of a few others of these abortive uprisings, that he begins to put together a new model for the Chinese Communist movement. This rural base area, as it comes to be called, in essence becomes a sort of laboratory. And in the early 1930s, Mao and a man named Zhu De, who was a communist military leader, and Zhou Enlai, who becomes one of Mao's greatest political allies, these individuals work together with several million peasants in southern Jiangxi to create a communist experiment, to carry out experiments in land reform, in reforming the Chinese family system, a variety of things which later on, after the Communist Party comes to power nationally, will be implemented in a fully developed way. But in the early 30s in Jiangxi, they're just experimenting. They're sort of trying things out in a sort of laboratory of peasant society. Well, Chiang Kai-shek went on after 1927 to complete the unification of China. In 1928, he takes his forces on to the north, defeats or wins over the remaining warlords, and establishes a reunified China, a single nationalist government, now based at Nanjing again, with Chiang Kai-shek as the leader, comes to be put in place. Even while he's completing the second half of the Northern Expedition, Chiang begins to have conflicts with the Japanese. Japanese military units are in Shandong province to protect their concession at Qingdao and some of their railway lines. there are confrontations between Japanese military units and Chiang's forces in 1928 in Shandong. Later on, the Japanese blow up the train of one of Chiang's warlord allies in northern China because they want to eliminate him as a threat to their position in Korea. So tensions between Chiang Kai-shek and the Japanese, between China and the Japanese, begin to show a little more clearly at the end of the 1920s and beginning of the 1930s. But Chiang Kai-shek determines that the real problem that he needs to deal with, the real enemy that he faces, is not the Japanese, but the Chinese. He says very famously that the Japanese are a disease of the skin, where the communists are a disease of the guts. And so he's willing to ignore the activities of the Japanese to a great extent and concentrates his efforts on fighting against the communists. The base area in southern Jiangxi, which is only one of a number of these areas where local communist forces establish control, but it's probably the most significant one, becomes the focal point of Chiang's activities in the early 1930s. And he launches a series of what are called encirclement campaigns, where he basically puts a blockade, military forces completely surrounding the communist base area, and then slowly but surely closing the ring, moving closer and closer in. The first several of these efforts are defeated. The communists manage to fight back and drive off the nationalist forces, but Chiang keeps the pressure up. He begins in the 30s to get military advice from the Germans. The Nazi Party that has come to power in Germany in the early 30s begins to form a fairly close working relationship with Chiang that will be suspended later when they become even more closely allied with the Japanese. But for a while in the mid-30s, German advisors are very helpful in leading the anti-communist campaigns for Chiang Kai-shek. And eventually, by 1934, it becomes apparent that the latest encirclement campaign of the nationalists against the Jiangxi base area, which is sometimes called the Jiangxi Soviet, is going to be successful. And the communist leaders then have to decide what they're going to do, how they're going to cope with this threat. What they decide leads to one of the most dramatic events in 20th century Chinese history, an event which continues to inspire young Chinese even today. And this is what's called the Long March. In October of 1934, the communists decide that they're not going to be able to resist Chiang Kai-shek and the encirclement campaign much longer. There is another base area far away in northwestern China, centered on a small town called Yan'an, and they decide that they're going to try to break out from the Jiangxi area and make their way to Yan'an. This is a long, long way to go, and they don't know exactly how to get there or how they will survive in the process of doing so. Nonetheless, they figure this is their best option, their only real chance. And so in mid-October of 1934, 115,000 people break out from the encirclement. A small contingent is left behind in the heartland of the Jiangxi base area to make a last stand against the nationalist forces, and also to keep those nationalist forces occupied so that they won't be able to pursue the Long Marchers as they set out. The Long March strikes off to the south and west, and in the course of the next year, they troop over several thousand kilometers. It's not a simple straight path off to the northwest that they take. They travel through several provinces. They have to cross mountain ranges, swamps, deep river gorges. It's a very dramatic event. They're constantly being pursued and harassed by nationalist forces. Of the 115,000 people who embark on the Long March, 15,000 complete it. So 100,000 people are lost one way or another along the way. Early in the course of the Long March, a very important political event takes place, which is that Mao Zedong is named leader of the communist movement. He assumes the position of chairman of the party, and he holds this position uninterruptedly until his death in 1976. The triumph of Mao sets the stage for the latter part of the Chinese Revolution. Once the Long March reaches Yan'an at the end of 1935, the great age of what comes to be called the Yan'an era, or the Yan'an base area, gets started. And in the Northwest, the communists have a new laboratory, a new arena in which to experiment with their policies and their organizational methods. Later on, when the Japanese invasion comes, the Yan'an base area will be the center of resistance against the Japanese invasion. And indeed, by the end of 1936, from their position in the Northwest, they're able to enter into a second united front with the Nationalists. We'll see the circumstances of that and how the war with Japan and the revolution which follows it play out in our next lecture. At the end of 1935, Mao Zedong and the 15,000 survivors of the Long March arrived in northwestern China. They spent much of 1936 settling into their new circumstances in the Yan'an base area. And at the end of that year, an opportunity arose for the establishment of a second united front between the communists and the nationalists, with a focus at this point on resisting the Japanese. The occasion that allows for the formation of the Second United Front is something that's called the Xi'an Incident. Xi'an is the modern name for the ancient city that had been Chang'an in Shanxi province. And at that time, in 1936, this part of China, the southern part of Shanxi province, was in the control of one of the military strongmen who was part of the nationalist coalition, part of the nationalist alliance. And this was a man named Zhang Xueliang. Now, Zhang Xueliang's father had been a warlord in northern China, and he had been assassinated by the Japanese back in 1928. So Zhang Xueliang was particularly anxious that China and the nationalists should take a strong stand against Japanese aggression. And he was very frustrated with what he perceived as Chiang Kai-shek's unwillingness to stand up to the Japanese. Chiang, as we've noted before, saw the Japanese threat as secondary and the threat of the communists as primary. But Zhang Xueliang saw it the other way around, and he was anxious to encourage Chiang Kai-shek to take a stronger line of resisting the Japanese. The Xi'an Incident, what happens in the Xi'an Incident is that Chiang Kai-shek goes to Xi'an to visit Zhang Xueliang, and during that visit, General Zhang effectively places Chiang Kai-shek under house arrest. He then invites representatives from the communist base area in northern Shanxi province to come to Xi'an, and the communists send Zhou Enlai, and he enters into negotiations, and an agreement is reached for the forming of a united front to resist the Japanese. And Chiang Kai-shek is released and goes back to Nanjing, to his capital. But he then places Zhang Xueliang under arrest And in fact, General Zhang remains under arrest by the nationalist forces right down until the end of the 1990s. He was taken to Taiwan when the nationalists fled in 1948, 49, and was held under house arrest there until just about 5 or 6 years ago. Nonetheless, the terms of the United Front brought the communists and the nationalist forces together to strengthen China's ability to resist Japan. As it turned out, the timing on this was very significant. In 1931, Japan had invaded Manchuria and had occupied that part of China, had actually separated it from China and created a puppet state called Manchukuo, with the last of the Manchu emperors, Puyi, now as the ruler, the puppet ruler of this supposedly independent country. And in July of 1937, Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China proper. There's a famous incident in July of 1937, the so-called Marco Polo Bridge incident. It takes place at a site southwest of Beijing, where Chinese and Japanese troops have a kind of confrontation, and from that, the war breaks out steadily through the rest of 1937. The Japanese, once they launch their invasion of China proper, pursue it quite vigorously, quite relentlessly, along two basic lines. They come into China from the north, crossing the Great Wall from their puppet state in Manchuria, and start to move south basically along the railway lines running from Beijing down to central China, to the central Chinese city of Wuhan. So that's a north to south advance, which doesn't go very rapidly, but that's the line that they want to be following. And then the second front that they open up starts with the city of Shanghai. Shanghai was, as we mentioned before, an international city. There were British, French, Americans, Russians, and Japanese and others living in Shanghai, and many of the foreign countries that were represented there had their own troop concentrations, their own military units there. In the fall of 1937, Japanese forces based in Shanghai attack the Chinese part of the city, the western side of Shanghai, and then begin to fight their way west up the course of the Yangtze River. The Japanese plan was that the group moving west up the Yangtze River and the group moving south down the railway from Beijing would meet at the central Chinese city of Wuhan. And they expected this to happen fairly quickly. The idea was to have a sort of almost a blitzkrieg, a lightning sort of invasion. But that did not work out. In fact, both in North China and especially along the Yangtze River, the resistance that the Chinese put up was much more intense, much more fierce than the Japanese had anticipated. And in some ways, this should recall the experience that both the Mongols and the Manchus had in invading China, where the greatest resistance that they met was in the Jiangnan region. They were coming into the region from the north and the west, whereas the Japanese were invading from the east and coming out of the city of Shanghai. But in either case, the Jiangnan region proved to be a very, very difficult area for a foreign conqueror to move through. Nonetheless, the Japanese were able to eventually achieve their initial military objectives, and the nationalist government was forced to retreat, first from the city of Nanjing, west up the river to Wuhan, and then eventually forced to abandon Wuhan and move on up through the Yangtze Gorges to the city of Chongqing in Sichuan province, where they established their what proved to be their permanent wartime headquarters. Now, when the Japanese reached Nanjing, which had been the nationalist capital, it took them until December, the beginning of December of 1937, to actually get there. And when they did, again, sort of in recollection or certainly in resonance with the events of the Manchu conquest, The Japanese carried out at Nanjing a great massacre. They were very upset. They were very frustrated with the resistance that the Chinese had put up. And when they took the city of Nanjing, although the Chinese military had largely withdrawn, the Japanese unleashed a very serious campaign of terror against the civilian population of Nanjing. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed. Many women were raped. The incident comes to be known as the Rape of Nanjing and is still today a source of very severe tension sometimes between China and Japan. The atrocities that were perpetrated there and elsewhere in China, while they were certainly intended by the Japanese to terrorize and intimidate the Chinese, often had exactly the opposite effect, certainly of frightening people, but had the opposite of the intended effect, which was to make the Chinese stiffen in their resistance, to make them even stronger in their hostility to the Japanese invasion. Well, once the Japanese had managed to occupy particularly northern China, the war, after the first year or two, begins to settle into a more stable pattern. The nationalists were based in the west and the southwest. They had their political center at Chongqing in Sichuan province, and another very important center down at Kunming in Yunnan. They also had troops still in various parts of South China. The Japanese did not occupy all of South China by any means. And so there were pockets, there were areas where nationalist forces continued to operate long after the initial Japanese invasion. In the north, the Chinese Communists, of course, had their base area in Shanxi province around the town of Yan'an. And from there, the Communists pursued a campaign, a very vigorous campaign of guerrilla warfare all across North China. The idea that the Japanese were occupying all of North China was a little simplistic. They, during the daytime, could extend their presence over many areas, but at night, except for the areas right along the main railway lines and in the main towns, much of the countryside was in the hands of popular forces led by communist guerrillas. So there was lots of sabotage, lots of fighting, ambushing of Japanese troops, blowing up of bridges and railway lines and things like that, designed to harass and tie down large numbers of Japanese troops who could not be spared then for other kinds of military uses. This pattern then persisted for several years, with the Japanese occupying much of China, not really being able to push their conquests further, not being able to really gain complete functional control, even of the areas that they basically were dominating militarily. Their invasion of China, which theoretically was designed to help them solve their problems at home, their economic and population problems in Japan proper, it proved to be a very counterproductive activity. But once they had invaded, once they had occupied China, the Japanese really had, from their point of view, no choice but to try to stick things out and hope to eventually defeat their enemies in the war and perhaps reap some benefits of victory down the way. That clearly was not the direction that the war took. And by 1944, it was pretty clear that Japan's defeat was inevitable. The war in the larger Pacific theater, the war with the United States, was one which, after the first few months, it became evident Japan could not win, despite the dramatic victories that they achieved at the end of 1941 and beginning of 1942. By the summer of 1944, the American counterattack was moving relentlessly towards Japan, and it became obvious that the USA would defeat Japanese imperialism, and that would radically transform the situation in China. In anticipation of eventual American victory, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists pursued a relatively static strategy vis-a-vis the Japanese. They resisted Japanese attempts to acquire more territory but they didn't really launch major offensives to try to drive the Japanese out of territory they had already occupied. Chiang Kai-shek received a lot of military assistance from the United States during the war, and he tended to store that away to save it for the post-war period where he anticipated a great conflict with the Chinese communists. Frustration with this on the part of the Western allies, particularly the American military advisor Joseph Stilwell, resulted in tensions and almost an open break between Stilwell and Chiang. Stilwell eventually had to be withdrawn by the American government. But Chiang stayed resolute in his view that even after Japan had invaded and occupied so much of China, that they were not the real problem and that the real enemy was going to be the Chinese Communist Party. As for themselves, the party, the Chinese Communists, saw the coming end of the war as setting the stage for a great revolutionary confrontation between their popular movement, their peasant-based movement, and the nationalist government. The anti-Japanese resistance, which communist guerrillas had spearheaded, particularly across northern China, had won them widespread support. The communists were certainly perceived, at least, as having been the more active fighters in the resistance against Japan. And this helped to spread, along with some fairly modest programs of social reform that the communists pursued in their areas under their control. This led to a great deepening of popular support for the Red Army and for the Chinese Communist movement in general. Meanwhile, the communists were able to present an image of the nationalists and of Chiang Kai-shek as corrupt, as unpatriotic, as incompetent, and as basically being the agents of Western imperialist interests in China. So the split, the division between the communists and the nationalists, even though there was theoretically this united front to resist the Japanese, the antagonism between the two parties certainly did not diminish and probably only intensified in the course of the war. When Japan surrendered in August and September of 1945, there was a period in China where efforts were made to try to negotiate some sort of post-war, perhaps coalition government. The United States sent negotiators 2 or 3 times to China to bring leaders of the nationalist and communist movements together. But while that was going on, there was a lot of maneuvering taking place on the ground. The Russians had come into the war at the very last minute in August of 1945, just shortly before the atomic bombs were dropped on Japan. But in doing so, they had come into northeast China, into Manchuria, and occupied a lot of the territory that had formerly been in Japanese hands. They stripped a lot of the industrial plant from that area and took it back to the Soviet Union as war reparations, but they also passed some aid along to the Chinese Communist forces. The United States, at the same time, was turning over large amounts of Japanese arms that had been captured after the Japanese forces in China surrendered to the nationalists. So although negotiations to try to find some sort of peaceful coalition were going on, both sides, both the communists and the nationalists, were also strengthening their positions militarily, preparing for a real serious confrontation. When these efforts to negotiate some sort of compromise solution broke down, which didn't take all that long, certainly by the end of 1946, full-scale fighting really breaks out between the communists and the nationalists. The nationalists first drive the CCP out of their base area in the northwest, but that proves to be a relatively meaningless victory because it's in the North China Plain, the great heartland of peasant farmland, that the communists now have their greatest strength, and up in Manchuria. So northern China, Manchuria and the North China Plain, falls fairly quickly under the control of the communists. Southern China and the southwest tends to remain in the hands of the nationalists initially, and then a great military confrontation between these two areas follows. In 1948, late in 1948, a great battle takes place called the Battle of the Huaihai. The Huai River runs through central China between the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River to the south. And on the plains surrounding the Huai River, a great battle takes place, a great tank battle, one of the few really large conventional warfare sort of set-piece battles that we have in the Chinese Revolution. And the communist forces emerge victorious. They defeat the nationalists. The nationalist military is deeply demoralized by this time. Communist propaganda is being increasingly effective in presenting the communists as the wave of the future, the true nationalists in some ways, the true patriots, and the corruption, the inflation that's taking place in the zone under nationalist control is making the lives of ordinary Chinese increasingly difficult. And so it's not surprising that political support for the nationalists disintegrates, and the military situation deteriorates for them as well. After the nationalist defeat in November of 48 in the Huaihai battle, Chiang Kai-shek begins to withdraw his forces to the island of Taiwan, which will become his last outpost. There are still large nationalist forces spread across southern China at this time, and most of those will eventually be withdrawn over to Taiwan. Some nationalist forces in the far southwest wind up going across the border into Burma, and their descendants, many of their descendants, remain there even today. The withdrawal to Taiwan is preceded late in 1948 by an uprising of the indigenous Taiwanese population who are not too happy about the idea of their island being taken over by the nationalist forces from the mainland. But Chiang Kai-shek carries out, nationalist forces carry out a fairly large-scale massacre of dissidents and resistors in Taiwan and pacify the island to prepare it for the nationalist withdrawal. The state of martial law, which is imposed on Taiwan at that point, late in 1948, stays in effect for over 40 years. 1949 is the great year of transition. This is the year when nationalist forces are driven further south, isolated in various parts of the country and either allowed to surrender or annihilated, and Chiang's forces eventually begin their withdrawal across the Straits of Taiwan to the offshore island. In April of 1949, communist forces enter Beijing. The city had been besieged since the fall of 1948, but through careful negotiations, it is surrendered to the communist forces without a major battle, without major destruction of the cultural heritage of the capital, and that's something that certainly Beijing people and others were very grateful for. Over the summer of 1949, as communist forces advanced really everywhere across China, the leadership settled in Beijing and began to prepare the establishment of a new government. And on October 1st of 1949, that new government, the People's Republic of China, is proclaimed by Mao Zedong in a speech at Tiananmen, the Gate of Heavenly Peace, the former southern entry to the Imperial Palace complex. And he, at that point, issues his very famous statement that the Chinese people have stood up. And the establishment of the People's Republic is portrayed certainly by the communist leadership as finally achieving the goals that had led to the overthrow of the old imperial regime back in 1911, 1912, had been frustrated with the failure of the republic initially, had been threatened even more by the fragmentation of China under warlordism, and then through the Japanese invasion and the civil war with the nationalists. Finally, here in October of 1949, Mao was saying, this is over. The long period of warfare and division and oppression by foreigners and by reactionary forces in China is over. The People's Republic of China allows the Chinese people to take control of their own destiny. A very dramatic moment, a very dramatic speech by Mao, and not entirely out of line with the realities of the situation, which were that for the first time in a very long time, there was a single unified national government in China with a coherent and disciplined and basically honest, not corrupt institutional core in the Chinese Communist Party. And the communists were set upon a program which, in their view, would end China's weaknesses and would begin the process of building what they consistently, quite hopefully, called a new China. Now, the core of their program was land reform. And they had already begun the process of land reform even before the formal proclamation of the People's Republic. Indeed, we talked in a previous lecture about the Jiangxi Soviet back in the early 1930s and how the communists had experimented with various social policies there. One of the things they had sort of tried out there was how to go about land reform, how to redistribute land to make sure that you didn't have some people who owned large estates, others who had no land at all and perhaps could only sell their labor as tenants or day workers. How could you achieve a more equitable distribution of land? As a still predominantly agricultural society, land was the most important productive resource. So land reform becomes the core of the new program. And beginning in 1948 and continuing into the early 1950s, the new regime, the Communist Party and the government of the People's Republic, oversaw a fairly comprehensive program of land reform, first in the areas in North China which they had occupied and controlled pretty consistently since the end of the Second World War, and then extending this into the newly conquered areas, the newly controlled areas in South and Southwestern China. The process of land reform was a very complex one, and the communists were very careful not to simply impose a new structure, a new system on the vast population of rural China. Instead, what they set out to do was to act almost as facilitators in a process. They would send work teams into villages, and they would seek out the people in the villages who had grievances, who seemed the most politically motivated, and they would work with them to identify who the landowners were and what the power relationships within a particular village were. And over a period of weeks or sometimes months, they would prepare for a moment when they would have mass meetings and assemble the farmers and have them denounce the landlords and seize the estates or seize the deeds, the titles to the land. Many landlords were beaten. Many others were killed in this process. It was a violent transformation of the agricultural system of ownership. And it was a very traumatic event, in many instances a very brutal event, and yet it was the critical event to allow China to break with the economic realities which had begun to stagnate all the way back in the 18th century and really hadn't been transformed or hadn't been modernized in any significant way up to the middle of the 20th century. The land reform that was carried out by the communists, as we will see, doesn't really achieve the objectives of socialism and communism that they had intended, but it does create the material conditions for the establishment of new modes of production and eventually for the emergence of China as a dynamic and powerful growth economy at the end of the 20th century. we'll return to some of those linkages in the next couple of lectures. Land reform was critical to eliminating the political control of the old rural elites and to creating the conditions to rewarding the peasants for their support of the party and to creating the conditions for improving agricultural production. It was carried out in tandem with other reforms that were directed also at transforming the traditional rural Confucian sort of popular culture. And the most critical step here was the passage of what's called the marriage law. The marriage law was meant to abolish certain traditional practices, principally arranged marriage. It allowed people to marry at their own will. It allowed for divorce. It allowed both men and women to initiate divorce. And perhaps most significantly, when land reform was carried out under the terms of the marriage law, land as it was redistributed was not simply given to the head of a household, which would mean that it was basically redistributed among the men, but was given to both men and women, so that men and women, husband and wife, would each have their own economic resources. And this was meant to empower women so that the legal empowerments of divorce and free marriage had some economic support, had some substance to them. So these were very radical reforms directed at transforming the core values, the core structures of the traditional system. And they were very effective in doing so. They didn't necessarily achieve the intended outcomes that the communists had, but they were critical to the ability of China to develop in the future. The Chinese established an alliance with the Soviet Union, which, as we'll see in the next lecture, was very important for economic development in the course of the 1950s. Soviet advisors came to China, helping with economic development. The war in Korea between the North and the South threatened to bring American troops into China again, but massive Chinese intervention in the fall of 1950, while prolonging the fighting on the peninsula, did keep the Chinese homeland basically secure. By the end of 1950, the communists were certainly in firm control of all of China. They were embarking on their program of socialist construction, and we will follow the course of that construction through the first quarter century of communist rule in the next lecture. From 1949 to 1976, Mao Zedong was the leader of the new China. And this was a period during which many of the ideals and visions that he had for building a modern socialist China went a long way towards being achieved. But it was also a period during which there was conflict within the leadership of the new China over exactly how a modern industrialized society could be built. And these disputes eventually brought the party close to self-destruction. And by the time Mao died in 1976, China was poised on the brink of a further radical transformation. What I want to do in this lecture is to consider China under Mao, look at the high points of development along the course of his under his leadership, and see how the splits between different groups within the leadership affected the ways in which China evolved and developed during this quarter century. Mao Zedong's vision of a new China was the dominant rhetoric throughout this period. What Mao said, Mao's writings, his speeches, these were the public goals. These were the ideals that the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China officially pursued. But almost from the beginning of the People's Republic, there were different groups within the leadership who interpreted the goals of building socialism and building a modern industrial society in different ways, who saw different roads, different paths, if you will, that could be followed in pursuit of these objectives. These debates were generally kept within the leadership of the party. The party sought to present as long as possible a unified public face. But we know now, particularly in retrospect, that many of these divisions became quite acrimonious, and on occasion they broke out into more public forms of conflict. Mao was generally able to prevail, at least in terms of keeping the party line, the stated positions of the party, in accord with his views. But from time to time, he was forced to compromise, sometimes to give up some of his control over various aspects of the government. And he never really was able to have the kind of absolute power over all aspects of development, all aspects of the program of the party or the government, which he probably would have wished, and which would have allowed him perhaps to pursue his particular vision more successfully. In the 1950s, the principal area of contention between different groupings within the party had to do with agricultural policy. China at this time was still overwhelmingly an agricultural nation. The agricultural sector within the economy was far the largest, and nearly 80% of the Chinese people still lived on the land and were still involved in farming. So how to deal with the agricultural sector was a critical question. Land reform, which we talked about in the last lecture, was carried out across the country and was very effective in redistributing land, getting land into the hands of farming families so that basically all the peasants, all the farmers across China had some land. Everybody wound up with something. They had individual titles to this land. They could cultivate it themselves. And the great estates, the great landlords were largely done away with, either given smaller plots of land to farm themselves, or in many instances driven off the land or sometimes killed. And a completely new setup in the countryside seemed to be taking shape. But the goal of land reform and the goal of the communist movement was not simply to redistribute land to small-scale peasant farmers and have them then go on with a system of small-scale private property, but was instead to build up a collective system, a system of collective or cooperative farming, which would allow various kinds of economic reforms to take place, and which would allow for economies of scale to be developed and would increase the productivity of the land. So in the early and mid-50s, incremental steps were taken towards agricultural collectivization. It's a very long and elaborate process, and I won't go through all the individual steps of it, but essentially from a widespread body of individual farmers to small-scale cooperative units, to larger-scale cooperatives, and then eventually to even larger-scale collective units. This was a sort of year-by-year process of development. And up until about 1956 or 1957, each stage in this process seemed to be very effective. There was very little popular resistance or resentment to this, largely because the kinds of reforms that were being carried out, the introduction of some small-scale mechanization, the introduction of better knowledge about techniques of cultivation, the use of fertilizers, cooperation between working groups, the ability to share certain instruments of production, whether it was livestock or farm tools of one kind or another. All these factors combined to result in increasing yields. And if you look at the statistics on food production, grain production in China during this period, year to year, they go steadily up. And indeed, grain production increases at a rate faster than population growth, which itself is taking place significantly during these years. And that means that the available food supply per capita was also increasing. So the reforms that are carried out in the early and mid-50s were very effective and were very successful, and therefore were well received. By about 1957, Mao becomes convinced that it's possible, building on these initial successes, to accelerate the timeline, to shorten the amount of time needed to achieve complete collectivization. And he begins to announce that moving to the highest level, moving to what come to be called the people's communes, which were very, very large collective entities, now is the time. He says that communes are a good thing. And a movement effectively sweeps across the country to leap up to these highest level cooperatives, collectives, and to then launch what comes to be called a Great Leap Forward. And the Great Leap Forward is, in some ways, the logical culmination of Mao's vision of unleashing the productive capacity of the Chinese peasantry, of moving to economies of scale, great large-scale cooperative labor projects to build water reservoirs and irrigation systems and all this kind of thing. The Great Leap achieves many very positive objectives, but it runs into some even more powerful negative forces. The core problem that develops with the Great Leap Forward is linked in many ways to Mao's idea of how to motivate people, how to get the vast masses of China to work together and achieve, almost by an act of will, a process of economic development. Enthusiasm is basic in this process, and the enthusiasm for success is such that people begin to falsify their reports of success. Not in a gross way, not in an excessive way, but if you add a few percentage points at the bottom level of reporting, and the person at the next level adds a few percentage points, and the person at the next level adds a few percentage points, by the time you get up to the national level, the level where the state council, the state planning bureau is formulating its information, making its plans for the future, you have gross distortions in what's going on. That's exactly what happens. 1957, 1958, 1959, initially, the Great Leap Forward itself is a huge success. Crop production increases. The problem is it doesn't increase in reality as much as it increases on paper. It does gain, but it doesn't gain as much. Based on false figures, based on misunderstood realities in the countryside, the planners decide so much has been achieved, they can lift various kinds of rationing restrictions, they can allow people to basically consume what they want. And this results in a lot of grain, a lot of livestock, a lot of food resources of one kind and another, not making their way into the supply system for the cities, where they're at the same time trying to build up industry and raise the standard of living of the urban population. And instead, there's initially a sort of glut in the countryside. As a result of that, and then as a result of excessively high targets set for the next year, there begins to be a crisis in agricultural production. There's not enough food. Food which they thought was going to be there as a reserve has been consumed. As we move into 1959, the situation begins to be much worse. Bad weather sets in. A variety of other circumstances begin to contribute to problems in the countryside. And by early 1959, food shortages become characteristic. Now, there's a lot of debate, a lot of dispute in academia about the extent of the hunger, the extent of starvation that follows. You'll see figures ranging up to 20 million people dying as a result of the food crisis during the Great Leap Forward. It's hard to know exactly what the precise figures should be, but certainly, no matter how you look at it, it's a period of hardship, it's a period of widespread malnutrition, and certainly of significant deaths resulting from the shortfalls of the Great Leap Forward. The crisis that the Great Leap Forward engenders results in the first real serious split, the first real serious division between elements within the party leadership. There had been campaigns carried out in the course of the 50s directed against what were called people who were called rightists or anti-party elements. These were largely directed against intellectuals who had criticized the party for being overly bureaucratic. And this begins to point up what will prove to be a very serious problem for the party long term, which is that it goes from being, prior to 1949, a fighting revolutionary organization to a government bureaucracy, an administrative elite managing the affairs of the country, and with the capacity to draw to itself a lot of the material rewards and benefits that are being made available by economic growth and development. The bureaucratic alienation of the party from ordinary people, from the people which it supposedly is there to serve, starts to be more and more of a problem. And the false reporting of figures during the Great Leap is in one way an example of this, that the bureaucrats wanted to make themselves look good. They wanted to have the best sounding reports, and they weren't really cognizant of how this would have such an adverse impact on the actual lives of the people that they were managing. Well, needless to say, the food shortfalls that are occurring by the spring of 1959 lead some members of the leadership to be very critical of the policies of the Great Leap Forward. In August of 1959, a party conference takes place, and at that conference, in a place called Lushan, the defense minister at that time, a man named Peng Dehuai, circulates a letter amongst the party leadership very critical of Mao Zedong and critical of Mao's model of mass mobilization and modernization based on the agricultural sector and building up the enthusiasm of the peasantry. Mao learns of this letter and launches a counterattack against Peng Dehuai and eventually confronts the party leadership with a choice that if they support Peng Dehuai, he will resign, he says, and go back to the countryside and lead a new peasant revolution. Well, nobody really wants that to happen. Peng Dehuai is forced to resign as Minister of Defense. He goes into a sort of enforced retirement for a few years, although eventually he's brought back to a more active role. But Mao, although he is vindicated, although his leadership is sustained, nonetheless is forced to step back. He's forced to resign from the position of president of the People's Republic and to retreat to a sort of second stage level in terms of state affairs. He remains chairman of the party and, of course, wields tremendous power from that position. But it does represent a sort of a political compromise that inhibits Mao's ability to manage the operations of the state machinery on a day-to-day basis. From 1959 until 1962, that state machinery comes to be controlled more and more by a group within the party leadership, sometimes referred to as the pragmatists, and led by Deng Xiaoping and the president, the man who replaces Mao as president, a man named Liu Shaoqi. These leaders emphasized the achievement of economic objectives, which were thought to be more based on sort of realistic appraisal of things and not on the primacy of politics. Mao's view was that politics should be in command. The more pragmatic wing took the line that economic factors, economic calculations should be given the more significant role. They moved away from Mao's emphasis on the highest levels of collectivization. The people's communes were largely disassembled and broken back down into much smaller scale, although still collective farming entities. And there was a general relaxation in the party's oversight over life, both in the countryside and in the cities. By 1962, Mao began to feel a certain frustration with all this and with the way things were going, and he wanted to make another effort to remind people of the necessity to keep socialism and the political revolution in mind, as well as the efforts to achieve economic development. And he advocated organizing something called the Socialist Education Campaign. The idea of the Socialist Education Campaign was not to educate the people in socialism, but to remind the leadership of how building socialism was in the interest of the masses of the Chinese. And the idea was that party leaders would go down into the villages and would have some direct experience of what life in the countryside, life out in the fields of agricultural production was really like. Also in factories in the cities. But senior and even mid-level party leaders didn't really want to do this. They didn't really want to give up their the privileges and comforts of their bureaucratic lifestyle. And so once again, the Socialist Education Campaign winds up being turned into another sort of anti-rightist campaign, and all the old usual suspects, the intellectuals, the critics of the party, are once again trotted out and criticized and abused for their supposedly anti-party or counter-revolutionary sentiments. Well, Mao found this to be extremely frustrating. He had meant to reform and reinvigorate the party leadership, and instead the party leadership had taken this as an occasion to sort of further alienate themselves from elements within the larger population. In 1965, Mao's frustration reaches a peak. He finds that at that point he has trouble getting some things that he's written published in the newspaper of the Communist Party. And this for him is just almost unthinkable. He leaves the capital, leaves Beijing, goes down to Shanghai, where he has there's a group of supporters that share his views and his thinking, and he prepares to launch what comes to be called the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. This gets fully underway in the spring of 1966, and over the next 2 or 3 years engulfs China in a tremendous public drama and public trauma. What Mao does in the Cultural Revolution, essentially, is to call upon the broad masses to criticize the party. Okay, he says that it is important. He talks about attacking the headquarters. He says that it is right to struggle against reactionaries, and by reactionaries he means people in the party who are reactionaries. He talks about opposing those in the party taking what he calls the capitalist road, whose policies, in his view, will result not in the building of socialism, but in China returning to the capitalist way. By calling on the masses, the vast numbers of the Chinese people, to attack the party, Mao unleashes some very powerful forces. And we see late in 1966 and into the first half of 1967 some very radical activity. The workers in great cities, most particularly the city of Shanghai, the most industrialized city in China, the greatest port in China, where millions of factory workers lived and worked, but other big industrial cities as well. Large-scale mass organizations of workers are formed. Street demonstrations demanding various kinds of reforms take place. In some ways, what Mao unleashes, the kinds of popular movements that spring up, particularly in places like Shanghai, are almost anticipatory of things like the Solidarity movement in Poland a decade or so later. In Shanghai, in the winter of 1966 to 67, this actually reaches the point where these popular workers' organizations set aside the leadership of the Communist Party. The Communist Party Committee of Shanghai, the municipal party organization, is dissolved. And something called the Shanghai Commune is put in place in February of 1967. But it doesn't last very long. And in many ways, this is really the turning point in the Cultural Revolution. It goes on for a while after this, but these events become quite important, because what Mao decides is that you do really need to have a communist party. He orders the radical groups in Shanghai to restore the party, to dissolve their popular government, their so-called Shanghai Commune. And once he does this, the real question becomes not a matter of the broad masses somehow reforming the party, but who's going to control the party from within. And the Cultural Revolution from that point on largely becomes a conflict over party control. This process culminates in April 1969 at the 9th Congress of the Chinese Communist Party. At that point, it's pretty clear that Mao and his followers have achieved sufficient control within the party. And although the official Cultural Revolution, the Cultural Revolution in name, continues all the way down until Mao's death in 1976, practically speaking, the active political phase of the Cultural Revolution comes to an end in the spring of 1969. The final 7 years of Mao's life were characterized by a sort of functional stalemate within the party leadership. Mao's group, particularly a quartet of radical leaders called the Gang of Four, with Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, as their principal leader, they came to control much of the party's propaganda and education and cultural institutions. But other supposed allies of Mao, supposed successors to Mao, most notably Lin Biao, who was supposed to be the man who would take over from Mao after his death, winds up being denounced as a traitor and dies in a plane crash trying to flee China after supposedly having plotted to assassinate Mao. So the Maoist side of the conflict within the party is to some extent in disarray. The pragmatists, on the other hand, find themselves staging something of a comeback. Liu Shaoqi, the leader of this grouping originally, dies in 1969, but Deng Xiaoping, who was sort of his second in command, having been purged not just once but several times, makes a return to power, particularly after 1972, and is in fact put in charge of science and technology policy for China. Through the early 70s, it appears that Mao is sort of balancing off the radicals like the Gang of Four against the pragmatists like Deng Xiaoping. Having decided to retain the central role of the Chinese Communist Party, he now is stuck with this sort of situation of not really being able to resolve the conflicts within the party. And this makes the last phase of Mao's leadership really a tragic and rather pathetic period. 1976 proves to be the critical year. It is the year in which Mao himself will die, but that is in some ways only the end of a series of quite dramatic events. In January, Zhou Enlai, who was perhaps the most popular leader amongst the communists up to this point, he had been prime minister since the establishment of the People's Republic back in 1949. Zhou Enlai dies. His death is widely mourned. And in April of 1976, people in Beijing go to Tiananmen Square and put flowers, other kinds of memorials at the monument to the people's heroes. Well, this is interpreted by the Gang of Four, the radical wing of the party, as a criticism of them. Zhou Enlai had always remained very, very close to Mao, but he had never really endorsed or supported the more radical activities of the Gang of Four. And they saw him as, in fact, having been their enemy, being an adversary. So when popular support, popular admiration for Zhou was expressed, they interpreted this as a popular attack on them. And there's quite a confrontation at Tiananmen in April of '76, and riots break out. Some police cars are overturned and burned, and troops have to be sent in to sort of quiet the situation down. It doesn't get out of control anywhere near to the degree that things do in 1989, but it does represent the most serious public expression of opposition to the existing leadership that has been seen in China in quite a while. In July of 1976, a major earthquake centered at a place called Kangshan, northeast of Beijing, kills nearly 300,000 people and causes widespread damage around North China, including in Beijing itself. Now, an earthquake like this, under the traditional cosmological worldview of imperial China, and still in popular consciousness, an earthquake like this is an omen, a portent of very serious, very negative impending events. Shortly after the Tangshan earthquake, Zhu De, who had been the founder of the Red Army, dies also. And then finally, on September 9th, Mao Zedong himself dies. So 1976 is a year in which three of the founding leaders of the communist movement pass from the scene, in which a serious public demonstration against the existing leadership takes place in the heart of Beijing, and in which an earthquake frightens not only the people, but the leadership as well. Almost immediately after Mao's death, the pragmatic wing within the party starts to move against his more radical followers. By early October, the Gang of Four are arrested, and the machinery begins to go to work for the final return of Deng Xiaoping to leadership and to preside over a fairly complete reorientation of the Chinese Communist Party and of China's course of development in the modern world. In our final lecture, we will turn to the situation of China after Mao, to China at the beginning of a new century, and we will see where China stands as we move into the future. With the death of Mao Zedong in September of 1976, China reaches yet another turning point. This one resulting within 2 years in the return of Deng Xiaoping, now as the supreme leader in China, the triumph of the pragmatist wing within the Communist Party, and the launching of China on a new road of modernization and development. The socialist path that had been followed under Mao's leadership comes to be largely abandoned, and China places itself, ironically, as Mao had predicted, on the capitalist road, and has achieved, since that time, tremendous growth and development, which now, at the beginning of the 21st century, positions China to once again resume a leading role economically, politically, in the world of the future. Events moved very quickly after Mao's death. In October 1976, just a month after Mao had passed on, a coalition of pragmatists, conservative party leaders, military leaders came together to isolate and remove Mao's radical followers. Mao's designated successor, a man named Hua Guofeng, who was from Mao's home province of Hunan, had a relatively undistinguished career in the public security services, but had been named by Mao as his successor. Hua Guofeng holds on to office for a while after Mao's death, but there's nothing really to distinguish him. He doesn't have a particular vision or dynamism of his own. And really, during this period, what's at work is the process of bringing Deng Xiaoping back into the leadership. Military leaders, technocrats in the state planning apparatus were among Deng's strongest supporters. And in November of 1978, a party gathering names Deng Xiaoping as vice premier and assures his control over policymaking. Deng then sets about carefully, not with excessive haste, but nonetheless quite clearly and relentlessly, to reorient China's policies, China's entire development strategy. The technical expertise of planners, of managers, of party leaders is emphasized over their political characterization. He begins to pursue the dismantling of collective ownership, particularly in agriculture. He adopts measures for family planning. Family planning had been quite a contentious issue. Mao had believed that more workers, more babies meant more workers, and more workers meant more communists, and so therefore family planning was a bad idea. Deng Xiaoping now begins to institute population control efforts, recognizing that a continued rapid expansion of China's population would eat up whatever benefits economic development might create. He begins to expand opportunities for economic activity in the private sector. Perhaps most significantly, Deng Xiaoping puts into high gear policies which in some ways had already begun under Mao. It was Mao, after all, who had welcomed President Nixon to China back in 1972 and had begun the process of allowing China to open more to the outside world. Deng Xiaoping now puts this much higher on his list of priorities and accelerates the pace of China's opening to the outside world. In particular, he begins to welcome direct foreign investment in the Chinese economy. At first, in very careful, controlled ways, but as time goes by, in an increasingly open embrace of the global economy. As foreign capital begins to come into China, the economy starts to expand really quite rapidly. At first, special economic zones are created, and in a way echoing all the way back to Qing policy. The special economic zones, when they first start to be set up, are created far away in the south, far from the political center in Beijing. Down, two of the earliest special economic zones are created just outside of Hong Kong. So back in the far south, where the old Canton system had been centered, now we have the first of the special economic zones going in. But as their success becomes evident, they are established elsewhere, and eventually all of China, in effect, becomes a special economic zone with foreign investment and foreign economic activity playing an increasing role in China's growth and development. Domestically, market reforms begin to be introduced, both in agriculture and in industry. In agriculture, experiments with breaking up agricultural collectives, with not granting formal legal title to land, but giving farming households very long-term leases. Initially 15 or 20 years, eventually these start to be 99-year leases, in effect creating a system of private property in the countryside. These are developed in conjunction with what's called the contract system, under which agricultural households will enter into an agreement with government purchasing units to supply a certain amount of grain or vegetables or whatever agricultural commodities are involved. And whatever surplus they have beyond that contract with the state, they can sell on the private market. This rapidly leads to expansion of agricultural production, and the flourishing of the private sector in the agricultural economy. Private industrial enterprises also begin to grow. And when I characterize these as private, that's perhaps an overstatement. They are not public state sector enterprises, but many of them are in practice only semi-private to begin with. They are enterprises that are started not by the Ministry of Machine Building or the Ministry of the Electronics Industry or something like that, but by local level collective or cooperative units. Sometimes these are township governments, sometimes these may be county governments, sometimes they are public and private partnerships, but they are new forms of organization, new forms of economic institutions, and they become very, very dynamic. Growth in this private and semi-private component of the economy rapidly outstrips what's taking place in the public sector, and these become the most dynamic enterprises in China. Nonetheless, problems go along with this. Because of the heritage of socialism and because of the central role of the Chinese Communist Party, the process of transforming the economy, both institutionally and in terms of the actual allocation of resources, is one which comes to be distorted by the role of the party and to some extent of the state machinery, but the party is perhaps most important here. Because to operate a private venture or to operate one of these mixed public-private enterprises, different kinds of permits or licenses will need to be acquired. And to get permission for those, the party secretary or the party officer of a particular government unit has to approve. And so opportunities for corruption, for bribery, for getting shares of equity perhaps in a new company as a sort of favor for the people in the party who have to grant approval, these become characteristic. And corruption becomes a significant component of the economic growth and development that takes place. And as we'll see shortly, concern about this, frustration with this, resentment about this becomes a very significant political issue. There's other consequences of economic growth and modernization that begin to manifest themselves as we move through the 1980s. Some parts of the economy, private enterprises, public-private partnerships, joint ventures between Chinese enterprises and foreign investors begin to grow and flourish. Incomes rise, wealth is being created, a more prosperous middle class begins to emerge. But other sectors of the economy don't benefit or don't benefit as much as these. For example, in the state sector, on the one hand, you have the massive industrial enterprises, steel mills, automobile factories, the railway system. These remain under state control. They're not very profitable in a sort of classic economic sense, and yet their position in the Chinese economy and social system are vital because they employ tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions of workers, and they provide a whole network of social services, educational services, health services, retirement services, which would otherwise have to be picked up by the government itself. So the reform of the state sector becomes a serious problem, a set of contradictions, a set of tensions pulling in different directions. Some of the state enterprises manage to adapt themselves a bit and become more profitable, more rationalized in an economic sense, and remain competitive. Others tend to stagnate and just sort of operate on a business as usual basis. But even there, the government is able to put some additional investment in and raise standards of living, raise income levels, not perhaps keeping up entirely with the private and semi-private sectors, but at least not falling too far behind. Other areas of public employment, most particularly things like education, the healthcare service, stagnate. Wages don't rise, working conditions don't improve, housing conditions don't improve, and teachers, professionals of various types, begin to feel left out, begin to feel that they're being left behind as China moves forward with its economic development. And they are particularly resentful when they see members of the party, and often the sons and daughters of party leaders, benefiting disproportionately, not from the hard work that they're putting in, but simply from taking advantage of their position within these privileged institutions. This kind of public perception of growing inequities and corruption becomes more and more a source of social tension as we move through the 1980s. In 1989, this reaches a serious crisis point, and we see a very public challenge to the continued authority and leadership of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, all through the 80s, and particularly from 1986 on, there had been small-scale, localized demonstrations of protest, of frustration. Some of these were in the form of anti-Japanese protests. The hostility between China and Japan, the lingering legacy of events like the rape of Nanjing, are still part of popular consciousness in China, even among young people today. And the opening of China to the outside world, the influx of outside investment, well, some of that was coming from Japan. And the Japanese became a sort of convenient target. Frustration with economic change, frustration with corruption within the Chinese system could be vented in the form of anti-Japanese political actions. And those took place a number of times in the mid-1980s. Other demonstrations, other protest movements criticized the party leadership more directly. Some outspoken intellectual figures came to be quite prominent in their criticism and challenging of the party leadership. At the same time, within the party leadership, there were individuals who began to emerge as more sympathetic to these protests. And a reform wing, or perhaps a more rapid reform wing, begins to be discernible within the party leadership. These debates are now a little bit more public, a little more easy to observe than they had been back in the 50s or 60s. And we know that individuals such as Hu Yaobang or Zhao Ziyang came to be advocates of more rapid reform, more liberalization, more opportunities for the participation of ordinary people in the political process. Hu Yaobang, who had become very popular in this role and who had in fact been disciplined to some extent by the party leadership for being maybe a little too outspoken, dies in April of 1989. His death, echoing back to the death of Zhou Enlai in 1976 and the popular demonstrations which had followed it, Hu Yaobang's death becomes the spark, the starting point for the student protests and the mass demonstrations in Beijing in the spring of 1989. A number of factors come together at this time to make this such a dynamic and potentially explosive situation. Hu Yaobang's death leads to the outpouring of public sentiment in support of him, in favor of more reform, more liberalization. Almost at the same time, just a matter of a week or two later, the Russian reformist leader Gorbachev was making a visit to China. And the Chinese leadership was very proud of this, to have the Russian leader coming to China. This was seen in some ways as a recognition of China's success, of the status that China was achieving, and the Chinese leadership was very proud of this. When Gorbachev arrives, Tiananmen Square is occupied by student demonstrators, and it's impossible to bring Gorbachev for the big ceremonial welcome at the Great Hall of the People. This is a humiliation and embarrassment for the party leadership, and this begins to turn them against whatever sympathies they might have had for the student demonstrations. The leadership still remains divided. Debates take place within the very top levels of the party over how to respond. Should they impose martial law? Some articles are published in the paper denouncing the students, demonstrators as anti-revolutionary. Other forces within the leadership want to have a more sympathetic line towards the students. The Western media gets involved, of course, and outside reporters start to talk about this as threatening the overthrow, threatening the collapse of the government, threatening the end of the rule of the Chinese Communist Party. Of course, from the point of view of the Western media, this was a desirable outcome. But for the communist leadership to be hearing this on the world news only made them more determined to hold on to their to the existing status. It is ultimately Deng Xiaoping who resolves this conflict. He decides, in some ways, reminiscent of Mao's decision to maintain the leadership of the party during the Cultural Revolution. Deng decides that the demonstrations have to be suppressed and that force will be used as needed to do so. And that decision is critical to his view of how China is to go forward. Deng Xiaoping was a believer in pragmatism, in the leadership of experts, of technicians. He wasn't necessarily a great advocate of popular participatory democracy. And we can see that in this instance, his fear of unrest, his fear of instability, of potential chaos, far outweighed his desire to have popular support for reform. He wanted to modernize China. He wanted to make China a wealthy and powerful country, but he didn't necessarily want to allow that process to be guided by forces outside of the Chinese Communist Party. Well, on June 4th of 1989, the forces of the People's Liberation Army move into Beijing. There are very dramatic and violent confrontations between people in the streets of the city and these military forces coming in from east and west. Certainly hundreds of people are killed in the fighting that night, and eventually the troops reach Tiananmen Square. A negotiated agreement is reached to get the last of the students holding out in the square to leave, which they do. Many of them are pursued and arrested in later days, although many of them also manage to escape and flee to the west. Martial law is in place in Beijing, and this challenge, this movement to confront the government, to repudiate the corruption, the inequities that are emerging in the course of economic reform, and to call for greater popular participation is brought to an end. In 1989, in the summer of 1989, many people looking at China thought that they were in a very, very serious crisis, that the leadership of the Communist Party had been permanently undermined, that China's ability to continue to attract foreign investment and thereby to continue to pursue its course of economic development was going to be seriously curtailed, and that the future looked rather bleak, both for the Chinese Communist leadership and for the people of China. In the years since 1989, the actual course of events has proved to be rather different. The Chinese Communist Party has managed to maintain its leadership and to a significant extent to maintain its legitimacy. It is still accepted, perhaps not overwhelmingly loved and admired, but certainly respected by the vast majority of the Chinese people. The foundation for this is really very straightforward, which is the capacity of the Chinese leadership to deliver steadily improving material standards of living and steadily increasing degrees of individual freedom to the Chinese people. China today is perhaps the most rapidly developing country in the world. Certainly of any countries of any significant size, it is the most rapidly developing country in the world. Chinese economy continues to grow at exceptionally fast rates. Average growth over the last 20 or 25 years or so, has been over 7%. This year's growth rate is anticipated to be over 9%. The leadership recently announced that they were going to try to cool things off next year in the future by reducing growth to only 7%. Most countries would be delighted to have 7% growth, and the idea that this represents a conservative turn for China only indicates how rapid their overall development has been. The economic growth of China has lifted the material standards of living for hundreds of millions of people. Between 1990 and 2001, almost 300 million Chinese had their incomes rise enough to place them above the United Nations poverty line. There are still over 100 million Chinese living below the United Nations poverty line, but no country in history has ever lifted so many people out of poverty in so short a time. So these achievements of growth, of development in China are truly phenomenal. Most recently, perhaps, the dynamism of China, China's ability to become a modern country has been demonstrated by the launching of a man into outer space. The first orbital flight by a Chinese astronaut on a Chinese space vehicle. This technological achievement was, of course, wildly welcomed in China and is seen by the Chinese as a demonstration of their return to prosperity, to stability, and to a place of significance in the world. Now, these achievements, however, have not come without considerable costs. The problems that were often associated with the old China, certainly with the China of the middle years of the 20th century, problems of healthcare, problems of disease, problems of crime, problems of drug addiction, problems relating to the status of women. Many of these issues, which had gone away to a considerable extent during the 1950s and 1960s and 1970s, are now with us once again in China. A function, certainly at least a byproduct of the economic reform programs that have given China tremendous growth, have also meant that social services have deteriorated. The educational sector has gone from one in which the goal was universal public education and expanding higher education for high school graduates. China was far from achieving its objectives, but was moving steadily in that direction, to one in which the public educational sector has stagnated. Funding for schools is grossly inadequate. Teacher salaries have not risen in anywhere near parity with the rest of the economy. And this has become so much a problem in China that in the cities, wealthy families, of which there is a largely and rapidly growing supply, are sending their children to private schools. So a two-tier system of education, a publicly funded but not very adequately funded system of schools on the one hand, and a private school system where the children of the new middle class, the well-off urban sector, can achieve really very good education. So a movement away from the egalitarian ideals of socialism and the building of a new China to a system much more similar to the capitalist economies of the Western world. Healthcare has gone in quite comparable directions. One of the great achievements of the Cultural Revolution was the system of what were called barefoot doctors, people who weren't really highly sophisticated, very highly trained or educated medical practitioners, but who had basic skills in disease prevention and sort of popular health services. who would go anywhere in the country, who often lived out in the countryside, who practiced in the poorest villages. This was, again, an ideal which was not necessarily fully realized, but which was the dominant mode of investment and development under the socialist regime. The healthcare system has become, again, much more like a Western healthcare system. Hospitals are expensive places to go. Health insurance is in short supply. Hospitals increasingly invest in high-tech medical equipment, which makes their costs, service costs, much higher. And health, too, has become something which is now available with a great deal of differential based upon incomes. So economic growth has also resulted in economic inequality, and that has resulted in the deterioration of services for many people. The situation of women, finally, is one which has been very problematic. The marriage law of 1950 was a very strong effort to equalize the status of men and women in Chinese society, to provide women with the kinds of economic resources necessary to ensure that their status was substantive and not merely putative. In the era of economic reform, the status of women has, I think, deteriorated quite significantly. When factories have been rationalized, the employees laid off first have tended to be the women. The ideal of women remaining at home, taking care of domestic tasks without, of course, being paid, has become the norm again, certainly in urban China. Educational opportunities for women have declined, particularly in the private sector. This is not to say that there are not women being educated, but the extent to which this is an egalitarian system has declined significantly. In the countryside, practices of arranged marriages, kidnapping women by marriage matrimonial agents, bride prices, dowries, many of the abuses associated with the old society have also returned. We're now on the threshold of the 21st century, moving into the early years of the century. It's a period where China's growth almost certainly will continue. There will be problems, there will be challenges which China will face, but it seems highly likely that as the century progresses, China will return to the position of power, prestige, world leadership, which it traditionally occupied. In many ways, the last 2 centuries, since the end of the 18th century, have been an anomaly. As we've looked over the long sweep of Chinese history, we've seen that there have been periods of growth and dynamism and periods of decline and fragmentation. I think in the long term, historians of the future will look back on the 20th century as an era of fragmentation, and on the 21st as a period when China returned to its former glory. It's been a pleasure working with you through these lectures. Good day.
Dog, you did a fucking phenomenal job.
Hey, Melissa, the Biden administration's economic policy toward China is going to come into view beginning on Monday when the U.S. Trade Representative gives a speech outlining her views and the conclusions from her agency's top-to-bottom review of China. And I learned from sources familiar with the matter that in that speech, the U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, will declare that China is not in compliance with the...
That was an amazing from the outer mouth. Pimp.
He says it's a war for Israel's existence against enemies backed by Iran. Clear reference to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Netanyahu gave no indication he will slow the Israeli army's offensives in Gaza, southern Lebanon, and Beirut. ABC's Jordana Miller says the region is on edge, waiting for Netanyahu to decide when and how to respond to Iran's recent ballistic missile attack. Israel is pushing ahead with its operations on several fronts. In the Middle East, Israeli tanks rumbled into northern Gaza for the 3rd time since the war began. Airstrikes hitting a mosque and a school in a designated safe zone, reportedly killing 45 people. The Israeli military says it targeted Hamas command posts. ABC's Inez de la Guitara says Israel is also intensifying airstrikes in southern Lebanon by targeting leaders of the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah. Florida is getting ready for what's expected to be another major storm. Hurricane Milton became a Category 5 storm this morning in the Gulf of Mexico, headed toward Florida's west coast. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell says the agency is ready, is sending resources into the state and coordinating with local officials. We're working with the state EOC to understand what their requirements are going to be so we can have those in place before it makes landfall. That's expected to happen Wednesday night. She also claims that FEMA money has been diverted to help illegal immigrants. She also says claims that FEMA money has been diverted to help illegal immigrants are false. She says the claims are demoralizing aid workers and creating fear in people who need recovery assistance. FEMA has a pool of money just for natural disasters. Southland weather from KFI: sunny, highs low 70s in the beaches, mid to upper 80s in Lindo Sea, mid 70s to mid 80s Metro LA, 90s to the triple digits, values the IE and the high desert. Right now, 81 in Tustin, it's 68 in Laguna Beach, 95 in Chatsworth, and 89 in Van Nuys. The KFI financial update: the Dow is down 409, S&P 500 down 60, NASDAQ down 221. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Pomona. Westbound, riders coming up on Town Avenue, brand new accident. This is going to be blocking the left lane. Then on the flip side, 10, you just got to be already got a stall clearing into the Senator Minor area. San Dimas, 57 right at Arrow Highway. Keep your eyes peeled. I got reported some large metal chains that are lying in the left lane. In Fontana, 10 westbound before you get to Etiwanda Avenue. Got a stall blocking the left lane there. In Garden Grove, 22 east on a Euclid Street. Looks like they are wrapping up that police activity and opening all lanes, but it's going to be sold from Brookford Street. Costa Mesa, 405 southbound before you get to 73. We've still got a pretty tough crash. The 3 right lanes are going to be blocked. Then at Southgate on the 710 northbound before you get to Firestone Boulevard. The 2 right lanes are blocked with a crash there. It's going to be slow from before the 105. With Southern California's on the airborne traffic report, so I'm Jenny Harmon. Hi, Carrie Jamie. This is season 4 of Naked Sports. Up first, I explore the making of a rivalry. Nathan Clark versus Adrian. Every great player needs a full paper on cover. Just because of one big thing that discovered your value. Marketplace have changed the way we consume sports. Listen to Making of a Rivalry. Nathan Clark versus Adrian Reese, America's #1 podcast network. iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Making of a Rivalry. Nathan Clark versus Adrian Reese and start listening. Hey there, rivalries. Author of Going Into the Big Short, Volleyball, and Live Retreat. On the latest season of my podcast, Against the Rules, I'm exploring what it means to be a sports fan in America. And with the rise of sports betting, doing for our teams, our states, and ourselves. And in Las Vegas and New Jersey and beyond. Understand America's newest form of legalized gambling. Listen to Against the Rules on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app, search Against the Rules, and start listening. The free iHeart Radio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeart Radio podcast preview.
expect probably Wednesday sometimes when it's going to make landfall. We have Big State Monday coming up. Last thing, we'll be talking about all kinds of fun stuff in the world of music.
Hey guys, as a child of divorced parents, my parents divorced when I was 7. I'm 61 now, I'll be 61 this week. I would love for them to stay together rather than seeing my dad every weekend. It would be great for them to stick it out for the kids. After that, if you're happy, do your thing, but it's hard on the kids. It's very hard. So that's my take. I'm still with my wife, 44 years.
44 years.
Did he say it just turned?
61. Math. Are you doing math? Is that what's
So you're
happening?
married at
I smell
17.
fire.
Is that right? Good for you.
Hey Gary, maybe I'm just too bad because my Steelers lost to the Cowgirls last night. It's none of your damn business when your parents decide to get a divorce. You need to take it, put your selfishness aside.
This is about the Steelers. This is not about Gary's dead parents. This is about what happened.
But also, you can't, if you're going to get a divorce, you can't be so naive as to think it's not going to impact other people. I mean, it's going to impact your relationship with your own family, your relationship with your kids, maybe your relationship with your parents if they're still around.
Okay, she's not a relationship with friends. She's not listening. You can make this case at another time.
Hey Gary, hey Shannon. Great show today, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, but Shannon, yeah, it's a little hard on Gary.
Yeah.
First off, it gets bad if parents get divorced.
Yeah.
You know, judging him on that, judging him on his shirt.
That was a joke.
You know, Gary, you set a face off.
Yeah.
I'm going to the higher ups. You should probably suspend Shannon again. I'll get advice.
You've been suspended for giving me.
Hey, I wasn't judging the fact that you'd be angry if your parents got a great divorce. It was that I wanted you to articulate what that meant, what made you angry, what you were feeling that would make you angry.
You were forcing me into a place of exploring my own emotions.
It was.
It's kind of creepy.
What else is going on? Well, we've been reporting to you all morning, all day long, because Hurricane Milton did grow into explosive Category 5 storm just as we were starting the show. Sustained winds of now 175 miles per hour. They say it's not going to reach its peak until tomorrow.
So it will diminish. Like you said, it peaks tomorrow. It should diminish a bit by the time it does make landfall. Right now, it's basically the entire west coast of Florida that is on the lookout for landfall sometime on Wednesday. Just the lowest quadrant, I guess, of eastern Florida, like where Miami is. They're the ones who are most likely to escape any real damage or problems. But again, the storm surge, somewhere between 8 and 12 feet, depending on where they are, could be the biggest issue.
Women who kill, it's always fascinating, isn't it? Especially when you've got a female serial killer, but that's what police in Canada say they have on their hands. Woman arrested and charged Friday with 3 murders from Toronto, Niagara Falls, and another city in Canada. That's a crazy part to me. It's not that it's a woman, it's that it's a Canadian woman. She's only 30 years old. Her name's Sabrina. And they say that she killed a 60-year-old woman in Toronto, a 47-year-old man in a Niagara Falls park, and a 77-year-old man in a parking lot in Hamilton, Ontario. The first victim in Toronto was found with visible trauma to the body.
And that's a pretty wide. This is 30-year span from the oldest to the youngest. I wonder if there's more. They know those 3. I wonder if there's more.
I wonder what the motive was.
Crowds have gathered in places around the world today to mark the anniversary of the October 7th attacks, the start of the war in Gaza. Demonstrators and counter-demonstrators, pro-Palestinian rallies have taken place around the globe. Pro-Israeli rallies have taken place across the globe.
and her friend claimed they were kicked off a Spirit flight for wearing crop tops. They were on a flight from LAX to New Orleans. Tara from Dana Point says we were wearing crop tops, just like a little bit of stomach showing. A male flight attendant approached them, aggressively told them to put something on before walking away. He's telling both of us to put our sweat
That's hard to believe.
And we were like, oh, can we see a dress code? Like, is there a policy that says we can't wear crop tops on the plane?
Is there? No.
I've seen plenty. Yeah, come on, buddy. You're not freaking United. You're not American. You're just
On the Spirit Airlines.
Hello,
What up,
I'm
baby?
Ken Hammond. I'm
Ken Hammond, you're fucking
professor of
amazing.
history at New Mexico State University.
Shout out to Lobos.
And I'm going to be doing the lectures on 5,000 years of Chinese history from Yao to Mao, and we'll try to make some sense of what the title means as we go along. Before we begin to deal with the actual course of Chinese history, I want to take a few moments to suggest some of the general themes that we're going to be engaging with as we go through these lectures. We'll be concerned with how the Chinese have organized their society and government. We'll be concerned with how social elites, ruling groups, have emerged and flourished at different times in Chinese history. What the basis for their power has been, how they've sustained and supported themselves, and how they've legitimated that power, how they've made their rule acceptable to people over time. We're going to be talking about how the Chinese have thought about their own society and how they've seen the world around them. We'll consider the relationship between China and the outside world. First of all, the matter of Chinese civilization itself, how it emerges, the relationship between China as a civilization, as a culture, and the people immediately surrounding it, often seen by the Chinese as barbarians. We'll be talking about how China's been involved in larger regional systems, in the global economy over time. And in later lectures, we'll look at how influences coming into China from the outside world have affected the development of Chinese history and its interaction, the history of China's interaction with that larger world, particularly the modern Western world. We'll explore the connections between economic and social life in the worlds of art, and literature, and philosophy. Cultural and political life in China have always been linked in ways that are sometimes very different from how we normally think of things in the West. We don't usually have the situation in the West where we have a poet who's also the president. But in Chinese history, the way Chinese culture has worked traditionally, the poets, the painters, the artists were often also the high political officials of a particular time. So we'll be looking at some of the ways that that has worked over time. And then we'll investigate the question of whether developments in China, the development of Chinese history, parallels the history of other parts of the world, or whether it sort of runs along on its own track. We'll see that in some instances there are connections or at least parallels between what develops in China, while in other ways the Chinese experience is unique to itself. Sometimes it seems that China has taken a developmental path quite different from that of the West. But in other ways, I think we can approach the history of China as a set of alternative responses, alternative choices in response to common challenges, common problems that people anywhere in history have faced. Well, in embarking on our exploration of Chinese history, let's begin by establishing just where and what China is and was. China is located in East Asia, and it's defined by several significant geographic features. To the east of China is the Pacific Ocean. China has a long coast on the Pacific, running from fairly far in the north to the tropics in the south. In the south, beyond the area settled by Chinese people, Southeast Asia countries like Vietnam, Burma, Thailand. The heartland of China is bounded on the west by mountains, high mountains, the mountains that go up to the Tibetan Plateau, Burma, and also further north by the Gobi Desert, the vast inner expanses of Asia. And then to the north of China are the grasslands of Mongolia, and a little bit sort of northeast, the forests and mountains of what today we call Manchuria. Okay? That's what surrounds China. That's what sort of defines China as what China isn't. What China is, what we refer to historically as China proper, is the core, the area where the Chinese people, in their hundreds of millions today, have always lived. This area we can think of as containing sort of 4 subregions. In the north is the North China Plain. And the North China Plain is a fairly vast expanse of flat, level farmland, relatively easy to travel back and forth across it. Historically, pretty well watered. It used to be a few thousand years ago, even wetter than it is today. There's been a long-term process of sort of drying out that's affected the ecology of the north. But the North China Plain is the agricultural heartland of Chinese civilization. It's where Chinese civilization first begins to historically emerge, and it is still where a huge proportion of the Chinese population is concentrated. South of the North China Plain is a region of hills and valleys, mostly south of the Yangtze River. We'll talk about the rivers in a minute. And this is quite a contrast to the North China Plain, where in North China you can go for days and days on foot or on horseback across open land. In the south, settlements are divided off from one another by these mountains and valleys. The lowlands along the river valleys tend to be where agricultural settlement developed. The highlands, more rugged land, served as barriers between these areas where Chinese populations grew up. Now, to the southwest is the Sichuan Basin. And the Sichuan Basin is itself a fairly extensive agricultural plain, but it's cut off all around by high mountains. The major way to get there, its major point of accessibility, is up the Yangtze River through the famous gorges of the Yangtze River. Very beautiful, stark, but also very challenging terrain. Sichuan has been, because of these mountains, has been somewhat isolated from some of the mainstreams of development. Sometimes it's been protected from the chaos and warfare that's plagued other parts of China. In other ways, it has sometimes served as a kind of refuge. We'll see some instances of that as we go along. Finally, in the northwest, there's a large area of highlands, of plateaus and fairly deeply cut river valleys that's very dry, very different from South China or the North China Plain, high and dry in the northwest. Chinese civilization, Chinese culture has been shaped by this landscape, and most particularly by 2 great rivers that flow from west to east. And in the north, the Yellow River, which rises on the Tibetan Plateau and then makes this long sort of loop. I tell my students often that on the map it looks sort of like a pilgrim's hat, and that's called the Ordos Loop. And after making that long loop, it then flows east across the North China Plain, reaching the sea on one side or another of the Shandong Peninsula. Over time in history, the mouth of the Yellow River has shifted north, south, back south, many, many times. It's often a major disaster when this happens because of the flooding that's entailed, but it has been a constant source also of renewal for the land in North China as the silt that's brought down from the highlands is deposited during these periods of epic flooding. It's called the Yellow River because it's so full of silt. It carries a lot of dirt as it flows out and slows down across the North China Plain. Controlling the Yellow River, dealing with the flooding, the challenges of hydraulic management has been one of the concerns, one of the institutional problems that Chinese civilization has faced for a very long time. The southern of the two great rivers that flows across China is called the Yangtze River, or in Chinese they call it the Changjiang, which just means the Long River. We generally refer to it in English as the Yangtze. It also originates up on the Tibetan Plateau, but it flows down through the Sichuan Basin, through this flat area surrounded by mountains in the southwest, and then out through the narrow gorges of the Yangtze, winding its way through central China, a very wet area, lots of lakes, lots of, again, efforts to control the flooding of the river historically. And then finally makes a long arc through East China and emerges into the Pacific, just north of where today the city of Shanghai is located. Now, I mentioned that Chinese civilization, the earliest Chinese cultures, appeared in the north, on the North China Plain, in the valley of the Yellow River. A couple of alternative centers that we'll talk about in the next lecture, down further south in the Yangtze River Valley. But over time, the area that the Chinese people have lived in, the area that Chinese civilization has controlled, has expanded. And areas that were peripheral to the original zone of Chinese civilization have become part of China's territory. This has largely been a process of the expansion of agriculture. Chinese farmers moving south and southwest into the highlands of what are now Guizhou and Yunnan provinces. Tibet, further to the west, up on the very high plateau of Central Asia, has been linked to Chinese civilization since about the 7th century of the present era. And Chinese power has been extended into Central Asia, projected out along the ancient trade route that we call the Silk Road, running off to the northwest, and then eventually extending on out to Persia, down to India, and eventually even over to the Mediterranean. The Mongolian steppes, which are very different from the agricultural heartland of China, have been linked to Chinese civilization, partly by the fact that tribes out in the grasslands have raided the Chinese frontier historically, and also because from time to time China, particularly strong dynasties in Chinese history, have been able to project Chinese power out into the grasslands and incorporate Mongolia into Chinese control. Finally, in the northeast, what today we call Manchuria, an area of rugged mountains and woodlands and very lush river valleys, has become part of today's China, only really in the last 400 years or so. We'll be talking about the Manchus, from which people this territory now gets its name, Manchuria, later on in our lectures. The population of China itself has evolved in complex ways. The earliest people to call themselves Chinese, or to use a term to refer to themselves that we can see as referring to what we call the Chinese people. They called themselves the people of the black hair. Lived on the North China Plain. And the earliest states, the earliest fairly complex political entities, emerged on the North China Plain as sort of as confederations of numerous tribal groups who defined themselves in contrast to people who were not Chinese, people who were not civilized, and who they saw as barbarians. And they used a number of terms which we translate into English as barbarians, to refer to these other people. One of the key elements in this self-definition, and the way that they thought, and what it was that they thought made them civilized as opposed to the barbarians, was writing, the possession of a system of writing. The system of Chinese writing, of course, is very different. It's ideographic. It's based on the use of characters rather than an alphabet. And it seems to have emerged fairly quickly. We don't have a lot of transitional evidence about the emergence of writing. When it's there, it shows up as a fairly fully developed system. So we don't know a lot about its early stages of development, but at some point, about 3,500 years ago, there it is. And that's the time at which we can begin to see the Chinese people as a self-defined community. And this possession of a writing system to record their own history, to record their activities, is one of the key elements in that process. As Chinese civilization was expanding, neighboring peoples, particularly in the south, were either displaced or assimilated. That is to say, Chinese farmers who were moving largely south drove the indigenous populations either out or up, or intermarried with them and brought them into the community of Chinese civilization. When we talk about moving them out or up, some peoples in the south, when Chinese farmers began to come in and take over good land in the valleys, just packed up and left, just moved away. The people who today we call the Vietnamese people are an example of this. They formerly lived on the southeast coast of China, and as Chinese populations migrated south or moved south, these people traveled further down to where they live now in Southeast Asia. The Thai people that live in Thailand and Laos today had lived further inland in southern China. And again, as Chinese settlers filled up the river valleys, the people who today we call the Thai migrated off to the south and the west and settled eventually in their present territories. Other populations moved up out of the river valleys into marginal highland territories. And they have remained in place so that today, all across South China, there are non-Chinese ethnic communities living at higher elevations, living up in, what are generally called hill tribe communities. Many of these groups maintain their distinctive identities, they retain their own languages, they retain their own cultural practices, and today they constitute about 5% of the population of China as a whole. The vast majority of the Chinese people, the other 95%, are what we call the Han people. They derive that name from one of the great dynasties that we'll be talking about, the Han Dynasty. But about 54 officially recognized ethnicities that we'll be talking about. Many communities all across South territories, present territories. Other populations moved up out of the river valleys into marginal highland territories. And they have remained in place so that today, all across South China, there are non-Chinese ethnic communities living at higher elevations, living up in, what are generally called hill tribe communities. Many of these groups maintain their distinctive identities, they retain their own languages, they retain their own cultural practices, and today they constitute about 5% of the population of China as a whole. The vast majority of the Chinese people, the other 95%, are what we call the Han people. They derive that name from one of the great dynasties that we'll be talking about, the Han Dynasty. But about 54 officially recognized ethnic minorities, cultures which are not Chinese, are not officially designated as Chinese, are scattered across the territory of China today. And most of these are in the south, and most of these are populations that had originally lived down in the agricultural lowlands, but which 2,000, 2,500 years or so ago were displaced to higher elevation. Well, let's return to the story of the emergence of Chinese civilization and its origins. Most of what we know about this process, we know from archaeology. We know from the excavation of the material remains of people who occupied the territory that is today China, that have been dug up largely in the last 100 years. We know, for example, that ancestors, hominid ancestors of humans, lived in various parts of China more than 500,000 years ago. Very famous remains of Peking man found in caves located southwest of the modern-day capital of China. Were dug up back in the 1920s and 1930s, and these were dated to about 500 to 600,000 years ago. Similar fossils have been found in the far west of China and in southwest China, so that it's clear that there were very early ancestors of humans all around East Asia at this time. More recently, about 40,000 years ago, fossils of Homo sapiens, the present-day human species, begin to be found in China. And this is roughly the same time when we begin to see Homo sapiens in other parts of the world, suggesting that the expansion of modern human populations was fairly rapid, that the emergence of Homo sapiens took place all across the Eurasian landmass shortly after the first appearance of these people coming out of Africa. There's a series of stages of cultural development wherein more and more sophisticated stone tools are deployed, and stages of civilization are defined generally in terms of the tool complexes that are used. Now, about 10,000 years ago, about 12,000 years ago, about 10,000 BC, a very important set of developments takes place in central and southern China. And this has to do with the domestication of grains, in particular the domestication of rice. The earliest evidence of rice farming has been found in what is today Jiangxi province, which is south of the Yangtze River, and dates to about 12,000 BCE. That development, the domestication of grain, creates a situation, sets up the conditions for a dramatic transformation in the cultures in China, as indeed the domestication of grain does in other civilizations emerging in other parts of the world. Because the shift from a hunting and gathering culture, from a culture in which communities of people, tribes, if we want to call them that, move around on a fairly constant basis, to one where the cultivation of a crop keeps them located in a particular place over time, leads to a number of transformations in culture. Okay? Probably the most significant that we see in China is the emergence of villages, the beginning of sedentary lifestyles, of a way of living where people remain in the same communities, remain in the same settlements, from not just from season to season, but from year to year, and eventually from generation to generation. What we get, first in southern China and then in more elaborate developments in the north, are a series of cultures that begin to be identifiable, begin to have characteristics, begin to possess cultural traits that we can now link directly to historical Chinese civilization when it emerges. Okay? The Yellow River Valley becomes the focal point for several of these early civilizations. We can begin to identify these mostly through the pottery that they make. The beginning of the production of pottery, it really changes the way that we can look at cultures, the way that we can talk about communities of people, because suddenly we have very elaborate sets of artifacts that begin to be decorated, begin to be not merely functional objects, but seem to have some sort of aesthetic qualities along with them. And the communities that we begin to define, we can tell from the way that their pottery is made, and then from sort of the geographic distribution of their pottery, we can tell more of the history of specific groups. It becomes easier to identify specific groups and then to trace to some extent their interactions. In North China, there's two particular groups that emerged about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago that the archaeological record tells a very interesting story. In the west, about where the bend of the Yellow River turns to the north, there's a civilization or a culture that we call the Yangshao. And the Yangshao people settle in villages. The villages tend to be demarcated by ditches, by trenches, moats, if you will, that are probably defensive in function. Within the villages, people live in houses and huts that are partially excavated, they're partially dug down into the soil, and then a superstructure is built up over that. There also appears to be some social differentiation, some hierarchy that starts to emerge within the Yangshao culture. We know from burials, from the excavation of graves, that some people were buried in a very elaborate fashion. They were buried with particularly higher quality grave goods. Nicer objects were put into the grave with them. And others were buried in more common graves. Some were placed in what may be ritually significant postures, while others were simply put into the ground sort of randomly. What's interesting in the Yangshao culture is that the individuals who are placed in the higher status graves are almost all women. And this suggests that at this time in Chinese history, that the societies that were emerging had a kind of leadership which was provided by women. Anthropology suggests that in a lot of emerging cultures, women play a role as spiritual leaders, that they are shamanesses, that they provide a link between the human community and the spirit world. And there are indications in the graves of the Yangshao culture that this is the case in China as well. Off to the east, in what is now Shandong province, at the lower end of the Yellow River, a different culture emerges, and this is called the Longshan. Longshan means Dragon Mountain, and it's named after a particular site where objects associated with this culture are excavated. The Longshan culture has a pottery that's very different from the Yangshao culture. The Yangshao culture, pottery is fairly heavy, it tends to be sort of buff-colored. It's very elaborately decorated. Lots of images of fish, animals, eventually geometric designs on the surfaces. The Longshan pottery is very different. It's black. The surface is undecorated. The walls of the pots tend to be very thin, which indicates that the technology of production was somewhat more sophisticated than what the Yangshao culture had. What we see then in the record, in the archaeological record, is an interesting pattern, because the Longshan pots, which initially appear in a very specific area in East China, as time goes by, start to show up in archaeological sites that previously had been Yangshao culture. Eventually, the Longshan pottery spreads all over North China. And what this suggests is that a single culture comes to dominate the North China plain. Now, this is going on in a time frame that's between 4,000 and 6,000 years ago. And this brings us down to a threshold where we can cross into recorded history, into the actual historical record of Chinese civilization. Further south, there's another set of developments that are taking place that are also linked to the eventual emergence of Chinese civilization, but which remain sort of separate tracks this early on. At the mouth of the Yangtze River, the area where the modern city of Shanghai is, and further upstream a bit, a different culture called the Liangzhu culture, also a culture with an elaborate pottery system, develops about this same time. And interestingly, it's in the Liangzhu culture that we actually have the first indications of a writing system in China. It's not a fully developed system, and indeed, there are some scholars who question the links between the marks on Liangzhu pottery and the later Chinese writing system. But the general consensus is that these marks that are on various pots and other objects located in the Liangzhu area are ancestral to the written script that eventually emerges. What we think they are either markings of the craftsmen who produced the pots. They may have made little symbols that were meant to identify themselves, or perhaps identify the clan, the tribal group to which they belong, or they may have been marks of the owners of the pottery. That is to say, again, probably clan names, totems of some type or another that would give a sense of to whom, with whom these pots were associated. But this marking, this graphic identification system, seems to be the earliest form of a written language. It's, as I say, they're not long texts. They're just one or two characters or one or two symbols, but some of them appear in later inscriptions, and so it's felt that they are the earliest form of writing. Finally, in the southwest, in Sichuan, in the area bounded by the mountains and accessible only through the gorges, there's yet another area of early civilization, of early cultural emergence. This is the one about which still we know probably the least. There have been some interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, but Sichuan, the prehistory of Sichuan remains fairly murky. We do know that there were fairly large settlements. Some of these have been recently excavated, that there were independent ceramic traditions down there, forms of pottery that differed both in terms of their design and their decoration from any of the other three, the Yangshao, the Longshan, or the Liangzhu. Eventually, as we'll see in the next lecture, a bronze tradition emerges in Sichuan independently of the developments that take place in North China. It is indeed the emergence of bronze, the emergence of a metal-based culture as opposed to one primarily concerned with pottery and stone, that marks the transition archaeologically from prehistory into historical times. And we'll turn our attention to that in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of Chinese civilization from prehistory into historic times. The threshold for this takes place with what we sometimes call the Neolithic transition, which is to say a change from patterns of culture, patterns of economic life that were based on hunting and gathering, to the emergence of settled agricultural society. In China, this takes place beginning about 12,000 years ago with the domestication of grain, and then with the higher and higher development of village cultures and a series of early civilizations, particularly in North China, the Yangshao and Longshan cultures, and some other centers, the Liangzhu culture in the southeast, and the Sichuan Basin area in the southwest. By about 4,000 years ago, this process of change has brought us to a point where we really move into a different kind of historical time, a time that we can know not only from the archaeological record, although archaeology certainly still remains very important, but where we begin to also have textual traditions, writings about Chinese history by the Chinese people themselves. Critical to this transition, critical to the emergence of a new stage in Chinese history, is the emergence of bronze, the emergence of metallurgical industry, the mining of copper and tin and other metals, and the development of a technology which allows people to refine and smelt and then produce metals like bronze that are very useful, very strong, and give to both the tools, the implements of war, and objects of both beauty and spiritual significance, a more enduring quality. The ceramics, the pottery that had preceded this, that had been characteristic of the early culture, certainly remains in place, but is now supplemented by the emergence of bronze and the adoption of bronze for a variety of purposes. This brings us to the real first historical state in Chinese history, which is called the Xia. That's spelled Xia in the modern Western romanization system, the pinyin system of spelling Chinese words. The Xia. The Xia is referred to as a dynasty by the Chinese. In their traditional historiography, the Xia dynasty is where Chinese history really begins. The Xia itself is actually sort of a transitional period. We don't possess actual written texts from the Xia itself. We do have a lot of texts that talk about the Xia from the next period, but we don't have items that come directly from the Xia itself of a written nature. There is, however, clearly a sharp demarcation that takes place in the archaeological record that indicates the emergence of a very different order of political entity. And this is what we conventionally now refer to as the Xia period. And the Xia period begins roughly 2200 BCE, 2200 years before the current era, a little over 4,000 years ago. The archaeological record of the Xia consists of a number of significant features. Perhaps most imposing, most striking is the emergence of what are called palace forms of architecture. Large structures, large buildings built up on rammed earth platforms. That is to say, rammed earth technology becomes very important, not only in the building of these platforms, but in building walls around settlements. And this is a technology that involves putting up wooden frames, filling them with dirt, and then using flat stones to ram, to pound down the soil to create a very compressed and firm layer. Then you put in more dirt on top, ram that down, and you build up layer after layer after layer of this very, very tough, resilient material. So building these rammed earth platforms and then walls made of rammed earth surrounding either particular complexes of buildings or entire settlements. This becomes characteristic of urban places in Chinese history, and its emergence at the beginning of what we call the Xia period marks a real shift in settlements. Most people, ordinary farmers, ordinary people, continued to live in the partially excavated structures that had been characteristic of earlier times. The palace architecture that emerges is exactly that, or at least apparently that. Buildings which were used for the ruling elite, buildings that were used for ritual or ceremonial purposes, for sort of public functions, not as the dwellings for the vast majority of people. Nonetheless, the appearance of these buildings suggests that there's a further development in the degree of social hierarchy, the degree of social differentiation. The domestication of grain, the development of an agricultural society, of settled communities, what that gives rise to, one of the things that gives rise to, is the development of a surplus. That is to say, more grain, more food is produced than is necessary to sustain the farming population. And what this allows for is the emergence of groups within society who don't engage in farming, who can devote their time and their energies to other activities. Some of these people become artisans, craftsmen, specialists in different kinds of handicraft production. Others perhaps become warriors, military specialists. Some become political leaders, initially probably ritual or spiritual leaders, but eventually, as time goes by, they become more and more purely state-oriented, more political in their nature. The large-scale buildings, the sort of ritual centers that we see in early Xia archaeological sites were probably used by these newly emerging political elites for the performance of public activities that cemented and legitimized their rule. The performance of public rituals probably was a way for them to display their power, but also for them to sort of perform actions which made people believe in their power, made people accept their power, accept their leadership in society. And it seems that the central feature of this was worship, was a spiritual practice. Early cultures, early communities in China participated in what we sometimes call totemism, a form of shamanism, where animal spirits are associated with particular tribal or clan groups of families. The Xia state, if we can call it that, the Xia dynasty, seems to have been a period where the worship of the totems of one particular family is transformed into a sort of royal ancestral cult. That is to say, the spirits not only of nature, but of the ancestors of the present-day rulers came to be seen as divine powers who could affect life in the present world. Okay? The leaders of the Xia appear to have performed public sacrifices in the memory of their ancestors, and perhaps, we don't know this for sure about the Shang, but we'll see how it develops in the next period, the Shang, perhaps engaged in a ritual interaction with the ancestors in which they asked the ancestors for help or for advice in terms of how to deal with the problems of the day-to-day world. One of the centers where this seems to have taken place is a site called Arlito, which is in the west of modern-day Hunan province, and possesses one of the most elaborate of the early palace complexes, a number of buildings. These buildings are built with what we call a post and beam system of construction. That is to say, up on the rammed earth platform, a series of upright posts would be erected, and then beams laid along the top of those posts, and then a roof built up on the surface or on the top of that. This is a very useful form of architecture for North China. It uses a relatively minimal amount of timber. Timber was not in great abundance, and so you couldn't build big, elaborate structures out of wood. But by using this post and beam system, you could create a framework which then could be filled in, often with what's called wattle and daub, a kind of woven organic fibers plastered with mud. And that allowed the walls to be very light, not to have to carry a lot of weight. All the structural weight was borne by the posts. And it allowed you to enclose a fairly extensive interior space. And that allowed space where people could be assembled inside to observe and perhaps participate in some of these ritual activities. Now, a lot of what we think about the Xia period is based upon a sort of projection back in time from what we know much more concretely about the Shang. There are a lot of features of the Xia and the Shang civilizations that look pretty consistent. The difference being that when we get to the Shang, we have written records. So we have a much more detailed understanding of what goes on during the Shang period. The Shang begins roughly about 1500 BCE. The traditional date, the Chinese have a very elaborate and precise traditional chronology, which says that the Shang begins in 1766 BC. But that has not been borne out by archaeological investigations. And so now we use a somewhat vaguer chronology. And if we say around 1500 BCE, that's probably good enough in terms of a starting point for the Shang. What's interesting is that we get fairly quickly with the Shang a historical documentary record. And this is in the form of what we call oracle bones. Now, oracle bones are a really interesting phenomenon. Some of them are literally bones. There's two kinds of objects that are involved in what we call oracle bones. One are the shoulder blades of oxen, which are fairly good-sized bones. The other are the plastrons, the underside shells of turtles, which are also, these were big river turtles in North China at that time. They could also be fairly good size. These shoulder blades of oxen or plastrons of turtles were dried out until they became very brittle. And then they would have little indentations carved in them. And then at the appropriate moment, a sharp, very, very hot object, perhaps a bronze poker. Some scholars believe these may have been thorn branches that were burned and then, just blown out and used. But a sharp object is pushed into this carved little pit or crater on the surface of the bone, and that causes the dried bone to crack. And they cracked in a very specific way that either pointed up or pointed down. And based upon the way that the crack pointed, the bones, the ancestors were believed to have spoken, to have communicated. The oracle bones were produced as part of a royal ritual cult of the Shang, in which they asked questions of the ancestors. They would ask questions of very specific ancestors. They would ask King Chung, who had reigned 200 years earlier, about a very specific problem. And they asked all kinds of questions. This kind of divination seems to have gone on almost on a daily basis, usually early in the morning. The king would go to a ceremonial hall, and there would be lots of officials, and then would be the official diviners. And the diviners were the people who could read and write. They were the people who seemed to have deployed the written language. And as I said earlier in the last lecture, when we get a written language, it's fully developed. As soon as we have it in the historical record, it's a fully developed language. We don't have transitional sort of intermediate stages of development in the record. We just have now full text. And what these texts consist of are questions posed to the ancestors, the answers, which are read from the cracks, and then, because already the Chinese are emerging as good historians, they write down what actually happened. I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. A particular morning, they might ask, is the harvest going to be good this year? Okay, so they would ask this question, and they would write this down. They would carve this into the bone. Will the harvest be good this year? And then they would crack the bone. The diviner would read the crack, and he would say, yes, the harvest is going to be good. And they would write that down. And then later, after the harvest came in, if the harvest was good, they'd write down, and it was good. If the harvest wasn't good, they'd write down, but it wasn't good. And so they kept a record of questions, answers, and actual outcomes, sort of like they were keeping track of how the ancestors were doing. It's a fascinating set of materials to work with. They did this over and over again, too. They didn't just ask a question once. They would ask it 5, 10 times. And they seem to have taken sort of an averaging approach, that if they got 6 good answers and 6 bad answers, well, that wasn't a very clear outcome. But if they got 8 good answers and only 2 bad answers, then it was probably going to be good. So they kept these records. They recorded all kinds of information. I mean, they asked about whether the queen would have an easy delivery of a child, whether a toothache would go away, whether it was an auspicious time to send off a military expedition. They just asked all kinds of questions to the ancestors. Now, the function of this seems to have been, again, to legitimize, to authenticate the power of the present-day kings. They were not the kings merely because they had control over certain resources or because they were the most scary guys around. They had power. They were the leaders because they could consult with the ancestors, because they had access via this process of divination to the spiritual world. And they could use that access to guide the affairs of the community, to guide the affairs of state. Okay? We know a lot about these oracle bones because they've been dug up in huge quantities in the 20th century. Back in the 1890s, peasants living in the area where these were buried in the ground had been digging them up. They knew there was something important about them, powerful about them, but they didn't understand. They couldn't read the texts. They didn't even know they were texts. And they ground them up and used them for medicine. And it was in a marketplace at a traditional medicine shop that an archaeologist saw one of these and said, oh my gosh, this is really important, and found out where they had come from and then began the process of excavating them. And now there have been tens of thousands of them dug up, and they've become a tremendous source of information about the Shang period. Now, the royal cult, which was at the center of this process of divination, was also maintained in other ways. The divinations were very important, but there were other ways in which the ancestors could be worshipped that were perhaps equally important. And this is where, to a great extent, the bronze culture comes into play. Ritual bronzes, objects of very great beauty, were produced for a whole variety of particular ceremonial functions. Wine cups that were used to offer libations to the ancestors, which would then be poured out on the ground. Particular kinds of cooking vessels that could be used for cooking grains, other kinds that were used for cooking meat. All these kinds of offerings were prepared and presented to the ancestors. Again, these things, all these activities taking place in these large monumental halls. The sacrifices would be made, the offerings presented, and the ancestors would come, the spirits of the ancestors would come, and they would take the essence, if you will, of the offerings. And then the food that was left, the empty sort of non-spiritual remains of the food that were left, would be consumed in great feasts. This was a way in which the royal family also displayed its wealth and power by hosting these great banquets. Well, the kings, the central players in all this, were the Shang kings. And probably the Shah had operated in the same way, but again, we know very concretely for the Shang, the monarchy was the central institution in this political system. Now, in those days, life expectancy was not very long. Most people, probably even in the wealthier, better off parts of society, most people didn't live much past about 30. As a result of this, it was often the case that the ruling king died before his children were old enough to succeed him, before his son, his eldest son even, would be old enough to succeed him. And apparently because of this, the Shang monarchy was not organized on a basis of the kingship passing from father to son. Instead, the kingship passed within a given generation from the older to younger brothers. So in the first generation, or in a given generation, the eldest son would be the king, the eldest brother would be the king. And then if he died, his younger brother, his next younger brother would become king. And when he died, perhaps even his younger brother might become king, sometimes 3 kings in a single generation. When the last died, the eldest son of the eldest brother would become the king. So it would sort of go parallel for a while and then kick back over to the eldest line. And this went on for a number of generations there. I think something like 26 kings in the course of the Shang period. The Shang also built royal capitals. The Shah model, the city of, or the settlement at Arlito, where these early palaces emerge in the Shah archaeological record, were continued under the Shang. The Shang built fairly large capital cities, but they didn't seem to stay in them a very long time. The Shang period lasts 5 or 6 centuries, and in the course of that time, they had 9 capitals. So they seemed to move them with a fair degree of regularity, although the last of the Shang capitals at a city, a small town, a small city today called Anyang in Henan province, seems to have remained the center of the Shang state for the last 200 years of its existence. So perhaps they were settling into a more permanent capital center. The Shang was a federation of peoples. That is to say, there were the people formerly known as the Shang, who were the ruling family, and people who were linked to them by various ties of blood, people from the same clan, the same tribal grouping. But there were other peoples who were not blood relations of the Shang, not members of the same tribal order as the Shang, who were part of the Shang state, part of the Shang, I suppose we could say, empire. And these people formed a sort of periphery around the central territory of the Shang. What united them, what they had in common, was their participation in the royal cult, their participation in a literate civilization. Reports would be sent in from various parts of the territory that were written down. Communications from the king to his subordinate leaders were written down. So it's a state which now operates on the basis of written communication, not only the oracle bones and the maintenance of divination records, but the day-to-day operations of governance were carried out using a writing system. It was a fairly elaborate system. And perhaps the best way to get a sense of the high degree of sophistication of the Shang state is to think about the metallurgical industry. The bronze objects that were used in divination, that were used in the ritual cult, were, as I say, very elaborate, very beautiful objects. They were cast objects, that is to say, molds were made, and then molten bronze was poured in. It's a very sophisticated kind of technology. The whole metallurgical industry involved mining, smelting, refining, blending different metals together to produce the right kind of bronze, the design of the objects, the making of the molds, the pouring of the objects, finishing them. All this was organized by the Shang state. It was officially run. And that involved the organization of large numbers of people. It involved activities at a number of sites. The mines were not in the same place as the centers of Shang civilization. We know from the excavation of the last Shang capital at Anyang that there were huge workshops, forges, places where the metal was cast. All kinds of settlement areas where the craftsmen, the artisans who worked in the different phases of the metallurgical industry were housed. A very elaborate system, clearly organized, and administered very effectively by the royal state. To do that required both managerial skills, but it also required a capacity to feed people, to clothe people, to house people, which meant that all these things had to be paid for. And this is how we know that the Shang had an elaborate taxation system. We know from the divination records and from other inscriptions from the time that so-called tribute payments were made by the various subordinate peoples who were part of the Shang polity. And these, in effect, were taxes. These were ways in which the royal center drew from the peripheral settlements the wealth that it needed to sustain its military infrastructure and the metallurgical industry. And of course, the metallurgical industry was critical to its maintenance of its own legitimacy, its own public authority. All right. Now, this system functioned pretty smoothly for a long time. We know, again, from the divination records that the peoples outside of Shang civilization, the so-called barbarians, who lived north, south, east, west, all around the Shang, were a constant concern. The diviners are frequently asking the ancestors for advice. Should we launch an expedition to punish the people in the east? Should we expect that the barbarians from the north will raid at harvest time? All kinds of concerns, all kinds of anxieties are in evidence in the questions that are asked. And we know from the answers and from the outcome statements that there were frequent devastating raids, that non-Chinese peoples intruded into the settled areas, intruded into the agricultural heartland, and carried off not only food and other kinds of supplies, but people as well were taken away and enslaved in these non-Chinese areas, or these non-Shang areas. So the maintenance of security was one of the critical functions of the Shang state as well. In that function, they ran into some problems as time went by. And these problems had to do with mobilizing resources and deploying force to secure the state, to secure the territory. But that generated tensions and unrest within the Shang territory itself. What seems to have happened is that subordinate peoples, and there were many of them, became resentful as time went on of the tribute that they paid to the Shang rulers, particularly as security around the perimeter of the Shang territory seemed to be breaking down. If they were going to be paying tribute, if they were going to be offering up wealth to the Shang kings, then they expected to live in secure and stable conditions. But increasingly, as we get down to about the 11th century BC, those conditions were not being maintained. That led to unrest and frustration among the people, among many of the subordinate peoples who constituted the Shang polity. And that unrest eventually led to efforts by some of those people to overthrow the Shang and to establish their own power in succession, just as the Shang had emerged as the successors to the Shah. We'll turn our attention to the overthrow of the Shang and the emergence of the next dynasty, the Zhou dynasty, in the next lecture. We've been talking about the emergence of Chinese civilization. We've traced this down thus far from its origins back in prehistoric Neolithic times to the first dynasties in the traditional Chinese historiography, the Xia and the Shang, which emerged in North China, built up largely around bronze civilization, developed royal monarchical systems, worship of the ancestors of the rulers being a critical component of their early states. We've learned a lot about these early periods in Chinese history from archaeology, from the excavation of the oracle bones that we talked about last time, the records of divination, the records of consultations, if you will, with the Shang ancestors. And what's interesting in some ways about this is the degree to which the archaeological record and the information recorded in texts like the oracle bones has confirmed, has agreed with the traditional mythological accounts of Chinese history. And before I go on to talk a little about the next dynastic period, the rise of the Zhou dynasty, I want to just mention briefly some of the contrasts between the mythological record and the archaeological record, or the textual tradition that we've had emerge about the Xia and the Shang. The Chinese have a very elaborate account of their own origins. They don't have a creation myth in exactly the same way that many Western civilizations do. But instead, their traditions begin with what we sometimes call the sage kings or the sage emperors, figures of high antiquity, posited to be long before the emergence even of the Shah. Perhaps the most notable, a pair of early kings or early emperors, Yao and Shun. Yao being the first man to pass the throne on to a successor. Prior to that, there had been a number of critical leaders. But it's Yao who begins the process of continuous rule, of having a regular succession from one king to the next. What's interesting about Yao is that he does not pass the throne on to his son, nor, on the model of the Shang, does he pass it to a brother. But instead, Shun, the next emperor, the next sage ruler, is chosen because of his moral qualities, his moral virtues. Yao's own son is considered to be weak and decadent, And so he searches around in the kingdom, in the empire, for a worthy successor. And Shun is brought to his attention, is picked out, and is given the honor of inheriting the throne. It's interesting because it's a contrast with the actual practice of all the historical dynasties that we know of in China, where succession was a matter of keeping the throne keeping power within a particular family. But it's important, it highlights another aspect of Chinese political culture, which is the centrality of moral qualities. We'll be looking at the more elaborate discourse of morality, the way in which morality is articulated in early Chinese thought, when we come to talk about people like Confucius and Mencius and Lao Tzu in the next few lectures. But when we turn to the Zhou, we see the emergence, really for the first time in the written record, of a moralization of political events. And that really follows on very nicely from the allegories or the early mythical accounts of rulers like Yao and Shun, who made the state, made political power something that was not just the property of a family, but involved the moral character, the moral quality of the rulers. That kind of moral critique is at the heart of the story of the transition from the Shang to the Zhou. The Zhou people, the people who found the dynasty that we call the Zhou, were one of these subordinate communities within the Shang Empire. They were located on the western side of the territory that the Shang controlled, and they had a very interesting mythological history of their own. Their early history involved a change from a hunting and gathering society to an agricultural society, and then a reversion to a hunting and gathering period before they finally settled down and became farmers on a more permanent basis. This probably reflects the unsettled environmental conditions in the northwest of China 4,000 or so years ago, when the environment was wetter than it is now, sometimes cooler, sometimes warmer, but things had not stabilized, or at least had not reached the conditions which we've come to think of as characteristic during historical times. The Zhou people did eventually settle and become an agricultural community, and they became affiliated with the Shang order. But they were resentful of the power of the Shang. They were resentful of the dominance and leadership of the Shang. And they began somewhere around the late 12th century or the beginning of the 11th century BCE to conceive the ambition of overthrowing the Shang and of establishing their own leadership. They felt that they were in a better position, that they were at least more deserving of the power which the Shang rulers were not exercising as well as they should. Were not performing the leadership roles as well as the Zhou leaders thought that they should. A leader of the Zhou people, a man named Tai, articulates this ambition quite explicitly and puts in place a plan which over the next 3 generations the Zhou people follow, they carry out. And this involved a number of activities. In the first instance, they migrated physically. They moved from their original homeland, which was sort of on the far northwest perimeter of the Shang territory. They followed along a river valley called the Wei River eastward into closer proximity to the center of the Shang state. They also began to have greater communication, greater interaction with other subordinate peoples, particularly on the west side of the Shang territory. And they used these contacts basically to build up a political alliance so that they could have the power, they could develop the resources necessary to confront and eventually overthrow the Shang kings. Finally, around the year 1050 BC, a king of the Zhou people, or a man who is at least in later records referred to as a king, the leader of the Zhou people, was a man named Wen, and he's called King Wen. And King Wen puts in place the final plan to bring about the victory, the triumph, the rise to power of the Zhou people. His son, whose name is Wu, is actually the man who, or the king, the ruler, the leader of the Zhou people, when the attack, when the war against the Shang is launched. We don't know exactly when that happened. We don't have a precise date for it, but some very interesting work has been done recently by scholars in a field known as paleoastronomy, which is the study of the sky, or the relationship of information about the sky to historical records of the far past. And what paleoastronomers have been doing with Chinese history is taking information from all kinds of sources about celestial events, about comets, about exploding stars, about eclipses and things like that, and correlating them with events that are described in the historical record. And doing that, a series of scholars have narrowed down, based on references to certain things like lunar eclipses, the range of possible dates for when the Zhou war with the Shang took place, to within a few years, around 1045 BCE. So we can't select amongst a few dates, but we have a pretty good idea that it was right around 1045 that these events took place. What happens is that the Zhou armies and their allies march to the area of the last Shang capital, which is by the modern-day settlement of Anyang, and draw themselves up on the west side of a river. The river is still there, although its course seems to have changed since the time of the battle. And in the morning of the day when the battle takes place, King Wu, although he's rather a young boy, he's not a mature individual yet, gives a speech calling for the overthrow of the Shang, and then leads his armies forward into the Shang capital. There are a number of ancient documents that describe this conflict, describe the conquest of power by the Zhou. In one of the most sacred texts in China, a book called the Classic of Documents, there are several texts that relate to this. There's a purported transcript of the speech that King Wu gives. There's a number of other texts that relate to the political rationale for the conquest, and we'll be returning to those in just a minute. And then there's a description of the battle itself, which is really quite graphic. It talks about the wailing and screaming of the combatants, and the idea that in the streets of the Shang capital, the blood flowed so deeply that blocks of wood floated in it. It was a very violent battle, being fought, of course, with bronze weapons, lots of swords and axes being wielded. And at the end of the day, the Shang king had been killed, the Shang state had been destroyed, and the Zhou were in control. The Zhou were in command. Now, King Wu, as I say, was the leader, was the ruler of the Zhou people at this time, but he was still rather a young boy. And in fact, probably the most important individual in this process is his uncle, who we know simply by his formal title, which is the Duke of Zhou. The Duke of Zhou was the younger brother of King Wen, but unlike the Shang, the Zhou people passed the monarchy, passed their leadership along from father to son. They did not pass it from elder to younger brother. The Duke of Zhou has always been seen as a sort of virtuous leader, a paragon of restraint, because he did not usurp the throne. He did not take power when he probably could have in a moment of great political turmoil and great political crisis, but instead simply acted as a sort of sagely advisor to his nephew, King Wu. The Duke of Zhou becomes a prototype for the sagely advisor in later Chinese political culture. Now, I mentioned the idea of the Zhou conquest, the transition from Shang rule to Zhou rule, as being the first instance where we have an elaborate moral context or moral rationale involved, and how this in some ways links back to the mythological traditions of figures like Yao and Shun. The rationale that is deployed for the Zhou conquest comes to be one of the central doctrines, central ideas in Chinese political culture ever after, all the way down, indeed, to the present day. You still hear it talked about in Chinese political rhetoric and discourse today. And this is what we call the idea of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven. Now, to understand the mandate of heaven, we have to think a little bit about the Chinese concept of heaven. The Zhou people worshipped what we translate as heaven. In Chinese, the word is tian, and it's a difficult concept to translate, as many Chinese spiritual and philosophical concepts are when we put them into English. But if we think of tian not as a heaven, as a place, as a sort of spiritual realm, the way that often I think we use the term heaven in Western religion, but rather as a sort of natural operating system. It's sort of the overarching mechanism that governs the functioning, the operation of everything in the universe. Okay, so it's an organic system rather than it's not a divinity or a deity. It's not an all-powerful God, but it's an all-encompassing system. However, it does have the capacity for action. And perhaps the most significant action that heaven performs from a human perspective is what we call bestowing the mandate, or conversely, withdrawing the mandate. Now, the mandate of heaven, which is the doctrine that the Zhou developed to justify their conquest of power, says that there is a proper way for society to be organized. There's a proper way for people to live together in human communities. And central to that proper way, central to a well-ordered community, is a good ruler. The king is the focal point of society, the focal point of the state, of the community. And the king has to be a good king. Okay? Heaven bestows upon someone the right, the power to rule. Okay? And once that is done, that right, that authority, that legitimacy remains with that individual and with his descendants. Okay, so a king can pass the throne on to his son, and it goes to the grandson and the great-grand. It can just continue. This is how we get the phenomenon of dynasties. A dynasty is a ruling family, a ruling house, which maintains a succession of power from generation to generation. And a dynasty is legitimized, is based in the fact that it possesses the mandate of heaven. Heaven has bestowed the mandate on a particular ruling family. But the mandate is not just a grant. It's not like the Western doctrine of the divine right of kings. In the doctrine of the divine right of kings, the king rules by divine right, and whatever the king does is basically okay. The mandate of heaven is more like a performative contract between heaven and the rulers. The rulers must be good rulers. The rulers must create and maintain conditions of peace and prosperity for the people, so that the people can pursue their livelihood without fear of external invasion, without fear of domestic unrest, and also without fear of cruelty or exploitation by the rulers. Okay, the kings have to tax people, they have to levy various kinds of duties on people, they have to mobilize military resources, they have to organize the metallurgical industry, but they have to do all these things in a way which maintains the livelihood of the community. They can't just make people do whatever they say and take everything from them and crush them with exploitation. If the rulers do that, if the rulers become cruel and exploitive to excess, then heaven will withdraw the mandate. Heaven will take the mandate away from the current rulers. And then heaven looks around, basically, and bestows the mandate somewhere else. Okay? Now, what the Zhou say, what King Wu says in his speech before the battle at Anyang, is that this is exactly what has happened. He says, this is not something I choose. We're not here today because I want to overthrow the Shang, because I want to increase my power. We're here today because heaven has withdrawn the mandate from the Shang and bestowed it on us, on the Zhou people. And I, as your leader, have to guide you in this effort. Okay? The Shang, he says, were legitimate. The Shang received the mandate of heaven. And at first, the Shang ruled well. They guided the affairs of the country. They guided the affairs of the people in a proper way. But then, as time went on, they became corrupt. They became decadent. The last ruler of the Shang, he's a tyrant. He's cruel. He stays in his palace. He indulges his decadent passions, and he doesn't care about the safety of the people. He exploits the people to enrich himself. Heaven has withdrawn the mandate, and it has bestowed the mandate upon us. Now, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is really a lovely system for justifying political transition. It's a system that validates success. Okay? If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, and this becomes the pattern throughout the rest of Chinese history, as we'll see. If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, of a ruling house, and you succeed, you overthrow that dynasty, and you establish a new one, you establish a new power, then obviously you have received the mandate of heaven, and they have lost the mandate of heaven. If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty and you fail, then obviously you didn't have the mandate of heaven. So it's a perfect system. It's got perfect feedback, because if you win, then you have the mandate. If you lose, then you didn't have the mandate. So it's a very nice self-validating rationalization or rationale for the transference of political power. Now, in the historical records, in the texts that we have about Chinese history, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is used, it's projected backwards. And there's actually, in some sources, there's discussion of the Shang overthrow of the Shah, or the replacement of Shah rule by the Shang period, as an earlier instance of this. But those are clearly later reconstructions. Those are texts that are written during the Zhou as a way of legitimizing their own actions on the basis of historical precedent, as well as on the merits of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven itself. So the mandate of heaven becomes the fundamental explanatory mechanism for political change. And as I said, it remains a powerful concept all down through later Chinese history. You'll see references to it in talking about the revolutions of the 20th century, or in talking about the death of Mao Zedong, which we'll be getting to much later. It's still an idea that's very powerful in China today, and it comes directly from these experiences around 1045 BCE when the Zhou overthrow the Shang. Well, they successfully carry out this transition. They successfully destroy the power of the Shang state and replace it with their own. And then they set about creating a new order. Now, one interesting aspect of this is that although the Shang people have been defeated, the Zhou people continue to sort of respect them. The Shang are moved away from the capital area at Anyang, their final capital at Anyang. They're moved off to the south and east a bit, and they're given a territory of their own. They are, in effect, made now a subordinate people within a political order dominated by the Zhou. But they are allowed to retain their own customs. They are allowed, for example, to continue the ancestral worship of the Shang royal family. And indeed, there are territories in southeast China today, in what's called Anhui province today, where certain families trace their ancestry all the way back to the Shang period. So they're not wiped out and destroyed, but they are incorporated into the new order that the Zhou set about building. The Zhou shift the center of the state away from Anyang, away from the old heartland of the Shang territory, off to the west, off to their own ancestral homeland, into the valley of the Wei River. And they build a new capital at a place, they call it Shenyang. It has a number of names in history. Today it is the city of Xi'an, which is the capital of Shanxi province, and is one of the great historical sites. We'll be talking a lot about this particular location because it serves as a capital for a number of later dynasties. But it is the Zhou who make it the first capital city. And the Zhou establish a pattern for the building of capital cities, which itself becomes the standard for all later dynasties, just as the mandate of heaven becomes the ideological standard for the assumption of power in later dynasties. The physical design of a capital city laid out by the Zhou becomes the standard. And it becomes such because it has cosmological significance. The city is designed to be a physical representation of a well-ordered world. For one thing, it's laid out as a square or rectangular space surrounded by a wall. It's oriented on a north-south axis. It has a compound in the northern part of the city along the central axis, which is the residence of the ruler. And then in the southern part of the city are residential areas for ordinary people, markets, activity centers of daily life. Surrounding the city at the four cardinal directions are ritual complexes, altars where the emperor comes out from time to time in the course of the calendar year and performs sacrifices or other ceremonies to regulate the agricultural cycle. Okay, so the city, the capital city, becomes a model of order in human society and the connections between a well-ordered human society and the natural world around it. And this concept of rulership, this concept of the emperor as the link between human order and natural order, becomes a much more sort of rationalized and abstracted phenomenon with the Zhou, but it's clearly a continuance, a refinement of the ways in which spiritual power, the ability to communicate with the natural and spiritual world, has been linked to political authority going back through the Shang and the Xia before them. Now, I mentioned in talking about the doctrine of the mandate of heaven that the Zhou people worshipped heaven. And this is a little different from the spirituality of the Shang, who worshipped the royal ancestors. The Zhou people also worshipped their ancestors. And indeed, ancestor worship becomes, perhaps the most characteristic feature of Chinese civilization overall. It spreads from the political elite out into ordinary society. And as time goes by, certainly over the last 3,000 years or so, most Chinese participate in the cult of ancestor worship to one degree or another, usually to quite extensive degrees. The Zhou people also worship their ancestors, and royal ancestor worship is part of their state cult as well. But they worship heaven as a transcendent power, as a system, an all-encompassing system. And this is important because it's part, again, of their political legitimization. They are not merely one family exercising power over all others. They are that. And there's no way to get around that. That's what a dynasty is. But they exercise that power in the name of a larger, more all-encompassing order. And that order is what is, in a sense, characterized by their worship of heaven. Okay, heaven covers everything. One way to translate the term heaven, one very concrete way to translate the term heaven, is the blue vault of the sky. That's one of the meanings that the character has, is to specifically refer to the sky. And the way in which the sky extends over everything is the way in which Zhou rule is to extend over everything. The realm of the state, the territory that the ruler governs, is referred to as all under heaven, 天下, everything that's under the sky. And so it's that all-encompassing order which the Zhou set out to create. They do this very successfully. The first 2 or 3 centuries of Zhou rule are a period of expansion, a period of population growth, territorial expansion, particularly in the south and the southeast. The Zhou state, by, say, the 8th century BCE, is perhaps 4 times as large as the territory controlled by the Shang at the time of the conquest. The success of the Zhou in expanding their territory, in increasing their population, leads to new challenges in terms of administration. The Zhou kings cannot govern the entire realm themselves from their capital, and instead they have to create new mechanisms of administration. And they do this by appointing local rulers, local power holders. Those local power holders are initially quite closely bonded to the kings, but as time goes by, those bonds weaken, and local strongmen start to emerge, pursuing their own interests, pursuing their own power, in distinction from that of the Zhou royal court. The tensions that creates within the Zhou system lead to a period of breakdown and fragmentation, and that is what we will turn to in the next lecture. The Zhou dynasty was founded when the Zhou people overthrew the Shang around 1045 BCE. And as we talked about last time, they set about then creating a new order, a new empire. The Zhou dynasty lasts a long time from its founding in the 11th century BCE. It's finally extinguished only around the year 253 BCE. So it has a very long run. It's in simple chronological terms, the longest lasting of the historical Chinese dynasties. But as a really effective state, as a state that actually controlled and administered a integrated empire, its reign is considerably shorter. The formal extent of the Zhou dynasty and the actual rule of the Zhou kings are 2 very different things. What I want to talk about in this lecture is the process of breakdown, the process of fragmentation, which really brings to an end the period when the Zhou kings were the real rulers over China, and takes us into a period of chaos and confusion and turmoil, which lasts a long time, but becomes also one of the most fertile and creative periods in China's intellectual and cultural history. We'll be looking at those intellectual and cultural developments more in the next couple of lectures. This time I want to really concentrate on what happens to the Zhou state and how it winds up becoming what we might today call a dysfunctional empire. The Zhou faced the challenge of administering China, of administering the territory they had seized from the Shang, and they performed quite well in the early centuries of their rule. As we talked about a little bit last time, they were able to expand the territory under their control, particularly by expanding to the south and the southeast. They brought Chinese rule, or their own rule, to the Yangtze River Valley and even beyond that, and to the very rich rice growing areas of the southeast coast. As they did so, they also presided over a period of population growth. In part, of course, that's a result of geographic expansion. More territory, more control, brought more and more people into the Zhou Empire. But they also were successful in creating a stable and peaceful domestic order, which allowed for the economy to develop and allowed for the population to grow. So they fulfilled the terms of the mandate of heaven. They fulfilled the requisite provision of conditions of peace and prosperity, which were embodied in their own ideological justification for seizing power by creating conditions in which people could pursue their livelihood, in which the agricultural cycle could move along and harvests were brought in regularly and all this. They successfully lived out their own political ideals, their own political rationalization. But they also, in the success that they achieved, they also faced problems. There were things they had to do which the old order, the way that they had, the way of governing that they had seen under the Shang and that they had used in the early days of their rule, were no longer adequate. The empire became so large, so extensive, that they couldn't administer it, the Zhou kings, right from their royal court. They could exercise pretty direct, effective control within a certain geographic range, but once the empire got larger and larger, simply the time it took to communicate with people out there in various parts of the territory made it less functional, less possible to make all the decisions and monitor and manage all the affairs of the empire from the royal court. So they had to appoint local administrators. They initially began to delegate power to members of the royal family. The Zhou royal family was a very large, extensive clan group. And so initially they were able to sort of delegate power to brothers, cousins, nephews, sons, and share the administrative burden that way. When that sort of reservoir was fully used up and they still had more territories to deal with, they appointed a lot of military leaders, individuals who had proven their loyalty to the Zhou in battle, in the process of conquering new territories. Often it became the practice that the military commander of forces who brought new territory into Zhou control would be appointed to be the political supervisor of those territories as well. In the first 3 or 4 reigns of kings, this system worked very well. The personal relationships between the kings and the individuals that they were appointing to administer local territories were quite close. But as time went by, changes took place both at court and out in local circumstances. At court, the monarchy became an established thing. The dynamism, the charismatic leadership of the early Zhou kings gives way to a more routinized political center. The kings who come along after the first century or so of Zhou rule have grown up in conditions of power and prestige. They've grown up in the palace, in the capital. They accept the leading role that they have and that the Zhou have almost without questioning it. And they become perhaps a bit complacent about that. At the same time, out in local society and local communities around the empire, the power holders there are the descendants now of the individuals who were initially appointed by the early Zhou kings. Often these positions of local leadership became hereditary. And they begin to ask themselves why they're acting as subordinates, why they are forwarding, for example, large amounts of wealth to the royal court. Particularly in the south and the southeast, the territories that are now being brought under Zhou rule are very productive, very rich agricultural areas. And yet most of the agricultural surplus that's being generated is being shipped off as tribute payments to the royal court. And local administrators now start to question that, now start to say, why, we're doing the work, we're out here and on site in location. Why are we sending all this wealth off to the capital? Why don't we retain more of it here in our local environment? And so they began to, in fact, decrease the amount of tribute that they forwarded to the court. At the same time, they began to also question on the one hand, but on the other hand, actually subvert the order of hierarchy that had been in place up till this time. And what we can see most clearly, or perhaps the way we can see this most clearly, is in the use of terminology, in the way that they referred to themselves. These individuals, these local strongmen, were appointees of the Zhou ruler. And the Zhou ruler at this time, the term for the chief leader in China at this time was the king. In Chinese, the term is Wang. What we see beginning in the 8th century BCE is that certain local administrators, certain individuals exercising power theoretically on behalf of the Zhou king, begin to refer to themselves as Wang, as kings. Okay, in their writings, particularly in the documents that they're using in their local context. They may still refer to themselves in appropriate terms when they send reports or messages to the court, but in their own local settings, they start to call themselves kings. Okay, now, what should have happened in some sort of theoretical model is that the first time somebody did this, the Zhou king should have said, if he heard about it, the Zhou king should have said, you're not allowed to do that. You can't call yourself a king. I'm the king. There's only one king. There can't be two kings. So stop it. And then sent out sufficient force to compel whoever was doing this to stop. But that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because the Zhou, right at this time, early in the 8th century BCE, suddenly have to face a different kind of problem, a different kind of challenge. And this is the beginning of insecurity, the beginning of unrest on their own western frontier. Actually, in the very territory where the Zhou people themselves had first originated, out in the far west of the Wei River Valley, what's now southwestern Shanxi province. A new people begins to emerge in that area, a new historical identity, a people called the Qin, which in the pinyin system is spelled Qin, the Qin people. Now, we'll hear a lot more about the Qin people in about 3 lectures from now, because the Qin will become one of the most powerful people to rise up during a period of great chaos and warfare in China, and we'll follow their story later. But for right now, what's important is that in the early stirrings of the Qin people, back in the 8th century BCE, they began to pose a threat to sort of the rear guard of the Zhou people. And in fact, the Qin began to raid into Zhou territory. And around the middle of the 8th century, the Zhou decided that they needed to move their capital. So they abandoned the capital that they had built at the beginning of the dynasty, where the modern city of Xi'an is, and they moved east, down the Wei River Valley, into the Yellow River Valley, and out onto the very edge of the North China Plain at the site of what is today the city of Luoyang. Now, Luoyang, they also built as a great imperial capital on the model they had developed back at Shenyang of a square city with a north-south axis and all the other attributes of sort of the cosmic diagram that the Chinese capital is meant to embody. And Luoyang becomes a capital city for the Zhou. It's a subordinate capital, a secondary capital in a number of later dynasties. It remains a very, very important political and cultural center in later times. But in the 8th century, its significance is that it represents a shift in the center of Zhou rule. And it represents a weakening of the Zhou state because they're forced to abandon what had been their capital, what had been their ancestral homeland, and move into a more secure area in the heart of the agricultural core of China. Because of this, because of the attention that they're spending on these the rise of the Qin people and the move of the capital and trying to stabilize their system at the center, they're unable to attend to some of these developments taking place out in more peripheral areas where local strongmen are arrogating to themselves, are usurping for themselves the terminology of royalty. Now, in some ways, this change in rhetoric, this change in terminology might not seem to be particularly significant, but what's important is that it constitutes a challenge to the authority of the Zhou. It constitutes an erosion, a subversion of the proper order. Okay, and so this begins to call into question the legitimacy of Zhou power itself, the legitimacy of the Zhou kings. Now, for the next few hundred years, China becomes a sort of schizophrenic political culture, because throughout the ensuing centuries, the Zhou rulers remain in place. They remain in Luoyang. One king follows another upon the throne. There's a legitimate succession of power and authority. And most local strongmen, most rulers, as they emerge around China, continue to pay some sort of formal lip service to the supreme position of the Zhou kings. But the political reality is that the Zhou do not control territory beyond maybe 30 or 40 miles outside their capital, and all the rest of China begins to break down into small local states ruled by independent kings. Okay? What we get here is a period from the middle of the 8th century down to about the year 500 or so, 480, somewhere in there. You see different chronologies used for this, that we call the Spring and Autumn period. The name comes from a particular text, a book called the Spring and Autumn Annals. The annals are records that are kept describing the events that take place year to year in one of these little local states that emerges. The particular one that we're concerned with when we talk about the Spring and Autumn Annals is a state called Lu, the state of Lu. The state of Lu is very important. It's very significant in a number of ways. For one thing, it is ruled, the ruling house in the state of Lu claims that it is descended from the Duke of Zhou. Now, you remember we talked about the Duke of Zhou at the time of the Zhou conquest. He was the younger brother of King Wen, who had planned the overthrow of the Shang, and he was the uncle of the young King Wu, who was actually on the throne at the time, or takes the throne at the time of the Zhou conquest. The Duke of Zhou was the archetype for the sagely advisor, the wise counselor, the individual who exercised restraint and didn't seize power for himself, but instead served the greater interests of his people. Well, the rulers of the state of Lu trace their descent from the Duke of Zhou. So they are, while not the royal line in Luoyang, they are sort of as close to legitimate as any of these minor states can be. The other thing that's important about the state of Lu is that it is the home state of Confucius. Now, we'll be talking about Confucius in the next lecture and his ideas and his political philosophy and how those develop. One thing that's interesting about the Spring and Autumn Annals is that the Chinese traditionally believed that Confucius himself had edited this book, that he selected the particular entries from the historical records of the state of Lu and compiled them into this book form. The Spring and Autumn Annals is a quirky text. The entries in it are very short. They're often rather ambivalent as to why they're even in there, what they mean, what their significance is. And that is believed, or was believed traditionally by the Chinese, to be an indication of Confucius's thinking. He selected particular events, particular incidents to illustrate his moral philosophy. We'll make more sense of that when we talk about that moral philosophy next time. But the Spring and Autumn Annals is a record, year by year, of how the state of Lu in particular was governed and how it interacted with other states around it. And it's just one of a number of similar texts, others coming from other states, but it's exemplary of this kind of record. And what it describes, and what the other spring and autumn type annals from other states describe, is a process of breakdown, a process of fragmentation, where the unified, integrated order which the Zhou had worked so hard to create at the beginning of their rule simply falls apart. Local rulers call themselves kings, even though officially they should be referred to as dukes. There's a whole hierarchy of nomenclature that is formally used in the official records of the Zhou kings, but which everybody else starts to ignore. And as they assume these titles, they basically set up in their local administrative centers sort of mini royal courts. They begin to perform rituals, certain kinds of rituals, which are really only appropriate for the king. But now that they're calling themselves kings, they feel it's appropriate for them to perform these rituals. So they start to perform the kinds of royal ancestry rituals, using bronzes and sacrifices and all this, which really only the king should do. But now we have lots of kings. And so we have lots of royal courts and lots of individuals performing these different rituals and adapting them to their own particular needs or sentiments or particular tastes. They start to wear the clothing that's appropriate to a king. They start to sit in court and have their subordinate officials come to them and perform the kinds of ritual gestures that are appropriate for a king. There's a whole emulation, a whole appropriation of royal regalia and royal ceremonial in these local courts. Well, not only do they go their own way in adopting the trappings of royal power, that would be bad enough in its own right. But what makes this period so problematic is that with the breakdown of a single authority centered on the Zhou kings and embodying, in a sense, that all-encompassing system that we talked about as being everything under heaven, the Zhou worship of heaven as a symbolic representation of their all-encompassing rule. Without that, order begins to break down. One king in one territory says to himself, well, I like what I've got, but I'd like a little more. And he looks around, and maybe one of his neighbors isn't quite as powerful, isn't quite as wealthy, or maybe one of his neighbors has some particular resource or asset that he covets. And so he launches a military attack, and he conquers his neighbor. And once that starts, once you get violence becoming a legitimate means of political activism, then things break down quite rapidly. And you get the emergence of a phenomenon that we call the hegemons. In Chinese, the term is the Ba. And when you read Chinese accounts of this period, when they talk about these so-called kings, they consistently use the phrase or the term Ba Wang, which means a king in power but not in right. Okay, kings who rule because they have the power to do so, but not because they have the legitimate authority to do so. There's only one king who really has legitimate authority, and that's the Zhou king. So these other individuals we refer to as hegemons, people who have power but don't have legitimate power. Well, the hegemons begin to fight amongst themselves, and for a couple of hundred years, we have a process where the number of states constantly increases. And you go from a state of one the single Zhou empire. By the time we get down to around the year 500, there are perhaps 250 small states scattered all over the territory of China. Obviously, some of these are quite small. Some of them consist of perhaps only a single fortified town and the agricultural fields necessary to support it. Others are larger and more extensive. But each of them claims the power and legitimacy of being a sovereign government. Again, they may continue to acknowledge on some level the overlordship, the supreme position of the Zhou king, but it's merely a ritual exercise. The Zhou kings exercise no substantive power, no real political authority outside of their royal domains. Now, while all this is going on, while power is fragmenting and kings are popping up all over the place and royal courts are proliferating, there's a very significant development that takes place, I suppose we could say, in the political society. And this is the emergence of an elite strata in society that we call the shi. The shi become the class of professional political administrators. Okay? Now, they develop, in a sense, out of what we saw back in the Shang period, the royal diviners. The royal diviners in the Shang period were the people who were literate. They were the ones who knew how to read and write the Chinese language. They were the ones who recorded the questions and the answers and the outcomes of the oracle bones. They were the ones who maintained the records of state administration. When we get to the Zhou, there are at the royal court similar individuals, ritual specialists, people who know the traditions, who can read the texts of the past. But as the number of royal courts proliferates, the number of individuals required to perform these functions, not in one single royal center, but in some 250 different sort of mini courts all over China, grows accordingly. And so we have the shi now as a much larger class, perhaps something like 4 or 5% of the Chinese population eventually becomes involved in this social group, in this social formation. And the shi are, as I say, the professional administrators. They are literate. Their command of the written language is perhaps their single most identifying feature. They act as advisors. They know history. They know the texts of the past, the classics, the books that we refer to in later times as the Confucian classics, books of documents that record the events of early history, books of poetry in which the folk songs of ordinary people were written down and which were believed to be a way of understanding the sentiments of the people. And if you're concerned about maintaining the mandate of heaven, you want to know what the people are feeling. You want to know if the people are content or if they're unhappy, so that you can regulate your government and your behavior. Other kinds of documents, other kinds of texts, ritual texts about what the proper way to conduct sacrifices to the ancestors is, what kind of music should be used, what kind of movements and organization should be used. All kinds of written materials embodying knowledge about the past, embodying the records of present administration. These come to be the province of the shi, of these professional administrators. The shi, at first, are simply, in a sense, the courtiers of these various local strongmen. But as time goes by, and the ranks of local strongmen grow in number, the shi become sort of a free entity in their own right. And indeed, we see as the number of courts proliferates and as they compete with one another, they compete not only militarily, but they compete politically. And we see certain rulers trying to recruit the best and the brightest amongst the shi to come and serve them, to come and work at their court. So the shi now become sort of a mobile elite. They're not fixed and attached all the time to one particular place, born in a particular place, spending their whole lives there. Now, at least some of the shi become truly professional in the sense that they can market their services to a variety of strongmen, a variety of these hegemons. Certain individuals may serve 3 or 4 or more different lords, different rulers in the course of their career. This is a very important development because the Shi, as an administrative elite, come to embody political values, political ideas, which are in some ways independent from the power of particular rulers, particular kings or strongmen. And that leads them to have a sort of independent critical perspective on questions of government, questions of what the good life is, what the good society is. And this gives rise, particularly after about the 6th century BCE, to a very creative period in Chinese thought, because what we see as this fragmentation, this era of disorder, this era of chaos and conflict in China continues year after year, decade after decade, century after century. We see people begin to question the fundamental order of China. After the turn of about the year 500 or 480 BC, the process of fragmentation starts to, in a sense, reverse itself in that stronger states begin to emerge, which start to eat up the weaker states. And the number of states goes from perhaps 250 or so rapidly down, maybe to 100, then maybe to 50, until by the time you get down to the 3rd century, there's only perhaps a dozen or so states still contending amongst themselves. As that process goes on, thinkers emerge amongst the Shi to ask themselves, what went wrong? How did things get so messed up? How did such chaos and violence and conflict come to China when we had a well-ordered society in the early Zhou? What went wrong? And as a corollary of that, how can we fix it? How can we seek to create and maintain a well-ordered society? These are the fundamental questions that structure Chinese political thinking and political culture. And we'll turn to the individuals who begin to answer them in the next lectures. The Warring States period in Chinese history comes after the breakdown of the Zhou order, which begins back around the 8th century BCE. And for a couple of hundred years, there's a progressive fragmentation. More and more small states pop up during what we call the spring and autumn period that we talked about last time. And then around the year 500 BC or 480 in that vicinity, that process seems to reverse itself. And we get a period where stronger states begin to gobble up the weaker states, and the number of states declines again, so that we go from a peak of maybe around 250 down to smaller and smaller numbers, 150. By the time we get down to the 3rd century BC, there's perhaps only a dozen fairly large states still fighting it out amongst themselves. We'll see the culmination of that process in the next lecture. But today, I want to take a little time to talk about the philosophical response, the questions that people asked, the way that people tried to make sense of the chaos that was taking place around them in China during this period. We talked before about the rise of the Shi, the class of professional political administrators who emerged during the spring and autumn period as the number of local courts, local royal establishments grew, and people were needed to carry on the administrative activities of government. The literate class, the group of individuals who read the records, wrote the records, used the historical precedents, the knowledge of the past to advise their rulers on government policies. These individuals reflected on the problems that were confronting China, confronting the many states now that constituted China. And they asked questions about why things had gotten to be as difficult as they were. What had gone wrong with the order that had existed? The early Zhou dynasty had been a period of great success, great expansion and growth. Why had that gone wrong? Why had that broken down? And as a corollary of that, what could be done to put the world back into order? What could be done to fix things? There were many, many responses that different individuals came up with. And we'll talk about some of those today and some of those in the next lecture. But I want to concentrate first on perhaps the most influential figure in Chinese intellectual or philosophical history, and that is Confucius. There are two important schools that remain linked to one another throughout Chinese history from this period on: Confucianism and Taoism. They emerge about the same time. They in some ways represent a polarity of thought about government and good society and a properly ordered world. Confucianism is the one that I'm going to start with, not because it's more important or because it's right and Taoism is wrong or anything like that, but simply because you have to start with one of them, and I'm going to start with Confucianism. We don't know a lot about the historical individuals who started these schools of thought. Confucius lived between about 550 BC and 480 BC. Exact dates are hard to determine. There aren't really contemporary records of him, but we do have information about him written down by his students and their students in later generations. We know, for example, that he spent a fair amount of time traveling around in eastern China, essentially offering his services to the rulers of different states. As we mentioned in a previous lecture, Confucius was from the state of Lu in what is today Shandong province. It was a very successful state, one of the more prosperous states. It was a state that was ruled by a family which traced its descent back to the Duke of Zhou, so a very prestigious ruling house in the state of Lu. And that was where Confucius grew up. That's where he learned his craft, if you will, of politics. He was, of course, a member of this Shi elite, this professional administrative class. And as we talked about previously, by this time it was possible for members of the Shi class to not simply serve in the place where they were born, but to offer their services to travel around to different locations. And this is what Confucius did. But he wasn't very successful at it. He never seems to have achieved the kind of position that he was looking for, to really be an influential advisor, to guide the affairs of state, to guide the actions of a ruler. He had a number of relatively minor positions, and eventually he gave up this effort to try to achieve political success through serving in administration. He went back to his home state of Lu, and he settled into a longer career as a teacher. And it's from his role as a teacher that we really know about his ideas, because his students and then later individuals that they passed their knowledge on to wrote down many of the things that he said, many of the talks that he gave. And that's the information that we have about Confucius. Confucius's teachings, the core of his ideas, are about human relationships. When he looked at the world around him, when he looked at the problems facing China, and he asked these questions about what went wrong, why are things so messed up, what can we do to put things back in proper order? His response was to say, people need to understand the relationships between human beings in society. If we want a well-ordered society, we want a society in which people can live together peacefully and in prosperity, then we need to recognize that society is a network of human relationships. He saw the family as sort of a microcosm of this. The relationships within the family served for Confucius to represent the kinds of relationships that were desirable in society as a whole. They were relationships that involved, on the one hand, obligations, duties, responsibilities, and on the other hand, bonds of affection and compassion and caring. Confucius defined a set of what we call the 5 great relationships, which were not meant to be an exhaustive catalog of all possible relationships, but were sort of archetypical. They represented how human relations worked in general. But he defined 5 concrete examples which serve to represent this. And these are the relationship between the ruler and the subject, the relationship between father and son, the relationship between husband and wife, elder brother and younger brother, and the relationship between friend and friend. Now, 3 of these are family relationships: father and son, husband and wife, elder and younger brother. And this reflects the centrality of the family in Confucian thought. It's not just a coincidence that he chose these 3 as part of the overall 5. All of these relationships have certain characteristics. They're all what we might call hierarchical. That is to say, in each pair, one side plays a leading role and the other side plays a following role. One side is dominant, one side is subordinate. The ruler is dominant over the subject. The father has a leading role in guiding the development and training of his son. There's in a subordinate learning role. The husband and the wife, the elder and younger brother. Even in the relationship between friend and friend, this sounds like a more egalitarian relationship. People are just friends. But in Confucius's vision, even in the relationship between friends, there will always be, in any given set of circumstances, one of the 2 will be older, wiser, more sophisticated, a better baseball player, and there'll be some way in which one of the 2 plays a more leading role and the other plays the role of sort of second fiddle or following along. That isn't to say that given 2 individuals, they will always be in the same relationship. It may be that in one circumstance, friend A is the leader and friend B the follower. In another set of circumstances, maybe particular traits of friend B might put him in the leading role and friend A in the following role. But in any particular situation, there will be a hierarchical relationship. So these relationships have a hierarchical dimension. But that's not the totality of them. They also have an aspect of reciprocity, which is to say that they're not just top down. It isn't the ruler is the ruler and the subject is the subject, and therefore the ruler can do whatever they want, and the subject is uniformly obligated to
Welcome,
obey.
welcome. How are you?
Or the father.
What's good, WTG?
Any of the relationships.
Hello.
The ruler
I'm glad that you're
or
here.
the father or the husband
What's good?
must be a good.
Hello, how are you, my friend? Hi. How are you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Do you know Russian? What languages do you know? One moment. I'm going to speak to you. I have a machine. Tell me if it's accurate, please. Hello, my name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet ever.
Bună! Numele meu este Robert Rothschild, înghețată. Îmi place 24 de ore pe zi, 7 zile pe săptămână, 365 de zile pe an de la pacea mondială. O fac de mai bine de 3 ani.
Do you understand that? Good to see you as well. I do. Yeah. You want to see it? You want to see it? Yes. Okay, just a moment. Welcome. Is your English good? Is your English good, or is your Romanian better? Okay, one moment. I will show you my robot in one moment. Apologies, it is annoying, I know, but I want people to find out about world peace. I'm sick of war.
Îți voi arăta robotul meu într-o clipă. Scuze, este enervant, știu, dar vreau ca oamenii să afle despre pacea mondială. M-am săturat de război.
Here we go. All right. I'll show you right now. I have a lot of different robots. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So here is one of my sets of devices. I have like a bunch of devices here. And then I have many more. Hello. Oh, how are you? Welcome. Hello. Pleasure to meet you, Alak Knight. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Yes, okay. So let me tell you about myself. I stream my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person ever. I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that are really important to society are ending world hunger through the use of perhaps agricultural drones, cloud seeding, vertical. What'd you say? Rabbi Rothschild. Just type in at Rabbi Rothschild 11. I'm on there. Rabbi Rothschild 13. If you want to see all my streams, in the upper left corner, you can. So I'm live in 360 degrees, and I stream my life. I don't want war anymore. Shout out to Romania and anyone who speaks Romanian.
Strigați României și oricui vorbește românește.
Excellent. So beautiful. Some other things that we discuss on this stream, in addition to ending world hunger through the use of hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding, perhaps vertical farming, perhaps saltwater greenhouses, perhaps floating greenhouses. We discuss ending world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants where we pump water from the Earth's oceans onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed that are going to change the world are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about dark matter, dark energy. We talk about life extension technology. I don't think you all are going to die. I'm going to make sure that you hear this. I don't think that you are going to die. There is a way to utilize life extension technology and then mind uploading technology so that you never die.
Nu cred că vei muri. Există o modalitate prin care se utilizează tehnologia de extindere a vieții și apoi tehnologia de încărcare a minții, astfel încât să nu mor niciodată.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay.
Ce-i cu tine?
Sure. So when it comes to life extension technology, I think you'll be able to live past age 80 into age 100, 120, 140, utilizing types of technology like the following. One moment and I'll say them.
Deci, când vine vorba de tehnologia de extindere a vieții, Cred că vei putea să trăiești peste vârsta de 80 de ani și să faci un 100 de milioane, 120 de mii, 140, utilizând tipuri de tehnologie precum următorul moment și le voi spune.
We can utilize stem cells, human growth hormone. We can utilize cryonics. We can utilize perhaps technologies like ambrosia therapy, where the blood of young people is used for older people for their platelets. We can utilize nootropics. We can utilize other types of technology. And then we get into mind uploading, and I'll talk about mind uploading in a moment.
Putem folosi celule stem, hormon de creștere uman, putem folosi craionica. Putem folosi poate tehnologii precum terapia cu ambrozie, în care sângele tinerilor le dă trombocitelor persoanelor în vârstă. Putem folosi notropicele, putem folosi alte tipuri de tehnologie și apoi ne apucăm de încărcarea minții și voi vorbi despre încărcarea minții într-un moment.
Mind uploading technology utilizes a scan of your entire central nervous system and uploads that into a computer for later download as a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, an android, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. You will be able to live essentially a digital immortality.
Tehnologia de încărcare a minții utilizează o scanare a creierului tău și a întregului tău sistem nervos central și o încarcă într-un computer pentru mai târziu, descarcă ca un cyborg, un cibernetic fiind un avatar și android, un robot și ființă eterică orice vrei să fii. Veți putea trăi în esență o nemurire digitală.
Sure. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I'm the coolest person ever. I'm based in the United States, California, Los Angeles. All right, so I have 3 of them, and as you can see right now, it's going to do the OTP, the one-time password, and it'll take a few moments, but you'll be able to see it.
Bro, W2G, bro. What's your name?
Mine?
Bro. W2G. What's your name, bro? No, I'm not here, man. Oh. What's your name?
غادي
Bro, what's your name? W2G.
not one word. Use speaker store.
Bro, what's your name? Yo, hello.
Welcome. How are you, dog? Glad to have you here. We're going viral, baby. We're going viral. We're bringing peace to the world.
I've got a bunch of questions about this gig.
Okay.
So is that like a Python script or how do you read what's your name, bro?
It's a macro.
So you made a macro.
Word, dog.
And how does it copy the OTP code into the
Uses a temporary email address and knows where the position on the screen is going to be.
What's your name? Okay, so I guess I kinda guessed that because I was with a question mark above my head, you know, with a temporary emails and stuff.
Sure. Well, it's creating a new account right now, and you'll be able to see it in a moment. I'm a fan of world peace. I want world peace. Essentially, as just an individual, I can't make that much of a difference. But with the bot and an entire bot army, I got all you guys in here, which is amazing. I got to tell you about life extension technology and world peace. Now, listen, it's bigger than that. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. This is more data than any person has on the internet. This is a real life Truman Show. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than petroleum, than food, than water, than air, than anything. And I have more data on the internet than anyone, which may perhaps make me a very important. Pardon me? What stuff do I have? Uh, are you saying like what do I do? Yeah, I stream IRL. Yeah, I mean, I have it on like terabytes, but it's on YouTube. Just type into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and look at the channels. I have hundreds of YouTube channels. I have petabytes worth of footage on YouTube. Additionally, I have more TikTok accounts than anyone. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts.
Listen, me, bro. Listen, you it's good, man. Okay.
I appreciate it. And well, let me just tell you this. I don't think you guys are going to die. Number one, you're going to be my friends in the future. I'm going to take care of you with all the money that we're going to make. And I'm going to make sure that all your friends and family get taken care of and they don't ever have to worry about money. And they just can worry about art and beauty and what is wonderful in life. Additionally, there's a type of technology known as revivification technology. Essentially, in the future, we may be able to bring back people from the dead. And if we can do that, I want you to know that I want to help you with that financially to be able to bring back people who perhaps passed in the past, and you might be able to bring them back if that's of interest to you. I want to help you with everything that most importantly, I want to be able to give you the financial ability to never have to work again and start charities to help other people. That's what I want to do. I want to be able to help you help others. Welcome. And the way that I'm a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 companies, so I live off my savings. It's very important, I feel, to build a time capsule for the future. It's essentially like what people used to do in the past when they'd write a journal or a diary. I do the same thing, but on camera to the world. Yeah, and I'm live on 8 different YouTubes right now. And not just that, I'm live on many different platforms too. I want to be uncancelable so that if Kick doesn't like me, that's fine. I'm live on Rumble and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter, and I'm live on Discord and Telegram, and I'm live on D Live and Trovo and a bunch that you've probably never heard of, like Billy and Africa TV and Vaughn Live and a whole bunch of others, including um, um, Odyssey and quite a few different ones as well. So that if I ever get in trouble with any one platform, I have all the other platforms that have all of this archived. This is more data than any person has on the internet. And when people start to find out about it, and they are because of my bots, they're getting excited about it because finally, for once, they can watch someone and they don't stop. Their stream doesn't stop. I keep going all the time.
How'd you make all of those? You said you got a lot of accounts, as I heard.
Word.
How'd you even get that many emails
That's an excellent question. Excellent question. I use temporary email accounts. If you know how temporary email accounts work.
Yes, I don't know. Cool. That's kind of impressive, I could say, because you said you made like a lot of accounts on a whole lot of sites that I don't even know of.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is something, yeah.
I appreciate it.
I heard you said you manage projects, and you said you have like 6 figures, and that's still really impressive because everyone I know, like, as I could see, someone with 6 figures would just go out in life and stuff, and spend money and a whole lot of different stuff.
Well,
and
let me clarify. I am a certified project management professional, and I've had 6-figure incomes in the past. What's in my bank account perhaps may not be that, but it at least allows me to live comfortably and be able to churn out what I want. And then essentially, when I want to, I can just, if I need to, get another contract and make $120,000 a year. So it's exciting to be able to work from home, work remotely, and make 6 figures. The first whole year I did this, I did it live on camera, while working.
Wow.
What if I get banned on other platforms? All of them. Every single one of them. Then I just create more accounts. And I have VPNs. So I just get new VPNs. They can't stop me. In fact, I'm streaming on some platforms, not as Rabbi Rothschild, my name. I'm Rabbi. That means teacher. My last name's Rothschild. That means Red Shield. But on some platforms, I'm just best person ever. Why? Because it doesn't associate to me. And if they ever take down everything Rabbi related, I'll have archives all over the internet that don't have my name on them. What if they do? I mean, if they do, then I will do my best to fight whatever charges. And
you're not doing anything illegal. So
exactly. But if they just didn't like what I was doing, it would almost bring more momentum to my movement. Here we have an innocent person who just talks about world peace and improving the world through technology, and we arrested him for that. At least he lives in the United States, and there's a First Amendment that's he's safe under that. But you're right; they could come after me at any time. So while I have the opportunity, I make everyone aware of what I do on Kick. And basically, if you look at the top Kick creators right now, if you look in the Kick app and you go under browse and you look under clips, 50% of every clip that's being made on Kick right now has my name on it and my Discord on it. Basically, like, eventually somebody's going to see this and they're going to be like, wow, this is a really big idea. What is this person doing? So you stream your life all the time? Yeah. Why? So that people can learn from it in the future. It's essentially a time capsule. But right now, you may be like, oh, well, you're not that entertaining. But people don't understand that people will study at a university level my eating habits, my breathing habits, my circadian rhythm, my dream habits, my behavior patterns, my emotional status, how I drink, how I go to the bathroom, how I bathe. Everything about a human will be studied because this is more data. It's not just one camera. It's 360 degrees, 8 different cameras at any given time at a minimum. It's very exciting. World peace. I don't want war anymore. I want to end war in the Middle East. I want to end war in Ukraine and Russia and everywhere else.
Don't you think these type of words are kind of made up so they get rid of people and other stuff?
They are, and I want to stop them.
Mostly like how COVID was. Don't you think COVID was like planned out?
I think that perhaps a lot of things in this world are artificial, and perhaps some aspects of that were artificial as well. Well, great question. That's the exciting thing. That's when we go into space tourism and off-world travel. So what am I talking about? I mean interstellar travel. And you can travel faster than the speed of light. People don't know, but you can. I know it seems against the laws of physics, but there are ways to basically bend the laws of physics through wormholes and through teleportation. Basically, you're able to go from one area to another, clear across the entire solar system or the entire universe instantaneously. That's where we start getting into that type of technology. And then we start getting into terraforming other planets. That's when we start working on Mars, creating carbon dioxide so that it eventually is able to have trees that will then create oxygen, and then we can actually create soil and terraform that. And then following Mars, we are going to terraform perhaps Venus. Venus is actually closer than Mars. And the question is, well, why don't we terraform Venus before Mars? It's because Venus has a very thick atmosphere, it's very, very hot. Mars, on the other hand, has very little of an atmosphere and is very cold, and it's essentially easier to terraform than Venus. But yeah, I have plans to terraform the solar system. And then once we terraform those planets, we're going to start moving towards moons. So what moons? There are moons around Jupiter and Saturn that have ice on them and maybe have ice oceans, or perhaps a layer of ice and liquid water underneath. These are all potentialities, and we want to explore them and perhaps be able to explore them both with rovers and people. Another thing that I'd like to see, and if I don't die, I'm declaring it now, I want to be the first person to climb Olympus Mons. If you know what Olympus Mons is the tallest mountain in the solar system. It is taller than Mount Everest. It's about the size of the state of Arizona. It's very, very flat, essentially, for a mountain. It's an ancient volcano, and I want to climb it someday. So if you're like, do you have plans after we have world peace? Absolutely. What is happening here? Here? That's live on YouTube, Rumble. Here? These are robots. And then I have robots here as well. You can see these robots. And
Did you make all of these by your own?
yeah. So watch. Like this guy. I mean, or anybody. You just watch their. It just automatically creates a clip. And it's going to put my Discord link in it. Join Rabbi Rothschild Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. It's going to publish it. And then check this out. When you look at this guy's, like, he's a big streamer. He speaks Turkish though, so I don't know him that well. But I can tell you, I see him all the time. Now watch. When I go to his stream and look at his clips, he's a big streamer. He has 53,000 followers. Every fucking one of these is basically join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord. Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord. Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord. Join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord. And that's just because he just started streaming. So you can see these are pretty powerful. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, just one moment. Can I show you? Yeah, sure. Just one moment.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Don't it's pretty invasive that you create a clip every time. Post the Discord link in there.
Oh, yeah, it's annoying as shit.
Yeah, so why do you do it then?
Well, it's an opportunity. It's on Kick to make their settings so that people can't do whatever they want. So long as Kick allows it, I'm going to do it. If Kick doesn't allow it, then I'm going to stop doing it.
What are you gonna do if they block that?
Then I'll come up with another strategy.
I can see you are Jewish, right?
Word.
Based in LA, you said.
Word?
Huh?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. What's your position on Palestine?
I want world peace. I don't want anyone to die. I'd like to have dialogue, live stream to the world with both sides,
Do you understand that
eye to
there will
eye.
always be war, right?
I mean, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Manufacturing weapons and shit. Yeah, it's my opinion because it's the truth. They want money and they're gonna sell weapons and they gotta use the weapons.
Okay, if you can convince defense contractors that it's perhaps more beneficial for them to create robots
Well, that's
instead
your
of arms,
thing. You don't want war.
I don't want
You
war.
gotta think outside the box and you gotta make them think not to buy those weapons and shit.
I was just explaining, if you can go to the defense contractors of the world, BAE, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and explain to them,
Okay, so this is
do you want to tell me how it works?
you want to reach?
Do you want to tell me how it
I
works?
don't want to tell you.
Okay, well then quit interrupting
Reach them
me.
and talk to them. You wanna reach them and talk to them then.
Absolutely. And so that's why I've created this platform so that I can speak directly to Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman and L3 Communications and Microsoft and Amazon and everybody else. You can make a lot more money making robots than you can creating arms.
What about Mark Zuckerberg with the metaverse?
I talk to him
Like that?
all the time and shout him down because I think that his platform could be a lot better. Both Facebook, Instagram, and then additionally WhatsApp. I think that his metaverse could be better as well. All of these things have failed, and I want them to be successful.
What are your projects in there on the world? What's that movie?
The Truman Show?
Is the Truman Show? Or what?
The Truman Show is a movie that explores following one person's
I know that
entire.
you're running in the playground, right?
Oh, what is this? Oh, you're asking what this is.
Yeah.
I'm watching a 35-part lecture, pardon me, on. No, that's not what it's on. It's on the history of China. I can spam you. I don't have a view bot.